かりん、なんでそんなひどいこと言ったの？
これから会いに行ってくるから案ずるな。
そうなの？よかった。オカリンが謝らないって言い出したらね、マユシーはオカリンと絶交するつもりだったんだ。
That mail should come any minute now. It actually came. If I go to Yanabayashi's shrine now, Lukako will confess her love and ask me to be her boyfriend.
恋人になってください。
But this time I thought ahead.
クリスティーナ！クリスティーナ！
I start yelling at the development room and begin to hear the sounds of someone moving inside.
クリスちゃん、寝てるの？徹夜なんだから起こさない方がいいよ。
I know, but I have to do this.
クリスティーナ！起きてきてくれ！
うるさいなぁ。
Kurisu comes out of the development room with sleepy eyes.
クリスちゃん、トゥットゥルー。
Last night she fell asleep at the desk. The sleeves of her clothes left a mark on her cheek. Her hair is frayed, her eyes red. She rubs those red eyes.
なんなの？
これから柳林神社に行く。お前もついてきてくれ。オペレーションクリスティーナ2だ。
15日までまゆりちゃんが危ないことになる前まででいいですから。だからになってください。本当にください。恋に恋人になってください。
Same as before. Only this time I have to be her boyfriend for 4 days instead of just 2. I guess you could say it's a bold proposal. Fortunately, I came prepared. It's time to set Operation Christina 2 into motion. Last time, things got complicated when I added that experiment-loving girl to the conversation. This time, I had her watch things from the shadows near the staircase.
すまん。ちょっとだけ待ってくれ。
I turned my back to Lukako and called Kurisu.
よう、リア充。
お前人の気も知らずに何がリア充だ。今のルカ子の話聞いていたか？
今北産業。
聞いてなかったのか？
この遠さじゃ聞こえるわけない。
告白15日まで。そしたら男に戻る。
把握。でも何をいちいち私に相談することがあるわけ？漆原さんの願いを叶えてあげればいい。
だけど相手はルカ子だぞ。
どこが不満なの？あんなに 可愛いのに。
しかし元
は男だったなんてのもあんたの妄想かもしれないし、私から見れば彼女は最初から彼女だった。観念しなさいって。じゃあね。
あ、
She hung up.
あいつ何のために連れてきたと。
What a useless assistant. I stuff my phone into my pocket and head back to Lukaku.
今の電話の相手ってマキセさんですか？
ああ
そうですか。なんだか今の岡部さん、とても楽しそうにお話ししてましたね。
どこかだ。
Is this pressure? Is she applying psychological pressure?
それで
Lukaku fidgets restlessly.
さっきのお返事を。
Please be my boyfriend. A 4-day trial relationship. Will those 4 days feel long or short? I mean, sure, Lukaku is cute. She's very slender and delicate, especially around the waist, and her skin is as white as alabaster. Even when Lukaku was a guy, I occasionally found myself mesmerized by his girlish demeanor. Biologically, the current Lukaku is a girl, so even if we do stuff, there shouldn't be a problem. But still, I'm on a mission to change Lukaku back into a guy. I need to accomplish that mission to save Mayuri. If I go out with the girl Lukaku and fall in love with her, then will I be able to treat the guy Lukaku like I used to? If I forget he's a guy and lose my self-control, it could result in complications. Going out with the current Lukaku isn't the problem. I mean, I still have my reservations, but cuteness is justice, right? The real source of my hesitation is the thought of what happens afterwards. The problem isn't Lukaku, but my own heart. Besides, I'm supposed to be saving Mayuri, not going out on dates. But on the other hand, Lukaku's cooperation is essential to save Mayuri. I won't get anywhere if I reject Lukaku and make her cry. For the sake of my goal, I must overcome the problems of my heart. I'll do it. I'll take Lukaku's deal. But if we're going to do this, I tell myself, there's one rule that you must follow. You must not fall in love with Lukaku. Even if it means trampling on her heart, you must not fall in love. Fall in love and you could end up walking the forbidden path. Lukaku is a guy. A guy. A guy. A guy. A guy. Guy, 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 guy. And don't you forget it. Just don't forget.
いいだろう。お前と付き合おう。15日の夕方までだが。
Tears immediately fall from Lukaku's eyes.
なぜ泣く？
嬉しくてできる ルカと。
うん
よかった。よかった。
Her face is red, and her eyes are wet with tears. Yet she's really happy. Seeing her like this, all shy and embarrassed, but happy at the same time, makes me feel she's too cute. I mustn't fall in love, but I'm about to. Why does every single one of her actions have to be so cute? She must be doing it on purpose. There's no other way. Lukaku's cuteness is a terror of the universe.
岡部さん。
なんだ。
Lukaku wipes her tears away.
その明日で
What does she mean by that?
デートに連れてってください。
なんだと？
A date. True, when couples go somewhere together, that's called a date. It would really be a dick move if I refused to go on a date right now after we started going out.
行くのは問題ないが、どこへ行く？
Doesn't look like she's got a place in mind.
岡部さんの行きたいところに行きたいです。 つまり岡部さんが好きな場所を知りたいから。
So, in other words, she wants me to decide for her. It's really unfair to be so cute. People will forgive you for anything you say. I scratched my head and thought,
じゃあ、プランは明日までに考えておく。
for now, I just want to get out of this sickeningly sweet atmosphere that's brewing. We arranged to meet tomorrow morning. Then I quickly leave the shrine behind. I breathe a sigh of relief at the sparsity of pedestrians on Manseibashi Bridge.
それで？
Kurisu is walking behind me. She was completely useless.
結局付き合うことになったの？まあ漆原さんのリアクション見てたらなんとなく予想はつくけど。
お前見ていたのか？
岡部が見てろと言ったんだろ？
Oh, yeah. I was expecting her to give me advice. Guess I should have known better.
明日デートだそうだ。
Kurisu makes a small nasal sound. She hasn't been making eye contact.
狂気のマッドサイエンティストさんって女子高生とデートしたりするのね。ちっとも狂気じゃないな。
Damn you, Kurisu. Must you always be so cynical? Let's just ignore her and get to the lab. But just as I quicken my pace, she grabs my shoulder and pulls me back. I almost fall down backwards.
何をする？
ごめん。ちょっとイライラしてて言い方がきつくなった。
Kurisu doesn't tell me what she's irritated about. Instead, she starts rubbing her temples.
あんたはまゆりを助けるためにこの選択をしたのよね。私も考え方を切り替える。で、明日デートするにしてもプランはあるの？
Date plans. I told Lukaku I would come up with something by tomorrow. So far, I've made no progress. I can't help but feel uneasy about the whole thing, even though I'm doing it to save my Yuri.
どうなのよ。
This calls for Ho-Oh and Kyoma.
助手よ、お前に一言言っておく。アイザック・ニュートンと同じく IQ170 に生まれついたこの俺、法王院キョーマーは狂気のマッドサイエンティストである。
それで？
当然、マッドサイエンティストである以上、興味があるのは女よりも研究であり、世界を影で操る支配構造の破壊、混沌の創造であり、
どう見ても童貞です。本当にありが。今のは聞かなかったことにして。
おのれ、この女子風情がよくもズケズケと真実をついてくれたな。許さない、絶対にだ。大体そういうお前はどうなのだ。俺に講義を垂れるほどにデート経験は豊富なのか。
I don't miss Christina's grimace.
それ見ろ、お前だって勉強や研究に明け暮れてそういった経験はゼロなのだろう。遠いアメリカの地で寂しい青春時代を送ってきたのだろう。
うるさい。バージンで悪いか。
秋葉の中心でバージンと叫ぶ18歳天才少女か。
I wouldn't be surprised to see it plastered across the logosphere. Thankfully, it's early morning, but there are still a few pedestrians grinning at Kurisu.
場所を変えるわよ。
Kurisu starts to hurry away.
女の子との初デートで重要なのは相手に与える印象をいかに良くするかである。不潔な格好は論外。特に髪はきちんと散髪すること。長髪は汚らしく見えるので NG。 服装に関してもぴったり合ったサイズのものを着ていくこと。特に秋葉系の男子は大きめのサイズの服を好んで着ている傾向にあるが、これはだらしなく見えるので良くない。
Why am I in a maid cafe getting date advice from my younger assistant, who is also a girl?
初デートではお互いに緊張していることもあって会話が途切れがち。重要なのは会話のキャッチボール。一方的に話すだけでは相手が楽しいはずがない。特に女性は会話をするのが大好きなので、むしろ男性は女性の話を聞く側に回ってあげるべき。ただ聞くだけではなく、きちんと相槌を打つことが必要。そうすることで女性は話をちゃんと聞いてくれる人だと思うはず。つまりいつも通りの岡部じゃ全く話にならないってことね。とりあえず普通に喋ることから始めないと。あ、例のバカっぽい高笑いは当然禁止ってことで。 そもそもあんたって女の子に優しくないのよね。普段の物言いが尊大すぎる。というか、
Dragon
偉そうで
Sakata
ムカつく。
said,
電波妄想も垂れ流
Sup
すし。
nerd?
Hello, Sakata. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence.
デートマニュアル本を音読しているだけの文才で上から目線はやめろ、このメリケン少女めが。
Since neither of us knows anything about romance, we're studying out of a dating manual we bought on the way here.
誰がメリケン少女だ。
お前以外に誰がいる？
はいはい、童貞オツ。
Dragon
知ってる？
Sakata,
一度も侵入を許していない
do
砦
play
は
Stir
頼もしくて、
anymore?
一度も侵入
I
に成功し
haven't,
ない
not
兵士は
really.
頼りない。
Ever since I completed all the base story. I guess it's still getting upgrades though or something, huh? Yeah, I completed all the base stories and I just was like, I'm good now, you know?
それは格言じゃないだろう。というか、低レベルな争いにおいて勝ち誇るな。
確かに。なんだか虚しくなってきた。
Dragon Sakata
でも、
said,
このデートマニュアルって
Understandable.
結構面白いこと書いてあるな。
Kurisu flips through the manual on top of the table.
自分はさりげなく車道側を歩くとか、女の子にお金を出させるのは現金とか。何？これ、明日のデートで全部守らないとダメよ。
I wonder if I can really be that careful.
あとは清潔なハンカチを持っていくこと。女の子が公園のベンチに座るときはすぐに広げてあげること。
俺は世話係ではない。
そう書いてあるんだからしょうがないでしょ。ご飯は立ち食いそばとかファーストフードは避ける。ファミレスがボーダーライン。それ以上は自分の財布の中身と相談して。
ファミレスがボーダーライン。
Where are the family restaurants in Akiba?
待ち合わせ場所には最低15分前には来ておくこと。遅刻厳禁。
15分前到着。
あとはデートコースね。映画館とか美術館、街をブラブラ歩く食事っていうのが無難だし。
なるほど。意外と地味なんだな。俺はてっきり初デートというぐらいだから、夕焼けの綺麗なリゾート風海岸へ行き、そこでファーストキスを交わさなければならないのかと。
あ、それすごくロマンチック。じゃなくて童貞思考全開だな。ドラマや漫画の見過ぎ。
お前もな。
ちなみに相手は未成年なんだから、ホテルに連れ込もうなんて不潔なこと考えないでよ。
それはない。
That way lie forbidden lust. Not to mention, Lukako's such an innocent girl. If I brought her to a hotel, she would probably faint from shock.
ま、ざっとこんなところね。どう？私のレクチャー少しは役に立った？
お前のレクチャーではなく、マニュアル本のレクチャーだろ。
Anyway, strolling around town counts as a date. In that case, I don't have to waste money.
にゃにゃ、今日誰かとデートするのかにゃ。
Ferris comes to our table carrying drinks.
お待たせしました。アイスコーヒーになりますにゃ。
As usual, she pours in milk and syrup right in front of me. Kurisu watches this with great interest. I guess this is her first time at a maid cafe.
デート
Ferris winks at me playfully while stirring Kurisu's iced coffee.
なぜそこで参りが出てくるのだ？
はにゃ、違うのかにゃ。じゃあ
Ferris looks at Kurisu.
この子なのにゃ。
いや、こいつは助手だ。
Kurisu and I exchanged glances, sharper than a sword's blade. I swear sparks are flying.
じゃあ別の子なのにゃ。今日待ってばいろんな子に手を出しすぎだにゃ。
ほう、いろんな子に手を出しすぎなのか。
何をバカな。
Well, I guess I did hug Ferris. But that was on the 14th, so when I time leap to the 12th, it was undone. I shake off a pang of loneliness and return to the conversation. The next day finds me strolling around Akiba with Lukako.
次はどこに行きましょうか。
Event 1, lunch at a family restaurant, is already complete. I took care of the bill, and now we're back out in the heat. I've got the entire day planned out in my head. The next event is...
街をブラブラするぞ。しよう。
It's Obon holiday, so Akiba is crowded. To avoid the crowds, we end up walking through the back streets. My plan is to walk with Lukako all the way to Ueno and back. That should be enough, right? I walk quickly. This conversation thing isn't going so well. I tried to follow the guide's advice and be a good listener, but Lukako's silent by nature. She doesn't really start talking on her own. Got a bit of a runny nose today, man. I don't know if it's the weather changing or what. I got a bit of a runny nose. Even at the family restaurant, the word we exchange for most was just things like it's crowded today, it's delicious, and it was delicious. I think it was a mistake to just wander around, especially since we've ended up in a residential area with no interesting scenery whatsoever. Lukako speaks up. She's a few steps behind me.
なんだ？
I stop and turn around. Lukako catches up, and we start walking together again.
覚えていますか？僕と岡部さんが初めて出会った時の。
Of course, what I actually remember is how I met the male Lukako. It was during Golden Week in May. I was searching Akiba for materials to build a new future gadget when I saw Lukako in his Miko garb, surrounded by some cameramen.
やめてください。無理です。
お願いします。写真を1枚撮らせてもらうだけでいいんで。そのコスプレすごく燃えるっていうか、ここまで巫女服を着こなしてるレイヤー見たことないし。
これはコスプレじゃなくて。
できれば可愛らしいポーズ撮ってもらえるとめちゃ嬉しいんだけど。あ、じゃああれだよ俺。ニコニコオーバードライブのめぐみた。
Miko Miko Overdrive, a magical girl anime with 5 Miko girls as the protagonist. Its target audience is adolescent girls, but many men in their 20s like it too, for some inexplicable reason.
聞いたー、それ最高。めぐみたん知ってるよね。やってくれないか。
知りません。
なんでそんな嫌がるわけ？コスプレして秋葉に来たのって写真撮られるためなわけでしょ。なのに嫌がるとかおかしくない？そうだよ。それとも俺たちがキモいから拒否ってるわけ？
違います。これはコスプレじゃなくて。
To be honest, the Miko garb fascinated me, because Miko are sacred, chosen to serve the gods. I know college girls are doing it for money these days, but as far as I'm concerned, that's sacrilege. As is demanding to photograph a sacred Miko. I couldn't let it pass.
そこのカメラ小僧だ。
なんだよ君。
この俺を知らないだと。俺の名はフォーインキョーナ。神が地上に具現せし灰色の脳細胞の持ち主にして世界に混沌をもたらす狂気のマッドサイエンティストだ。
何こいつ。マジ吉。
それぐらいでやめておけ。その巫女が嫌がっているだろう。
なんという中二病ですか。かっこよく女の子を助けてセックルに持ち込もうとしてんじゃね。下心見え見え。これだからドキュンは。
ドキュンはお前たちだ。か弱い女子に男2人でまとわりつき天津さえ変態写真を撮りたいと懇願するとはオタクのプライドすら捨てたか。
僕は
聖なる肉を怯えさせるカメラ小僧。カメラ小僧などではない。それは単なる変質者だ。お前たちに聖地秋葉を歩く資格はないと知れ。
なんだと。可愛い三次元女子をローアングルから狙うのはみんなやってるだろう。素人のくせにお高く止まるなって言いたいね。秋葉にコスプレしてきてる時点で無差別に取られても文句言えないでしょマジで。
違うんです。僕は男です。
Instantly, our jaws dropped to the ground.
だから僕なんかとっても意味ないんですよ。
Lukaku murmured sadly.
マジで。そんなの嘘だ。こんな可愛い子が男のはずが。
男です。喉仏もありません。
Lukaku lifted his chin a bit, exposing his pale neck. That gesture was really sexy, but there was indeed a lump on his neck.
じゃあ下もついているんですか。
Lukaku nodded reluctantly. He was already crying by that point. So were the cameramen.
なんだよ。紛らわしいな。っていうか、男なのに巫女服着てるとかマジ吉だろ。取らなくてよかった。騙された気分だよ。
They left the place, mumbling complaints all the while. Those bastards were a disgrace to otaku everywhere. Daru would have said something like, "Someone this cute can't be a girl. So you're a trap. Awesome. Daru is the true otaku."
どうもありがとうございました。
ああ、いや。
僕みたいな男を助けてがっかりですよね。期待に沿えなくてすみません。
お前、名前は？
漆原
Chromager
ルカ
said,
です。
Yo.
Hello, Crow. Welcome on in. I don't know if you can actually hear me right now because we should be in an ad break, but
なぜ俺に謝った？
だって僕こんな顔なのに男だし。
そんなことはどうでもいい。お前が男だろうが女だろうが関係ない。だがそのひがんだ根性、気に入らないな。ついてこい。お前にいいものをやる。そのアイテムさえあれば、お前は勇気を得る。
Chromager said,
お前の中に眠る
Are you in the
真の力の
reversing
存在
Lukaku
に
D male thing?
気づくはずだ。
well, I guess you're not in an ad, but okay. Yeah, I'm in the Lukaku reversing female section where we're having to go on a date with her because that's what she wants, right?
どうした？力が欲しくないのか？
I mean, if it was me, I wouldn't have a problem going on a date with Lukaku, even when they are a guy. I mean, just being honest, they are very cute.
いえ、力ですか？
そうだ。俺はお前に力を与えることができる。さあ、求めろ。欲しろ。力を。誰も負けない。お前だけの力を求めるのだ。
まさかその後武器屋本舗に行ってサミダレを買ってもらえるとは思ってもみませんでした。
いや。
I didn't expect he would actually come with me, but when he did, I realized that he had potential. That's why I bought him the 980 yen, tax included, demon sword. Afterwards, Lukaku and I went through intense training to develop the Seishin Zanma School of Swordsmanship. In retrospect, I can't believe I said all that ridiculous stuff. It makes me want to crawl in a hole and hide.
とてもびっくりしましたけど、でも岡部さんがあの時言ってくれたそんなことはどうでもいいっていう言葉はすごく嬉しかったんです。変ですよね、そんな言葉に感動しちゃうなんて。
Lukaku's cheeks turn rosy pink. Her blush is too powerful. I have to look away.
その言葉があったから、好きになったんです。
Yeah, that's pretty much a very, very blatant relationship flag right there. Saving her like that. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a goddamn second. Is she saying what I think she's saying? But that Lukaku, hey, it's not a problem. It's all good. Does that mean I made the guy Lukaku fall in love with me? My mind goes blank. Oh God. By the time I drop her off back at the shrine, I'm worn out physically and mentally. We ended up walking for 4 hours straight, which was tiring, but my mental exhaustion is greater. In the end, we didn't talk much. We just walked.
今日はすごく楽しかったです。
そうか。
She's just saying that out of consideration. I can tell that she's forcing her smile. All through the date, I couldn't stop thinking about the time Lukaku fell in love with me, so I barely made conversation at all. That manual was completely useless. On this world line, Lukaku was a girl from the beginning, so Lukaku's memories of when we first met might be inconsistent with mine. But even with that in consideration, Lukaku's story still fell out of place.
それでは
Lukaku fidgets as she whispers.
なんだ。
また明日。
え？
She wants to go on a date again tomorrow. I mean, we are a couple, and we are going out, and that means we like each other, and it's summer break right now, so it's natural to go on a date every day.
明日も岡部さんと一緒にいたいです。
どうも。
ダメですか？
ダメなんてことはない。うん、本当に。
よかった。
Lukaku smiles again. She looks so happy and relieved. Seeing her like this makes incomprehensible feelings well up inside me.
それじゃあまた明日。
I feel a huge weight on my shoulders. Another date tomorrow. Tomorrow.
てってるー、おかえり。
リア充は死ね。
When I return to the lab, I am greeted by Mayuri's smile and Daru's pure hatred.
まさか中二病のオカリンに彼女ができるとか。飯まずってレベルじゃねえぞ。
Hey man, you're going to get a daughter and everything. You are going to get a daughter and everything, so you'll get some too.
まあなんとかステージクリアしたかも。
Probably not, actually.
ねえねえ、あさってのコミマ、ルカちゃんとオカリンでコスプレカップルとして出てみようって思ったりしないかな。オカリンからもね、彼氏としてルカちゃんを説得してほしいな。マユシーがどれだけお願いしてもね、ちっとも OK してくれないんだよ。
It dropped. Where did it go? There it is.
でもラブラブなオカリンからお願いされたらね、きっとコロって OK すると思うんだ。
断る。
なんで？
Because Komima is on the 15th. Mayuri is fated to die that night. How am I supposed to spend the hours before her death cosplaying at Komima?
正直なところ、デートの面白さがさっぱり理解できない。
ゲー、オカリンてめえ、それは世の中の童貞諸君を敵に回す発言だぞ。謝れ、童貞に謝れ。
だって考えてみろ。相手にひたすら気を使い、気まずい中で2人で歩き回って食事をして帰る。どうだ、面白い要素があるか？
言うとね、ルカちゃんが悲しむよ。
Well, if you're doing a date right, you're not worried about what your partner's thinking. You're just enjoying being with your partner if you're doing it right. Mayuri's expression is uncharacteristically serious.
好きな人と一緒にいるだけでね、女の子は幸せなんだよ。満足なんだよ。男の子はそうじゃないのかな。だとしたらマユシーは寂しいです。
Why would that make Mayuri sad?
オカリンがマイノリティなんだよ。つうかデートって言えばエロイベントたくさんあんだろ
う。お前は実にバカだな。
何言ってんだよ。手をつなぐとかマジエロくね。腕を組んでおっぱいを肘に当ててんのよ状態とかエロすぎっしょ。そしてデートの終わりにはキスして締めだろ。チキショー、リア充のバカ。
エロゲーのやりすぎだ。
ねえねえ、ルカちゃんはいつからオカリンのことを好きだったのかな。
いつからって、それは。
とてもびっくりしましたけど、でも岡部さんがあの時言ってくれたそんなことはどうでもいいっていう言葉はすごく嬉しかったんです。その言葉があったから、だから好きになったんです。
I think back on what she said. Something still feels off about her story. I said that Luca's gender didn't matter. I remember that clearly. But didn't I say that because Lukaku was a guy?
そうだ。そうだよ。変だ。
Now I know what feels out of place. I wouldn't have said that to a female Lukaku. So why does this Lukaku remember what I said back then? I recall what happened with Ferris.
思い出したにゃ。フェイリスが叶えたのは10年前に死んだパパを生き返らせることにゃ。
Ferris regained her memories from before she sent the D-mail. Could Lukaku, too, have remembered the previous world line, where she was a guy? That would explain everything. However, she remembers that event, and she said she liked me for it. So, did Lukaku like me, even when she was a guy? I think I need to check this out. Are you sure you want to, since you seem to have so many mental blocks about it? Next morning, I head to the shrine to meet with Lukaku. She's already waiting in the courtyard. When she sees me, she smiles and waves her hand. Too cute. Must resist.
おはようございます。
なあ、うん。
今日はそのどこへ。
それより、ルカ子。
はい。
I make up my mind and throw out the question.
お前には男だった頃の記憶が残っていないか。
Lukaku twitches for a moment, and then she hangs her head.
そんなことありません。
本当に？
Lukaku just nods stiffly. I consider a more forceful approach, but the words of that dating manual blaze inside my head. Whatever you do, don't make the girl sad. You might get dumped. If I get dumped, then what will happen to our 4-day agreement? Lukaku might refuse to turn back into a guy. No, Lukaku's not like that. Mayuri's life hangs in the balance, so I'm sure no matter what I say, she'll turn back. Or is it naive of me to think that? Either way, even though I'm doing this to save Mayuri, I can't just trample on Lukaku's pure, maidenly heart. Neither one of us speaks. Mutual distrust, suspicion, discomfort. One word could shatter our temporary relationship. Luca is the first to break the suffocating silence.
ごめんなさい。今日のデート中止にしましょう。
Lukaku bows her head and goes back into the shrine office. I hurt her. I feel guilty, but at the same time, relieved. I hate myself for it. Instead of returning to the lab, I stand on the bridge in front of the station and gaze blankly at the stream of people. Ferris might be visiting the lab. Ferris was at the table on this day when I first came to this world's line. My actions shouldn't have influenced Mayuri's, so she should have called Ferris over to show her the costumes. Right now, I don't want to see anybody. I need to think. But try as I might, no ideas come, no solutions. Lukaku agreed to go back to being a guy if I went out with her for a time. I've stayed faithful to that, so. Faithful? How? I just made a huge mistake back there. I've done nothing but make Lukaku sad. Tomorrow is the 15th, the day Komima opens, the day Mayuri dies. At the very least, I need to make our relationship last until that evening. Tomorrow is the end, but I'm not confident I can show Lukaku a fun time. Alright, so instead of fussing over a date, I'll just try something that won't make Lukaku sad. The next morning, after Mayuri and Daru have left for Ariake, I head to the shrine to pick up Lukaku. We hop the train at Akiba station. When she looks askance at me, I tell her we're going to see Mayuri. Today it won't just be the two of us. I don't know what to say when we're alone. I'm afraid I'll just hurt her again. It's time to try something different. When we get off the train at Tokyo Big Sight, Lukaku stares in wonder at the scene spread before her. People, people, people. People as far as the eye can see. Welcome to Komima, the Otaku Festival. It's the first day, so Big Sight's more crowded than usual. This is my plan, to take Lukaku to Komima. I'm not making her cosplay, of course. Lukaku wouldn't even do it at Mayuri's request, and I don't want to force her to do anything she doesn't want to. We're just here to look and have fun. The first order of business is to hook up with Mayuri and Daru. Those two live and breathe Komima, so I'm sure they'll have a lot to talk about. Conversation will flow, and I'll be off the hook. How wonderful to have friends you can count on. Of course, bringing a date to Komima is a surefire way to earn myself the hatred of otaku everywhere. But no matter, I'll endure their contempt if that's what it takes to make Lukaku happy. So resolved, I strike out through the crowd towards our designated rendezvous point. Lukaku, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, struggles to follow behind. Near the edge of the parking lot, I see the petite Mayuri wave her hands high. There aren't as many people here.
コミマにようこそ、ルカちゃん。初めて来たけど、すごいね。ゆっくりしていってね。
ダル。
ダル君はグッズを手に入れるために並んでる最中だから抜け出せないんだって。ひとしきり戦利品をゲットしたら合流するかもって言ってたよ。
Damn, that means he won't join up with us for at least another hour. Couldn't he forgo the battle just this once? Nukako's eyes dart from place to place. She's clearly uncomfortable in the chaotic atmosphere. There's still some awkwardness between us after what happened yesterday. Even on the train ride, we barely spoke to each other. What's the point in being a couple if it turns out like this? It was easier to talk when we weren't supposed to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Lukako seemed to enjoy herself more too. Was it a mistake to bring her to Komima? Well, Lukako didn't refuse. Even when I told her we were going to Komima, she just nodded obediently.
今日はマユシーが会場を案内してあげるよ。って言ってもね、人が多いから邪魔にならないようにしなくちゃ。まずはコスプレ会場に行ってそれから中に入ろうかな。
Mayuri's more cheerful than usual. She must be happy to have us here.
ねえねえ、二人とも何が見たい？
ルカ子、見たいものはあるか？
いえ。
Lukako shakes her head.
よくわからないので、岡部さんの見たいものを見に行きたいです。
俺は別にそれほど興味があるわけじゃない。
Lukako looks unhappy. Crap, I shouldn't have answered like that.
ねえねえ、ルカちゃん、コスプレ会場に行ったらね、絶対にコスプレに対する考え方が変わるよ。
Mayuri talks happily to Lukako. I'm glad I chose to rely on this ditz who can't read the mood.
恥ずかしいとかそういうのはちっともなくてね、みんなとっても楽しそうなんだから。マユシーのコスを着てくれてるレイヤーさん、楓ちゃんと吹雪ちゃんって言うんだけど、2人のことも紹介するね。でね、できれば明日も来てほしいな。そしたらね、オカリンとルカちゃんの分のコスも用意しておくから。オカリンにはね、コードジアースのゼロサム様コスが似合うと思うんだ。
Zero Sum, the protagonist of Code Geass. He is the young noble of the rebellion who hides his identity behind a mask. Code Geass, a smash hit TV anime series broadcast in 2006. The story revolves around a young man who obtains a magical eye that can control minds. who obtains a magical eye that can control minds and uses it to start a revolution.
オカリンが一緒ならね、ルカちゃんも安心してコスプレできるでしょ。どうかな。いいアイデアだってマユシー的には思うんだ。
却下だな。
ごめんなさい。そんな。
Mayuri slumps her shoulders in disappointment. In the end, Lukaku and I got fed up with the amount of people and left Ariake early. We took the direct shuttle bus to Akiba that only runs during Komi Mall, but it was so cramped inside I thought I was going to die. By the time we get back to Akiba, Lukaku and I are exhausted. My feet feel like blocks of lead, and I don't have the energy to even attempt conversation. The two of us slept back to the shrine without speaking a word, like Spanish monks under a vow of silence. Lukaku doesn't raise a single complaint, but taking her to Komimo was obviously a mistake. Lukaku's expression has been stiff ever since we met up with Mayuri. Maybe she's still traumatized by otaku. The first time I met Lukaku, he was being harassed by otaku. Maybe they left a bad impression. We don't talk. We spent most of the day shoulder to shoulder with strangers. I can probably count on my fingers the words I said directly to Lukaku today. When we arrive at the shrine, our time as a couple will end. So this is our last chance to talk as boyfriend and girlfriend. But I'm confused. What should I talk about? I try thinking about things we have in common. The demon sword Samidare, the Seishin Zanma School of Swordsmanship, but Kurisu said to avoid Chu-Uni Bio topics, and the dating manual concurred. What else is there? It finally dawns on me. There's nothing else Lukaku and I share. Silence dominates the shrine. The silence should be calming, but it's not. I've safely escorted Lukaku home. Mayuri's death is just 3 hours away. The temporary relationship between me and Lukaku ends here. Now I just need Lukaku to give me her mother's pager number. However, is it really okay to let it end like this? In the end, what have I done for Lukaku? I haven't done squat, have I? All I've done is hurt her. Suddenly, Lukaku starts sobbing. She covers her mouth with both hands, but can't stop the tears pouring from her eyes.
Lukaku.
When I approach her, Lukaku pulls back. Lukako wipes the corners of her eyes, but the tears keep flowing, forming a glistening line down each cheek. I'm speechless. I have no idea what to do. A girl is crying before my eyes. It's my duty as a man to comfort her. I know that, and yet no words come. I just stand there like a useless statue. The cause of Lukako's tears is undoubtedly me. I didn't treat her right as my girlfriend, even if it was only a temporary arrangement. And now it ends with me watching as Lukako cries. Lukako, I'm the one who did this to her. I'm the cause of her grief. And yet,
ありがとうございました。
she thanks me and bows her head. She lifts her head and smiles shyly through her tears.
恋人になってくれてすごく幸せでした。
That's a lie.
岡部さんも好きになれてよかったです。
That has to be a lie. To my surprise, Lukako takes my hand in hers. Her hand is very warm and delicate. This is the first time I've touched her since we became a couple, and it will be the last. Lukako places a note in my hand, and then she pulls away. She bows her head again.
それじゃ
Lukako turns her back to me, then disappears into the shrine office. I look at the note. There's a number written on there, probably her mother's pager number. She kept her promise, but I didn't keep mine. I can't let it end like this. I run full speed back to the lab. Ignoring Kurisu's calls to stop, I slap on the headgear and leap to the past. I regain consciousness in front of Akihabara Station. Lukako is next to me. We're about to board the train for Komima. Lukako looks a little anxious, but she doesn't raise a single complaint. The shuttle bus pulls up. The huge line of people begins to move. We can't go to Komima like this. Shaking off my time leap-induced vertigo, I take Lukako by the hand.
ついてこい。
Once we get out of the line, I let go of Lukako's hand and start walking.
岡部さん、バス来てますけど。
コミマに行くのは中止だ。
え？
俺は好きにやらせてもらう。
岡部さん、どこへ？岡部さん。
I keep walking with Lukako's hand in mine, ignoring everything else. Lukako looks bewildered at first, but eventually she says no more and just starts following me with a sad expression. We arrive at Yanabayashi Shrine, a place devoid of visitors.
said.
where an
Stay
aura
moist,
of
my
peace
friend,
and
hydrate.
dignity dominates.
Upward ontology. Said. Chia P viewers on stream.com remove the space RDUJQ. Chromager. Said. Ban the guy gang.
Yep, I was working on it. I also report them to Twitch, which is why it may take me a second to ban them. I also report them while I'm at it, so. Remember guys, it's important to stay clean. Thank you for reminding me to keep myself clean. Make sure to take care of yourself and hydrate and stretch as well. I really need to figure out how to make that longer. I kind of would like it to be longer, but I'm not smart enough in programming to make it longer. Where the cries of cicadas resound. Lukako's home. Finally, I turn to face Lukako. Instead of letting go, I grasp her warm hand even tighter than before. Perhaps it's the heat, or perhaps it's our nervousness, but our hands are damp with sweat. But still, I don't let go. Lukako is hanging her head. She might cry at any moment.
これで恋人関係は終わりっていうことですよね。
Her lips tremble, her voice trembles. I summon my resolve and answer her with a laugh.
何を勘違いしている
Chromager. Said. Have you read Fate?
Fate? You mean Fate Stay Night? Fate Grand Order? There's like a few of those games, aren't there? I don't know which ones are on Steam and which ones aren't, but I have heard of them. I've never played them, but I have heard of them. I'm not even sure where I would start with those games, honestly, because there's a few of them, right?
Chromager. Said. Fate Stay Night got remastered recently.
That is one of those I eventually plan to look at, see which ones are on Steam, and see where maybe I should start. Because those do look like good games, but no, I've not personally played them. I have seen one of the anime. I don't remember which anime, but I have seen one of the animes. The one with the mage that's really creepy.
Said. Fate Stay Night is the first.
Fate Stay Night is the first, huh? The one where the mage guy is really creepy and he summons that giant Cthulhu dude in the harbor or some shit. I have seen one of the animes, and I don't know if they're even connected, other than by like the fact that it's like Braille or something, right?
Said. You watched the movie in it.
I strike a pose and mimic a line from a popular card battling anime. Until I witnessed my Yuri's death, this was how I acted all the time. Now it takes some effort, but I still have it in me. Hmm. Hmm.
さっき言っただろ
Kromager said,
俺の好きにさせてもら
I
うと
suggest playing Fate Stay Night though if you want to get the full experience.
So Fate Stay Night's the first one. And it got remastered recently. Okay. Well, I have now put Fate Stay Night Remastered on the wish list, so I can at least start with the first one, right? Yeah, that does seem like a pretty cool game, though. And from the thumbnails, it doesn't look like the one that I did watch. I don't remember a white-haired bowman.
Kromager said, yeah, you just watched the movie. Warrior said, good afternoon.
Hello, Mora. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence.
Kromager said,
This won't bug
was
me
the
until I
thing
figure
you
this
saw
out,
named
though.
Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel.
I want to say it was Fate Grand Order I saw. Yeah, I think it was Fate Grand Order I saw. Giles the Ray. That was the guy I was thinking of. Giles the Ray. That summoned the Cthulhu monster. Bluebeard demon martial dude.
Kromager said, nah, that shit NT canon, you gotta play the main VN.
Oh, is that so? Okay, that's the one that's the anime I saw. Is Fate Grand Order. That's about the only thing I know about the Fate series. Is Fate Grand Order, the anime. So that the Grand Order isn't even canon? Okay, so I basically don't know anything about the Fate series then. Okay, cool. Well, I've got Fate Stay Night Remastered on the wish list now, so whenever we get around to that, eventually, at some point, maybe.
さあ我が手塩今すぐ妖刀さみだれを持ってくるのだ
The wind blows. The tree growing over the main building rustles its leaves in response. Lukako looks at me blankly. Tears form in the corners of her eyes.
なんですだ決まっているだろう精神残魔流の修行だ
修行？
この2ヶ月近く俺たち2人でやってきた修行を忘れたのか
でも岡部さん。
今日まだ我が名を忘れたのか俺は狂気のマッドサイエンティスト法院京馬だ
Swallowing my embarrassment, I strike another pose.
男だとか女だとかそういうところで俺は混乱してルカ子との距離をうまくつかめずにだがな俺とルカ子の関係は 初めから決まっていたんだ。そのことにようやく気づいたのだ。
決まっていたって何がですか？
俺は男でお前は女で、俺たちは今日までの仮初めの恋人。
I take a deep breath. I gently comb my fingers through Lucaco's hair. I twist my lips into a grin.
そんなことはどうでもいい。俺は俺であり、ルカ子はルカ子であり、ルカ子は俺の弟子だ。
As I gently stroke her hair, Lucaco puts her warm hand on the top of mine. The tears collected in the corners of her eyes suddenly fall.
京馬さんは確かに僕の師匠です。
And now I've got mental pictures of Okabe teaching Lucaco a whole different kind of swordsmanship, if you know what I mean, and I think you do.
よく言った。さあルカ子、雷を持ってくるのだ。
はい。待っててくださいね。すぐ取ってきますから、ここにいてくださいね。
どこにも行かないさ。だから早く行くんだ。
It is fate for a master and a student to cross swords and quotes eventually, right? Lucaco reluctantly lets go of my hand, shyly turns away from me, and heads to the shrine office. We spend 4 hours training, just like we used to. Practice swings with the demon sword, stories of the sword's history, lectures on the intricacies of Seishin Danma swordsmanship, all fabricated from my Chuuni Bio delusions. I talk. Lucaco, dressed now in her Miko robes, listens with rapt attention. Occasionally, we take a break, sit on the shrine stairway, and eat the sweet rice balls Lucaco's mother brings us. And that's how we spend an extraordinarily ordinary 4 hours.
よし、今日はここまで。
Lucaco lowers her stance and slowly sheathes the demon sword Samidare. She looks so beautiful and majestic, standing there in flowing white robes, sword shining in her hands. I find myself mesmerized once again. Lucaco bows, snapping me out of it.
ありがとうございました。ちょっとだけ強くなれた気がします。
謙遜しなくていい。今日お前は精神三魔流奥義の一つ32式さくらんぼを得得した。だが過信はする。お前はまだまだ弱いんだからな。
はい、もっともっと京馬さんに教えてもらいたいです。
The breeze feels nice after the sweat we worked up. We savor our comfortable fatigue as we drink the barley tea Lucaco's mother brought for us.
久しぶりに京馬さんのお話聞けた気がします。
ここ何日か俺の意識はマニュアルという恐ろしき封印術式により不安定な状態だったんだ。だがもう完全復活した。心配かけたな。
よかった。いつもの京馬さんが
Lukako answers happily, and then her expression turns serious, as if she's made up her mind about something.
昨日僕に聞きましたよね。男だった時の記憶が残っているかって。
ああ。
Lukako looks away. I see her hands fidgeting in her lap. Finally, with trembling lips, she speaks.
僕覚えているんです。
No surprise. I expected she would remember after what I experienced with Ferris.
覚えているというか、なんて言ったらいいのか、とても儚い感じ。
儚い。
はっきり思い出したわけじゃなくて、記憶の海の底の方というか、頭の
Then Lukako starts pawing at the air above and to the right of her head.
この辺にあるような感じです。
I don't really get it.
とにかく覚えているんだな。
Lukako nods.
すみません。昨日は嘘をついちゃいました。
気にするな。この俺、法王院京馬を欺いたのだから大したものだ。
Okay, so a little bit of a question here. Does she just remember the timeline where she's a guy? Or does she remember the twice where we time leaped back? Like when we did a failed date at the Komi Mall. Does she remember that too, or does she not remember that? Kind of curious for science reasons,
そ
but
のおかげでお母さんのポケベルの番号も僕聞かなくても知っているんです。
she takes out a piece of paper upon which is written the number.
今日はどんな結果になってもこれを渡すつもりでした。それからもう一つ。
One more thing.
記憶のことと関係しているかどうかわからないんですけど、古いパソコンのありかについて。
Now that I didn't expect.
IBN5100 のことか。
はい、多分そうだと思います。
True, Lukako did seem like she knew something about the IBN 5100. Plus, Lukako's dad confirmed that was here at the shrine. And then one day it suddenly disappeared. Does Lukako know where it is now?
それが事実なら、ルカ子、お前は男に戻らなくても済むかもしれない。
But Lukako faintly shakes her head.
それは無理だと思います。
なんで？
Lukako grips my hand.
ついてきてください。案内します。
She looks into my eyes. Lukako is no longer crying. In the fading sunlight, her eyes shine with firm resolve. She brings me to Daibiru. I look up at the huge towering building.
ここに IBN5100 が。
そっちじゃなくてですね。
Lukako faces away from Daibiru and points. to a coin locker tucked into it in a narrow alley.
去年のお正月前、
Lukako walks up to the coin locker as she
そ
talks.
の時までうちの神社にあのパソコンはあったんです。
Until New Year's. That's a contradiction. It was only 2 weeks ago that I found the IBM 5100 at Yarabayashi Shrine, which means I really haven't returned to the original world line.
僕のせいなんです。僕が神事のお手伝いで倉庫をお掃除していた時に誤って壊しちゃったんです。
壊した？
Lukako nods.
でも、もしお父さんに知られたら怒られると思って、それでこっそりここまで持ってきてコインロッカーの中に隠したんです。
よくここまで持ってこられたな。あれは尋常じゃない重さだぞ。
家にあった台車を使いました。そのせいで台車まで壊れちゃったんですけど。
Even so, it must have been hard to get it here with just a push cart. Maybe she was running on adrenaline.
京馬さんが探してるって聞いたとき、僕すごくびっくりして、本当のことずっと話そうって思ってたんですけど、嫌われるかもしれないって考えたら言い出せませんでした。
バカだな。そんなことでお前を嫌うわけがないだろう。何しろお前は俺の弟子なのだからな。
はい。
Lukako takes the locker key out of her pocket.
もう1年半以上放置したから管理会社に持っていかれちゃったかもしれませんけど。
1年半放置か。だとしたら絶望的だな。
This locker charges 200 yen a day. Normally, if a coin locker goes unpaid for more than a few days, the management retrieves the contents. And if the owner doesn't claim it within a month, it's usually thrown away, meaning the IBM 5100 is all ready. Lukako goes to a large locker at the end of the row, inserts the key, and tries the lock.
あ、鍵かかってないみたいです。
確定だな。
Sure enough, Lukako opens the door to reveal an empty locker.
すみません。
Either way, it doesn't matter. There's no point in retrieving a broken IBM. Well, I mean, if you could fix it. I mean, considering how good Daru is with his hands and with engineering, depending on how it broke, I mean, I could see him fixing it real easy. But I don't tell her that.
お前が責任を感じなくてもいい。俺が安易に世界を歪ませたのが一番の元凶なんだからな。
京馬さん。
That's why I must bear the burden. Mayuri's pain, Suzuha's pain, Ferris's pain, and now Lukako's pain. Something occurs to me. What if I send an email telling Lukaku not to sweep the storehouse? How would that change the world line? Would the IBM 5100 stay at Yarabayashi Shrine, ready for me to retrieve in August as planned? Part of me wants to try sending that email. If it works, Lukaku could stay a girl. No, I mustn't give in to temptation. My goal was to restore the world line, not warp it further. Fix the past to save Mayuri. That is my mission.
僕の記憶なんだか奇妙なんです。
奇妙とは？
僕の記憶の中にはあのパソコンのことについての2つの記憶が混ざっていて、一つはパソコンを壊した僕の記憶、もう一つはそんなパソコンは全然知らないし倉庫のお掃除もしなかった僕の記憶。男だった僕はパソコンを壊してません。倉庫の掃除の代わりに本殿のお掃除をしていたから。
So Lukeko swept the storehouse because she became a girl. Because she swept the storehouse, she broke the IBM 5100 and deposited it into this coin locker. As a result, the IBM 5100 will never reach me. Is this the butterfly effect?
やっぱり僕が男に戻るしか方法はないみたいです。
There's no longer any doubt in her eyes. There's no choice. She knows it as well as I. We return empty-handed to Yanabayashi Shrine, which is dyed scarlet by the setting sun. Lukaku lets go of my hand after we arrive. We spent the whole walk hand in hand. Then she turns to me.
今度こそお別れですね。
ああ。
京馬さんと修行ができて本当に良かったです。
She smiles shyly again, but her cheeks are dyed pink. I can tell she's desperately holding back her tears. But those tears hold a different meaning than the ones I saw before I time leaped. At least I would like to think so.
俺はお前に恋人らしいことは何もしてやれなかったな。
そんなことはどうでもいいですよ。
そうだった。
I'm sincerely relieved, because Lukaku smiled for me.
まゆりちゃんのこと助けてあげてください。まゆりちゃんは僕にとっても大事なお友達ですから。
ルカ子。
もう行ってください。でないと僕泣いちゃいそうで。だからお願いします。今日までありがとうございました。あ、こういう時は例の合言葉ですよね。エルサイこんがり。
コングルーだ。
I find myself smiling. Lukaku forces a smile too.
エルサイコングルフです。
She bows deeply. She doesn't raise her head. A sign for me to go already. I turn back to the archway at the shrine's entrance. My feet are heavy. They won't advance. I stop in front of the stairs. Then I take out my phone.
もしもし岡部、まゆりから電話あったわよ。プンプンしてた。あんたがコミマに来る約束をすっぽかしたって。
クリスティーナ、今から言う番号を電話レンジカッコ仮に入力してくれ。
何よ、どういうことか説明して。
いいから頼む。これから D メールを送る。
I hear a sigh on the other end of the phone.
番号は
I tell her Lukako's mother's pager number with another string of numbers attached. Meat, meat, veg, veg, meat, meat, veg, veg. When she sees this, Lukako's mother will probably think it's a prank, and then she'll assume the email we sent earlier was also a prank. If that still doesn't change the world line, we can just try something else. Pagers in 1992 didn't display the sender's number. Lukako's mother won't know who sent it. I already told Kurisu the timer setting. Everything's ready. I hang up once I confirm that the 42-inch CRT is on. Now I just need to call the phone wave. Then the world line will change. Lukako will turn back into a guy. Her memories will disappear. Mayuri won't die today. However, I hesitate to open my address book. My thoughts turn to Lukako, who is probably still watching me from behind. If I turn around, what will I see on her face? I want to check, but I don't think she would want that. Lukako finally smiled for me today, but I still have lingering reservations inside. This time I'm about to sacrifice Lukako's memories. The memories of the 17 years she lived as a girl on this world line. The memories of her parents who rejoiced when their daughter was born. I'm about to erase all of that, but if I don't, I will be rejecting the 17 years Lukako lived as a guy. I will be rejecting the memories of his parents who rejoiced when their son was born. Even so, is it okay to turn Lukako back into a guy? I'm lost and cannot take another step. I've sacrificed the memories of 2 friends already. The sight of their tears is burned into my mind. Something soft presses against my back. Lukako has embraced me from behind. I hear faint sobbing. What expression is she making now? Even without looking, I can tell.
本当は戻りたくないです。
Her words are like needles stabbing into my heart.
だって男に戻ったら岡部さんへのこの気持ち封印しなくちゃいけないから。男なのに岡部さんのこと好きでいちゃいけないと思うから。
I have nothing against homosexuals, but unfortunately, I am heterosexual. I won't be able to answer Lukaku's feelings if he's a guy, which is fair. That is honestly fair.
それに今日の記憶も消えちゃうんですよね。手をつないで一緒に歩いたことも久しぶりに二人で修行をしたこともこうして今岡部さんの体に触れていることも忘れたくない。僕忘れたくないです。 岡部さんのこと好きだから。まゆりちゃんを助けたい気持ちは僕にもあるからしょうがないって理性では 理解できていてもやっぱり辛いです。せめて今日の記憶だけは残しておきたかったです。こんなに辛い気持ちを味わうって知ってたなら女の子になりたいなんて願うんじゃなかった。
ルカ子、
すみません。そんなことはどうでもいいの気持ちですよね。
お前が男に戻っても俺にとってルカ子はルカ子だ。それは変わらない。
はい、そう言ってもらえて嬉しいです。岡部さん、メール送ってください。お願いします。早く送って。これ以上岡部さんのぬくもりを感じていたら僕もっと嫌なこと言っちゃいそうだから。もう気持ちを我慢できなくなっちゃうから。
だが
Is this really okay?
岡部さん、お願い。
I'm about to sacrifice someone again. Is it my place to make that decision? My fingers tremble around my phone. But Lukeko embraces those trembling fingers with her own.
僕のこと覚えていてくれますか？
はあ、
With just one call to the phone wave, I can send a message to Luca's mother's pager.
女の子だった僕のこと覚えていてくれますか？
はあ、
If I make the call,
たった4日間だけ恋人だった僕のこと覚えていてくれますか？
はあ、ダメだ、できない。
岡部さん、どうして？
もう嫌なんだ。誰かの思い出を犠牲にするのは。
I've already trampled on Suzuha and Ferris's memories. I turned a blind eye to their suffering, all the while telling myself it was to save my Yuri. I justified it by telling myself I would carry their burdens, but that was just a convenient excuse.
俺にはそんな権利ないんだ。
I fall to my knees, unable to stand. The only way to save my Yuri is to send this D-mail. There's no alternative. Even so, I don't have the right to erase Lukako's entire life as a girl. I can't do such an arrogant thing. More than anything, I don't want to lose the Lukaku beside me right now.
岡部さん
Mayuri can't be saved. Mayuri's death is fate. No matter how many world lines I cross, convergence will occur. Mayuri will die, no matter what. I'm tired of it all. Mayuri, I'm sorry. My ego wasn't as strong enough to sacrifice everything for your sake. The first day of Komimo has ended. A few otaku warriors linger to check their spoils before beginning the odyssey home. Otherwise, Ariake is silent and still, as if the crowd Lukaku and I saw this afternoon was a lie. Komimo runs for 3 days straight, but it already feels like the end of a festival. Of course, this silence is just for tonight. Tomorrow, people will come to fill this spacious promenade once again. My hand clutches at my chest. Mayuri will die in less than an hour. I'm not ready. Even so, I want to be with her in her final moments. I won't let her leave this world alone. That's why I came here right after leaving the shrine. She should still be in Ariake somewhere. I contacted both Mayuri and Daru by mail. If they're still in Ariake, they should be here any minute now. My phone rings. Speak of the devil. However, the name on the display isn't the one I was expecting. Is this really okay? She doesn't have to say it. I know what she means. There's only one thing I can say. This was my choice. You don't have to worry about a thing. I know that mail won't be enough to stop Lukaku from blaming herself, but I have to send it all the same, if only to strengthen my own resolve. Memories from this morning rise unbidden. Mayuri stopped by the lab on the way to Komimo. I was dozing on the couch. Suddenly, the darkness was burned away by a light. Squinting against the fluorescent radiance, I raised my head to see who had entered.
あ、オカリンごめんね。起こしちゃったかな。
Mayuri was there, tugging a suitcase.
いや、寝ていたわけじゃない。
I had been up all night, trying to solve the problem of my last date with Lukaku.
前入りは随分早いな。
あのね、マユシーはコスを取りに来たのです。それと、ついでに朝ごはん。
She took a sandwich and some potato salad from her convenience store bag.
これからコミマに行くのか。
ダル君はね、始発でもう行っちゃったみたいだよ。
そうか。
ねえねえ、オカリン。昨日、ルカちゃんとどこ行ってきたの？楽しいデートはできたかな？あのね、昨日からルカちゃん、メールに返事してくれないんだ。
ルカ子にメールしたのか。
うん。マユシーはちょっと心配なのです。
The day before, Lukaku burst into tears barely 5 minutes after we met up. Then we parted ways. That's why I couldn't give Mayuri an answer.
もしかして、また たルカちゃんのこと泣かせちゃったの？そうだとしたらね、マユシーは悲しいよ。
悲しい？
悲しい。だってね、ルカちゃんはマユシーのお友達だもん。
It was Mayuri's last day alive, and also Lukaku's last day together with me. I asked myself, could I really let it end with both of them sad? Let it end? What right did I have to decide when it ends? My arrogance made me want to vomit. And then, as if to rely on Mayuri, I began to tell her my new plan.
お前は今日ずっとコミマ会場にいるのか？
いるけど、どうして？
ルカ子を連れて行ってもいいか？
ほんと？もちろんいいよ。
Mayuri smiled happily, took some milk out of the refrigerator to wash down the sandwich, and began to enjoy her breakfast.
ルカ子にコスプレをしてもらう件はどうなった？
結局ね、説得はできなかったよ。嫌がってるのに無理やり着せたりしてね、トラウマになっちゃったらよくないもん。
So basically, she gave up.
でもね、ルカちゃんにコミマに来てもらうっていうのはいいアイデアかも。そこで雰囲気を見てもらったら、ルカちゃんもやってみようかなって思うようになるかな。そしたら次の冬のコミマでいいからコスプレしてくれないかな。
どうだろうな。
そうなってくれるといいな。ねえねえ、本当に今日ルカちゃんを連れてきてくれる？
ああ。
オカリンもマユシーの作ったコス見に来てくれる？
そういうことになる。
そっか、本当に2人に来てもらえるならね、とっても嬉しいよ。
Mayuri packed her costumes into the suitcase.
じゃあもう行かなきゃ。絶対来てね。ずっと待ってるからね。今日だけじゃなくて明日も来たいって思うように頑張って案内するから。
I could hear my teeth grinding. I knew that whether Mayuri would get to see tomorrow depended entirely on my actions. If this day had gone as planned, my status as Lukaku's temporary boyfriend would have come to a close. Lukaku would have gone back to being a guy. Mayuri would survive the night. She would go to Komima tomorrow without a care in the world.
オカリン、どうかした？
Mayuri looked at me quizzically. She's always been sensitive to changes in my demeanor, so I put on a smile and responded as Ho-Oh and Kyoma would.
問題ない。世界を支配する機関といかに対決するかについて少し思いを馳せていただけだ。昼間有明で会おう。
待ってるね。
Mayuri didn't leave right away. She just stood there in front of the door, looking at me.
マユシーだったらいつでも何でも相談に乗るからね。
マユリ。
じゃあ行ってきまーす。
Mayuri cheerfully flew out the door, suitcase in hand, like the right rabbit in Wonderland. The sound of her footsteps gradually faded away. Now alone, I took a deep breath. The time limit was 13 hours after that point in time. In those 13 hours, I was to return Nukako to manhood. I thought I had to change her back. But now,
おかり
a voice calls me back to the present. There's Mayuri dragging her suitcase. Daru isn't with her. She's probably upset. After all, I completely stood her up on the promise we made this morning.
来てくれたんだ。でもちょっと遅いよ。マユシーはずっと待ってたのに、すごく寂しかったのです。
すまない。
I can't look Mayuri in the eye. As Mayuri was waiting in vain, I was making the worst possible decision for her. I chose to not turn Lukako back. I chose to not save Mayuri. No, let's not beat around the bush. I chose to let her die. It's not that I don't want to save her. I do. But I can't bring myself to make the necessary sacrifice.
ルカちゃんは
来ていない。
また泣かせちゃったの？
いや。
My thoughts are a jumble. Her every word seems an accusation. Of course, I know that's not her intent. Even if she knew what I had done, this innocent childhood friend of mine doesn't have a bitter bone in her body. It's my guilty conscience, changing Mayuri's words into swords stabbing straight through the heart. But even so, I can no longer change the past. I don't want to change it, so I have no other choice. No other choice but to accept the death this world so desires. If I were a normal man, I would have had to accept Mayuri's death, whether I liked it or not. I wouldn't have been able to try to avert it. But by chance, I acquired the power of a god. It allowed me to try again and again. If anything, I should be grateful for the opportunity I was given.
おかり
I can't let Mayuri sense my unease. She can always tell when there's something bothering me. 10 minutes left. I want her to spend them happy and carefree. That's the very least I can do for her. So I put on the mask of Ho-Oh and Kyoma, just as I did for Lukako.
案ずるなマユリ。俺とルカ子は至って順調。あの秋葉原の先森たる巫女とは強い縁で結ばれているのだ。そう、俺とルカ子は離れたくも離れられない運命なのだよ。そして今日、この俺の IQ170 を誇る灰色の脳細胞を持ってルカ子に笑顔を蘇らせた。あいつは言った。俺と一緒に修行ができて楽しかったとな。
As soon as those words leave my lips, I realize my mistake. That makes it sound like I broke my promise to Mayuri just so I could give Lukako a fun time, doesn't it? Well, I suppose that is what happened, but Mayuri didn't need to know that.
本当？よかった。
But Mayuri, innocent as she is, just gives me a happy, relieved smile.
じゃあ、オカリンとルカちゃんは別れたりすることもないんだね。
ああ、別れない。
Actually, our temporary relationship has already ended. That was our agreement. But I don't think I need to tell Mayuri that.
そっか。これでマユシーは安心してコミマに集中できるよ。
マユリは明日も参加するのか？
そうだよ。3日連続なの。
I shouldn't have asked. I fight the urge to check my phone. Last time I checked, it was about 7. I don't have the guts to check again. I don't want to watch the seconds tick down to Mayuri's death.
ダルくん遅いね。さっき電話したらまだ近くにいるって言ってたよ。
別に置いていってもいいんだがな。
もうちょっと待ってみようよ。
If that's what Mayuri wants, then I won't deny her. Besides, I don't want Mayuri's last moments to be on the crowded train bus, but rather somewhere she can see the stars. Not that I have any right to choose her place of death.
ねえねえ、なんとかしてルカちゃんにコスプレしてもらえないかな。どうやって説得すればいいんだろうね。
Mayuri's mood is completely healed. Why is she so happy? Did she hear something pleasing somewhere in this conversation? Was it knowing that things are going well between me and Lukaku? Or was it that I kept my promise to come here after all? I don't know. I don't know, but seeing Mayuri's happy smile makes my heart ache.
ルカちゃんがキラリちゃんのコスプレしたらね、絶対似合うと思うんだ。ルカちゃんってね、マユシーがドキドキしちゃうくらい可愛いもん。世界中の人たちにね、ルカちゃんの可愛さを知ってもらいたいってオカリンも思うよね。あ、それともルカちゃんは自分だけのものって思ってるのかな。でもね、独り占めはダメだよ。マユシーだってルカちゃんにキュンキュンしたいよ。
別にマユリの好きにしたらいい。ルカ子は俺のものじゃないんだから。
そっか、よかった。それにね、ルカちゃんにコスプレしてもらいたい理由はもう一つあるんだよ。
Mayuri's awfully obsessed with Lukaku today. Come to think of it, Mayuri has done nothing but talk about Lukaku for these past 4 days, ever since Lukaku and I started dating.
ルカちゃんって普段おとなしいでしょ。あんまり自分の意見も言おうとしないし、コスプレするとね、普段の自分とは別の自分になれるんだよ。だからね、最初は恥ずかしいかもしれないけど、ルカちゃんも一度やればきっと新しいルカちゃんを見つけられると思うんだ。そしたらね、今より積極的な性格になってね、もしかするとオカリンをお尻に敷いちゃうかもしれないよ。
She really does care for Lukaku, and yet I know that all of her hopes and dreams are in vain. Suddenly, Mayuri falls silent. She looks up and raises one hand high above her head, as if to catch the stars twinkling in the night sky. Stardust handshake.
星は見えるか？
You can see the stars more clearly in Ariake than in Akiba. If only the stars would answer her call. If only she could melt into their embrace. What salvation that would be! In the past, when she has reached for the sky, I have always pulled her back down to earth, as if to keep her from floating away. But today I don't dare. What does Mayuri think about when she reaches for the starry
Stream
sky?
elements.
I've
Said,
never asked her.
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Perhaps now is the time.
なあ、マユリ。
おーい、オカリン、マユシー。
Daru runs up to us, calling our names.
ああ、ダルくん、遅いよ。
あ、悪い悪い。いやー、戦利品の確認に手間取ったでござる。
Daru's backpack is filled to the brim. He's also carrying 5 paper bags illustrated with moe drawings. Such zeal.
じゃあ帰ろっか。
Mayuri gets up to lead the way, and we start heading towards the train station. The direct shuttle bus to Akiba has already ended its service.
今日も暑くて死ぬかと思ったっつーの。コスプレ会場はどうだったん？
風が気持ちよかったよ。
まあ、まゆしは自分でコスプレするわけじゃないしな。つうか、オカリンいつ来たん？なんか買った？
いや、
おやおや、なんか暗くね？彼女持ちのリア充のくせに、なぜにそんな顔してやがりますか？
オカリン、どうかし。
Mayuri's voice is abruptly cut short. Her suitcase falls to the ground with a thud. It's time. Mayuri presses her hands to the center of her chest. Her face contorts in pain. I see it happen in slow motion, frame by frame. Slowly, slowly, she starts to fall. It's so sudden, and so I fail to catch her in time. Mayuri falls to the ground, motionless.
まゆし、
I can't move. I can't breathe. Strangely, I feel no sorrow. All I feel is guilt. I knew this would happen. I could have prevented it. The only one who killed Mayuri is me.
まゆし、どうしたんだよ！
Daru tosses his bags away and runs to Mayuri's side. He lifts her up and slaps her cheeks a bit. I keep watching as if I were merely a bystander.
息してない。え、なにこれ？なんだよこれ。オカリン、まゆしがなんか変だよ。
死んだんだ。
What could be the cause? A heart attack? She wasn't killed this time. That's a relief. At least Mayuri died in one piece.
死んだって、そんな嘘だろ。だって今の今まで普通に話してたし。おい、まゆし、起きろよ。ドッキリか？ドッキリだろ。僕を騙してどうしようってんだよ。
誰？
I put my hand on Daru's shoulder to calm him down.
マユリは死んだ。
Daru turns pale. His lips tremble as he looks at Mayuri's face in disbelief.
救急車を呼ぼう。
なんでこんな。つうか、お前なんでそんな平然とした顔してんだよ。死んだんだぞ。もう帰ってこないんだぞ。分かってんのか、オカリン。
分かってる。
分かってるじゃなくてさ、まゆしが息をしてないんだよ。なあ。
俺は見殺しにした。
I kneel beside Mayuri.
俺はマユリを助けられなかった。
I reach out to Mayuri's motionless body.
いや違う。救わなかった。
I embrace her tightly.
見捨てたんだ。 俺はマユリを。
I look up to the starry sky, just as Mayuri always did. The tears don't come. Maybe I've gotten used to it. Or maybe it's because I'm not worthy to mourn her. What fills my heart is emptiness. I'm leaning against the wall, hugging both knees. I don't remember how long I've been here. How much time has passed since Mayuri's death? I didn't go to the vigil or to the funeral. How could I, when I'm the one who killed her? I don't want to see anything or anyone. Even breathing is hard now. And yet, I have no choice but to face this emptiness, this heart-rending guilt, and accept what I've done. That is my duty now. Someone pulls the curtain open. Light shines in from the lounge. A girl is standing there, silhouetted against the light. As soon as I realize who it is, I turn away and prepare to block out the noise.
岡部、もう3日もそうやってるけど、せめて何か食べたら。あんた知ってたんでしょ、まゆりがあの日死ぬこと。どうしてタイムリープしないの？あんたならまゆりを助けるためにタイムリープマシンを使うこともためらわない。私はそう予測してた。そもそも漆原さんの性別を男にして IBN5100 を取り戻すっていう計画はどうなったの？あんたはまゆりを助けるためにその計画を実行に移してた。なのになんで？いや、それとももしかしてあんたはすでに IBN5100 を取り戻して別の世界線へと移動した後とか？ここに残されているのは岡部倫太郎の残滓、あまり、そして世界はパラレルワールドとしてここではまゆりが助からなかった未来が継続する。
IBN5100 は取り戻さなかった。
My voice is hoarse, perhaps because I haven't spoken in 3 days.
どういうこと？
ルカ子を男に戻すことは俺にはできなかった。だから運命を受け入れた。
No, that makes it sound like I wasn't responsible.
まゆりを見殺しにした。
I hear Kurisu gasp. Why did I confess? It's not something I should confess so easily. It's like admitting to murder. It should have been a secret between Lukaku and me. And yet, do I want to be blamed? Who would make me feel better? It hurts to live with this bottled up guilt. At this point, I would welcome condemnation. Kurisu isn't one to mince words. I'm sure she'll tell me what a worthless human being I am.
ご
However,
飯食べる？
Kurisu betrays my
カッ
expectations.
プ麺でよければ作るけど、それとも何か買ってくる？
責めろよ。まゆりを殺した俺に怒れよ。
怒りたい気持ちはあるけどやめとく。私がとやかく言う必要はないみたいだから。過去に戻って因果率をねじ曲げようとすることこそおこがましい行為なのかもしれないし。というより怒れるわけないよ。あんたは 因果の輪から外れて存在として孤立してまでずっと一人で頑張ってきた。だからあんたの苦しみは誰にもわからないし、あんたの選択の意味は誰からも理解されない。そんなあんたを一度もタイムリープしてない私が責められるわけない。
なんでそんなに物分かりがいいんだ。
I clutch my knees.
物分かりがいいわけじゃない。あんたがタイムリープでマユリを助けようと決めたその時に、誰からも分かってもらえないと覚悟したはず。だったらそれを甘んじて受けなさい。そうすればあんたは自分がしたことの意味について忘れることはないから。
So, in other words, she's telling me to suffer on my own. What a cruel woman.
ただあんたはあんたが取った選択によって助けたもう一人の子について責任を取るべきよ。マユリは死んだわ。残念だけど、残念っていう言葉だけじゃ足りないぐらい悲しいけど、とにかくマユリはもういない。世界の収束、世界の意志には逆らえなかった。でもあの子は今も生きてる。あんたのおかげで女の子として生きてる。そしてあんたと同じように孤立して苦しんでると思う。あの子の苦しみを理解してあげられるのは共犯者である岡部だけでしょ。
共犯者。
I knew you would pull no punches, like he said, Kurisu. Lukako's image floats through my mind. She used to be a guy, but now she's a girl, and she'll live as a girl from now on. I am the one who chose that future for Lukako. When I imagine her frail smile, I feel like spring has come to thaw the frozen soil of my heart. I can't bear to lose Lukako too. In that case, I know what I must do.
ありがとうクリス。お前と話せてよかった。
As I enter the courtyard, I can almost feel the heat slowly drain away. Beside the main building stands a large tree. Its branches, coated with vibrant leaves, sway in the gentle breeze. The shrine is cooler than the streets of Akihabara proper, maybe because Kanda River is so close. As usual, the shrine is empty. I find myself standing before the offering box, gazing into the inner sanctum. I wonder if Lukako's home. Her family should be here too. How should I call for her? Just then, the wind suddenly lets up, and the sound of rustling trees stops for a bit. In the silence, I hear someone sobbing. It sounds like it's coming from behind the main building. I slowly head towards the sound. Lukako is there, sitting on the grass, hugging her knees as she cries. Samidare is in her hands.
ルカ子。
岡部さん。
Lukako looks at me with wet eyes, but immediately afterwards she buries her face into her knees. Then her shoulders start shaking once more.
昨日まゆりちゃんの告別式に行ってきました。みんな泣いてました。まゆりちゃんって本当にたくさんの人から愛されてたんだなって。 もちろん僕もまゆりちゃんのこと大好きでした。僕かなり人見知りする性格だけど、まゆりちゃんは変わらずに明るく接してくれて、僕にとって一番大好きな友達だったんです。
I lost the words I was about to say. All I can do is sit silently next to Lukaku.
なのにねえ岡部さん、僕たちどうして生きてるんでしょう。まゆりちゃんは死んじゃったのに、僕はこうして今も女の子のまま。
Now that she remembers being a guy, Lukaku is beginning to have gender identity issues. I have no idea how that feels. Just as Kurisu said, Lukaku is disconnected from causality too.
僕がこうして何も変わらずここにいるのってとてもいけないことのような気がするんです。
そんなことはない。
I try to cheer her up with those meaningless words, but Lukaku shakes her head in denial.
岡部さん、なんとかまゆりちゃんを助ける方法ありませんか？
無理だ。
そんな。
Still crying, Lukaku stands and pleads with me.
考えましょうよ。僕、まゆりちゃんが助かるためなら何だってします。まゆりちゃんから前に聞いたことがあります。岡部さんは時間を遡る装置を作ったって。
Is she talking about the time leap machine?
それを使えば
無理なんだ。
時間を遡れば何か方法が。
方法はない。
I make that firm declaration with a hung head and clenched fists.
残酷なことかもしれないが、俺たちはマユリの死を受け入れて、それでも生きていくしかないんだよ。
諦めちゃダメですよ。どうして諦められるんですか？まゆりちゃんが亡くなって悲しくないんですか？
とにかく方法はないんだ。
嫌です。僕はまゆりちゃんに死んでほしくない。
ルカ子。
I grab her shoulders and look straight into her eyes.
俺がそう簡単に諦めたと思うか？
岡部さん、
あいつは俺にとっても大事な幼馴染だったんだ。諦められるわけがないだろう。考えたさ。死ぬほど考えて、もがいてもがいて、どんな手を使ってでも助けようとしたさ。時間だって一体何度遡ったと思ってるんだ。だが無理だった。世界はあいつの死を望んだ。俺がどれだけそれを回避しようとしても、そんな俺を嘲笑うかのように世界はマユリを奪っていった。マユリを助けるために他の人間の思いだって犠牲にした。傷つけてでもマユリを助けるために俺はやってきた。だがそれも限界だ。もう無理なんだ。
No, there is something I can do. There are still things I can do to save Mayuri, but I chose none of them. Theoretically, it's not impossible, but it is impossible for me.
ごめんなさい。僕、岡部さんの気持ち、ちっとも考えてませんでした。だけど、無理なはずないですよ。もう一つだけ方法が残ってるじゃないですか。僕が男に戻れば。
それはダメだ。
There's no meaning to our choice if we do that. I choose Lukaku over Mayuri. Ultimately, that's all there is to it.
お願いします、岡部さん。僕、まゆりちゃんを犠牲にしてまで女でいたくないです。まゆりちゃんを助けてあげて。
俺はお前を男には戻さない。
どうしてですか？
俺がそれを選んだんだ。もうこれ以上俺のエゴのために誰かを傷つけることはできない。それに元の世界線に戻ったところでマユリの死を回避できるかどうかは絶対じゃないんだ。俺はその低い確率のために誰かの思いを、お前の思いを犠牲にはできない。だからもういいんだ。
岡部さん、でもこんなの許されないです。僕は僕という存在に耐えられないんです。僕が女の子であるということがまゆりちゃんの死の上に成り立ってるなんてこと、これから一生受け止めて生きていくなんてこと、そのことが重すぎて押しつぶされちゃいそうなんです。ねえ、どうしてあの時18年前のお母さんのポケベルにメールを送ってくれなかったんですか？どうしてまゆりちゃんじゃなくて僕なんかを選んでくれたんですか？
お前は何も負い目を感じることはない。すべては俺の選択だ。マユリを殺したのは俺なんだ。だから罪は俺がすべて被る。
I am the one with the power of a god. I am the one who chose Mayuri's fate. Therefore, I am the one who must bear the responsibility.
それにお前にも幸せになってほしいって思っている。
幸せになんてなれるはずないじゃないですか。まゆりちゃんが死んだのは僕のせいでもあるのに。
お前のせいじゃない。何度も言わせないでくれ。今は悲しいかもしれないが、お前にはマユリの分まで前を見て生きていってほしいんだ。
そんなの嫌です。
Lukaku clings to my chest. She stares into my eyes without wiping away her tears.
僕はそれなら岡部さんと一緒に背負いたいです。
一緒に背負う？何をバカな。 俺は因果の輪から外れた人間だし、マユリを見殺しにする選択をした人間で。
それなら僕だって因果の輪からは外れます。僕の記憶の中に男だった時の思い出が蘇ってきている時点でもう外れかけているんですよ。まゆりちゃんの命と引き換えに僕が女として生きているんだっていうことも知っちゃっているわけですし、僕たち共犯者なんですよ。
Kurisu said the same thing. We're accomplices, Lukaku and I.
この悲しみもこの負い目も二人で忘れずに抱いていきたいです。
We are disconnected from causality. Nobody else can understand us. That's why.
ああ、わかったよ。
I embraced Lukaku strongly.
一緒に背負ってくれ。一緒にこの思いを忘れずに生きていこう。
ずっとそばにいてもいいですか？僕岡部さんのこと好きだから。まゆりちゃんへの裏切りかもしれないけど、ずっと一緒にいたいんです。
もちろんだ。
We both bear the same burden. We'll accept Mayuri's death, yet still live on, shoulder to shoulder. Afterwards, we pass the time sitting in silence until the sky turns the color of dusk. Lukaku rests her head on my shoulder. I embrace her and feel her breathing next to me. We gaze silently at the sky, and in our hearts, we pray for Mayuri's happiness in the afterlife. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm sorry.
ねえ、岡部さん。
Lukaku raises her head and breaks the silence. I can see firm resolve in her expression.
僕、まゆりちゃんにどうしても一つだけやり残したことがあるんです。そのせいでまゆりちゃんに悲しい思いをさせちゃいました。
やり残したこと？
コスプレです。
Oh, that. These last few weeks, Mayuri was constantly asking Lukaku to wear the costume she made for her, but Lukaku was too embarrassed to try. I remember Mayuri on the day she died.
ルカちゃんがキラリちゃんのコスプレしたらね、絶対似合うと思うんだ。ルカちゃんってね、マユシーがドキドキしちゃうぐらい可愛いもん。ルカちゃんって普段おとなしいでしょ？あんまり自分の意見も言おうとしないし、コスプレするとね、普段の自分とは別の自分になれるんだよ。だからね、最初は恥ずかしいかもしれないけど、ルカちゃんも一度やればきっと新しいルカちゃんを見つけられると思うんだ。そしたらね、今より積極的な性格になってね、もしかするとオカリンをお尻に敷いちゃうかもしれないよ。
Even on that day, Mayuri only talked about Lukaku. Even though I stood her up on my promise to bring Lukaku to Komima and made her lonely, Mayuri wanted Lukaku to cosplay from the bottom of her heart.
時間を遡る装置を使って あの日に戻れませんか？
戻るって、お前が
Lukaku nods firmly.
本気なのか？
Nobody's used the time leap machine except me. It's never failed so far, but if something does happen, it might not be reversible. CERN's test subjects turned into jellymen. Something like that could happen to her, or she could lose her memory like Suzuha did.
危険すぎる。あれは俺以外には使わせられない。
お願いします。せめて最後にまゆりちゃんに笑顔でいてもらいたいんです。僕、まゆりちゃんに何もしてあげられなかったから。
だがお前はああいう場所に来るオタクのことが苦手だったはずだ。
確かにちょっと怖いです。でもそんなこと言ってられないです。それに僕は岡部さんと本当に同じになりたい。その装置を使えば因果の輪から完全に外れてしまうんですよね。それで岡部さんと同じ気持ちを背負えます。だから
Her innocent feelings warmed my heart. Lukaku truly cares for me and Mayuri. In the end, I have to grant her wish. When we get back to the lab, no one is there. Just a few days ago, Mayuri, Kurisu, Daru, and I were laughing here together. With Mayuri gone, nothing seems to remain from those days but dreams. The lab feels truly empty. But I hide those feelings and lead Lukaku to the development room. Luckily, the 42-inch CRT is turned on downstairs, so we can start the time leap when ready.
飛び先はいつに？
あの日の朝に前日に飛んだりするときっと僕は現実を受け止めることができなくて動揺しちゃうと思うんです。だから
So she's choosing the morning of that fateful day so she can cosplay with a smile. But to jump to that day would take at least 3 consecutive leaps. Will she be able to get all the way to the 15th? But despite my worries, Lukaku remains undaunted.
無事に飛んだら俺に連絡を取るんだ。そうしたらきっと俺はお前をまゆりのところに連れて行ってやる。
はい。
I cover Lukaku's head with the time leap machine's headgear. Her body is clearly shaking, but that's understandable, I guess. Even I'm starting to get tense. My heart feels like it's about to explode. This is the first time leap machine experiment with a subject other than me. I can't stop thinking about the worst case scenario.
心配するな。脳が少し痛むぐらいだがすぐ収まる。
はい。
向こうについても決して取り乱すなよ。落ち着いて状況を理解するんだ。大丈夫。俺がついている。
I gently caress Lukaku's cheek. She responds with a small sigh of relief.
じゃあ行きます。
I nod and hide the shaking of my fingertips as I set the microwave timer.
きっと戻ってきますから。
ああ、待っているぞ。
I smile to Lukaku. Immediately afterwards, the discharge fills the room. I open my eyes in wonder as Lukaku's body begins to shine. The building shakes violently. The smell of ozone fills the air. The light is blinding. I can hardly keep my eyes open.
岡部さん。
Lukaku's cry is suddenly cut short. A shock ripples through my body, like it always does right after time leaping.
ここは
This time I wasn't the one who leaped, but nevertheless, I teleported from the lab to Yarabayashi Shrine. Did the world line change? No, reading Steiner didn't activate, so I don't think it did. Then why? Was it because of Lukaku's changes to the past? I look to the side, and there I see Lukaku. She gets up and smiles once she notices my gaze.
写真見ますか？
写真
What's this about
行っ
pictures?
てきたんですよ。僕覚えてないんですか？岡部さん。急に様子が変わりましたけど。
お前が過去へ飛んでその直後に俺はここに立っている。小見間には行ってきたのか？
Lukaku once again burst into tears. Then she slowly nods. She takes out a few pictures and then hands them to me.
まゆりちゃん、とても嬉しそうでした。
I look at the first picture handed to me. I gasp in surprise when I see what's on it.
俺もお前もはしゃぎすぎだよな。
I realize that I am crying. In the picture, Mayuri is smiling, and we're smiling with her. Well, shit. My chair done broke again. I guess I really should just buy me another chair. But the bottom is no longer attached to the rest of the chair again. But it's got a firmer base, so we're probably fine. If you guys hear a sudden crash, it's just me falling onto the floor. So don't worry, I'm probably fine. Probably. Ah, Lord. Okay. Broken chair aside, that was Luca's ending. So, load on up, load on up. I'm not sure if there's probably not any difference here with whether we answer the mail or not, probably. So we'll just go here,
僕のこと
and we will
覚えていて
send
くれま
the
すか
or call. We call the phone wave, right? Lukaku places her finger on top of mine, on top of the send button.
ありがとう岡部さんさようなら僕の好きな人
Fractal Androgynous, Chapter 8 Clear. The warmth of Lukaku's hand slips away as the vertigo hits me. I'm still at the shrine, but I no longer feel Lukaku clinging to my back. I turn around slowly. Lukaku is standing a short distance away, as if to see me off. No tears, just a bewildered smile. My chest feels like it's about to burst. I hold it back.
なあ、ルカ子。
はい
お前は
I hesitate for a moment, but I have to know.
男だよな。
はいそうですけど
She is gone. He has returned. Cuter than any girl. Looks good in Miko robes. But he's a guy. I bite my lip.
お前は俺のこと好きか？
いきなり何を
好きか？
その尊敬してます
He respects me. I don't deserve his respect. But that is not what matters now. Lukaku's answer seemed clear, but wasn't. He didn't answer the question.
男に戻ったら岡部さんへのこの気持ち封印しなくちゃいけないから
Lukaku might still like me, even though he's a guy again. However, he'll never speak honestly about those feelings. This is what Lukaku decided for himself. It would be wrong to pry any further. Maybe I'm just running away. Maybe I should pry, force him to confront his feelings, but I'm not strong enough to accept the consequences. I'll just end up hurting Lukaku.
ありがとう。お前にはこれからもずっと俺の弟子でいてほしい。それでいいか？
はいもちろんです
I look away, unable to bear his shy smile. The world line has changed. Lukaku is a guy again. Which means the IBN 5100 should be here at the shrine. On the previous world line, girl Lukaku broke the IBN 5100 while cleaning the storehouse. But guy Lukaku didn't clean the storehouse. He never broke the IBN 5100. It's 646. Judging by past experience, it is very likely that I've averted Mayuri's death for today. But just in case, I should get back to the lab within the hour.
ルカ子、お前は去年この神社の倉庫で古いパソコンを壊した覚えがあるか？
古いパソコンですか？そんなものうちにはなかった気がしますけど。僕パソコンはよくわからなくて、ろくに触ったこともないんです。
When Lukaku was a girl, she trembled when I asked her the same question, and then she forced a smile as if to avoid admitting that she broke the computer. But he's not trembling now. Lukaku honestly doesn't know.
父上に会わせてくれ。
I asked Lukaku to fetch his father for me, so I can ask him whether or not the IBN 5100 was in the storehouse.
古いパソコン？確かにそんな記憶がありますね。見てきましょう。ちょっと待っていてください。
He heads into the storeroom out back, just like on the previous world line. But on the previous world line, the IBM 5100 was no longer in the storehouse, since girl Lukaku had secretly moved it. How will it turn out this time? Luka's dad returns after about 10 minutes. His expression is grave. That's all the answer I need. Nothing has changed.
見つかりません。なくなっています。
I quickly glance at Lukaku's face. Blank. He doesn't seem to know anything. Lukaku is innocent. I'm sure of it.
倉庫の鍵が壊されていました。何者かが持ち去ったかもしれません。
持ち去った？
It didn't disappear. A thief took it.
重いものを引きずったような跡がありました。年末に大掃除をした時にはあんな跡はありませんでしたし、鍵も1ヶ月ほど前にたまたま確認した時は壊されていませんでした。まさか泥棒に入られるとは。
じゃあ警察に届けないと。
While they discuss what to do, I sigh and consider the situation.
倉庫にないと意味がないんだ。
The IBN 5100 is still out of reach. There are 2 D-mails left to cancel. Something tells me that if I cancel just one more, I can get back the IBN 5100. But which one?
岡部さん、なんだかよくわからないですけど、気を落とさないでください。そんなことどうでもいいの精神ですよ。
I chuckle. Lukaku's so adorable when he's trying to cheer me up. But he's a guy.
その言葉、使い方が間違っているぞ。
I wave goodbye and leave the shrine. 2 D-mails remain. First, the one I sent to myself with the winning Lotto 6 numbers. That one should be easy to cancel. The problem is the other one, the one sent by someone I wish I could forget. Kiryu Moeka. I know the gist of her D-mail, since she's... No, you don't. You just keep thinking you do like an idiot. She's obviously not on the straight, dude. When Moeka asked to send a email, I agreed under two conditions. First, make the content simple enough that the email's effects would be obvious. Second, make the contents public to all lab members. Moeka ended up sending a email to prevent herself from buying a new phone a few days prior. The email was sent to July 31st, an easy date to remember. The question is how it relates to the theft of the IBM 5100. It must be the butterfly effect, as it was with Lukaku's email. This time, however, I will not hesitate to do what is necessary. Kiryu Moeka does not deserve my sympathy. That woman and her men have killed Mayuri more times than I can bear to remember. I will show her no mercy. There's just one problem. The cancellation email needs to be sent from Moeka's own phone. I don't think a message from me telling her not to change phones would sway Moeka's intentions in the slightest. I need her phone, but I don't know where to find her. What do I do? I return to the lab and set things up so I can time leap at a moment's notice. Fortunately, that isn't necessary.
お腹いっぱい。マユシーは今日はほとんど何も食べてなかったからずっとペコペコだったんだよ。
明日もあるの？
明日だけじゃなくて明後日もあるの。
Mayuri just got back from Komima 30 minutes ago. She and Kubisu, who stayed behind at the lab, have just finished eating cup noodles. It's already past 8, and so far, nothing has happened. Mayuri is still alive. Going by the pattern, her death has probably been postponed until about this time tomorrow. Is this the will of some higher being? God, fate, the universe itself? Or is it merely coincidence? That doesn't matter now.
さてさて、マユシーは明日早いからもう帰るね。
Mayuri takes a big stretch and starts getting ready to go home. She's been up since 5 this morning. Looks like she plans to wake up early tomorrow too. That reminds me, I haven't seen Daru at all. He's fighting in the Komima Holy War too, so that doesn't surprise me. Busy checking his spoils, I guess.
ねえねえ、クリスちゃんやオカリンはコミマ行かないの？
俺はパスだが助手が行きたいそうだ。
はあ？
Kurisu jumps up at my answer.
ちょっと岡部、何勝手に捏造してんのよ。
さっきまで興味津々な様子でマユリのコスプレ話を聞いていたではないか。
そうだけど、誰も行くとは言ってない。
行こうよ、クリスちゃん。
I know that Kurisu isn't at Chandler, but is she an otaku? Not all at Chandlers are otaku, but she has often hinted at an interest in cosplay.
お断りよ。人が多すぎて息が詰まりそう。
今日と比べるとね、2日目はそんなに多くないよ。午後から来れば快適そのものなんだから。人気のある同人誌なんかは売り切れちゃうけどね。
岡部がついてきなさいよ。あんた、マユリの保護者でしょ。
違うよ、マユシーはね、オカリンの人質。
ああ、はいはい、そうだったな。人質に逃げられちゃまずいでしょ。手錠でもかけて同行すれば。
俺にはこの秋葉でやらなければならないことがある。
何よ、やらなきゃならないことって。
The search for Kiryu Moeka. I already sent her an email. We need to talk, and now I'm awaiting her reply. Something tells me it's not going to work.
無言ってことは単に行きたくないだけか。
クリスティーナ、話がある。
また相変わらず唐突ね。
またとはどういう意味だ？
別に。
話って何？最近オカリンとクリスちゃん仲良しさんだよね。いつも二人で話し込んでるもん。マユシーも秘密の会議に参加したい気持ちでいっぱいです。
タイムリープマシンについての協議をしているだけだ。おそらくマユリが参加してもちんぷんかんぷんだと思うぞ。
Not entirely accurate, but not a lie either.
そしてこれからクリスティーナに話そうとしているのは、いかにしてこいつを小見舞い行かせるかという内容だ。マユリを期待して待っていろ。ふーはははは。
わかった。ありがとね、オカリン。
Mayuri waits in the lab as I take Kurisu outside.
というわけで、クリスティーナ。
コミマに行くつもりはないから。
お前さっき、またと言ったな。ここでこうして1対1での相談を何度もしている。ということで間違いないか。
ついに記憶に錯乱が見られるようになったか。狂気のマッドサイエンティストさんはアセチルコリンが減少してるんじゃない？
Acetylcholine, a neurotransmitter. Acetylcholine levels in the hippocampus increase when learning or remembering.
真面目に答えろ。
あんた、なんか変よ。
頼む。答えてくれ。
答えるも何も、岡部がさっき言った通りよ。もう 4,5 回くらいこうして外に出て2人でタイムリープマシンをどうするかについて話してる。
俺がタイムリープしていることについては。
For an instant, Kurisu opens her eyes wide in surprise. But then, she gives me an angry glare.
してるの？
I nod.
かれこれ10回以上だな。
え？そんなに？何勝手な真似してんのよ。
Looks like she doesn't know anything about Lukaku or my shifting between world lines. But that's only natural. So far, I've changed world lines a total of 3 times. Let's call the first world line where Mayuri died Alpha 1. The world line where Ferris and I fought the viral attackers is Alpha 2. The world line where I dated a girl, Lukaku, is Alpha 3. And now I'm on Alpha 4. From my perspective, Alpha 1, Alpha 2, and Alpha 3 were undone by my D-mails. But for Kurisu and everyone else on Alpha 4, those world lines were nothing but separate intangible possibilities to begin with. I guess I have to explain everything again. I sigh heavily, then begin.
Stream
おおむ
elements
ね把握した。
said. Stay moist, my friends.
After I'm
Hydrate.
done, Kurisu sighs and lightly pats my arm.
あんまり無茶しないで。
助手に励まされるとは屈辱だな。
なんで屈辱なのよ。せっかく優しくしてやったのに。ほんといちいち偉そうだな、あんた。
同情などいらない。すべては俺の軽率な行動が起こしたことだ。自業自得なんだ。って助手にこの話をするのは かれこれ4回目か5回目くらいだが、毎回こうやって自虐的になるな。
岡部、
俺の心配よりマユリの心配をしてくれ。おそらくマユリは明日死ぬ。どんな死に方かはわからない。
If Mayuri stays away from the lab, she can probably avoid running into Moeka and her men. It doesn't matter though, she'll die all the same. All Alpha world lights converge on her death. Escaping the attractor field is the only way to save her.
お前には悪いと思うが、明日マユリの死を見届けてほしい。
だからコミマに行けって言ったのか。
死は回避できない。抵抗は無駄だ。お前は見届けて俺に連絡するだけでいい。お前からの連絡が来たらタイムリープする。
マユリが死ぬのが分かっていながら何もできないなんて、全然実感が湧かないけど事実なんでしょうね。あんたの目を見ればわかる。大丈夫。
大丈夫じゃない。マユリを助けるためにはまだ。
マユリのこともそうだけど、
Kurisu interrupts me.
私が聞いたのはあんたのこと。
俺がどうしたって。
あんまり気負いすぎないで。
It's rare for her to look so concerned for me.
言っただろ。俺の心配よりマユリの心配をしろ。俺は明日桐生萌香を探す。
If Mayuri doesn't die tomorrow, I can postpone the time meet. If Mayuri does die tomorrow, I'll return to the past no matter what.
できればマユリに痛い思いをさせたくないがな。
だったら今からタイムリープしちゃえばいい。
この世界線においていつがデッドラインなのか、それを見極めておかないと計画をうまく立てられないだろう。
こんなこと言うとなんだけど、私はマユリが死ぬところなんて見たくない。
気持ちはわかるが頼めるのはお前しかいない。
随分信用されてるのね。
何しろお前は俺の助手だからな。
Kurisu forces a laugh at my feeble attempt at a joke.
偉そうに。
We have our plan. Kurisu will go to her first Komima. Mayuri will be so delighted when I tell her the news. I haven't seen Mayuri all day. I want to be with her, of course, but that's not possible. I had no idea it would be this crowded. Save me. Joined up with Mayuri, we're heading to Ariake. Kinda excited. I completely understand that. On one hand, it is probably really fun. On the other hand, please save me from the crowds. Please save me from the scary crowds. Yeah, I completely identify with that right there. Moeka hasn't replied, which means I have to find her myself. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about her. My only clue is Arc Rewrite, the company Moeka supposedly worked at. I find it after a quick search online. Sure enough, their business is producing articles for PC magazines. Luckily, their office is in Akiba. I try calling first, but it goes to voicemail. I guess they're still closed for the Obon holiday. Or maybe it's just a bad time. Looks like I've got no choice but to visit them in person. It's the second day of Komima, and Akiba is deserted. Most of the otaku are lined up at the big site right now. I've experienced the craze of Komima several times firsthand. It's literal war. It scares me whenever Mayuri goes alone. I can't help but imagine her trampled by a horde of crazed otaku.
Chromager said. Where we at now?
Now we are trying to reverse Moeka's female. That one is a lot more complicated, of course, since she's a CERN operative. And it just simply amazes me how Okaren genuinely seems to think that her female was simply switching her foe. It amazes me with how smart he's supposed to be, that he doesn't realize that shit. But yeah, that's where we are. We're going to switch Moeka's female, which I think is pretty much the last one. More or less. Kurisu's the only one more likely to get trampled. I can't help but feel sorry for her. Maybe it was wrong to ask her to go.
Chromager said. The thing about him is that he's not smart, lol.
Yeah, he really isn't. He honestly really is not smart. He really isn't. I find the R3Y office in a fancy looking building on the outskirts of Akiba. I take the elevator up, but there's nobody there. I lean against the wall and wait. After about 30 minutes, a man dressed in shirt and tie appears. I explain that I'm a relative of Kiryu Moeka and ask her for contact info. But he gives an unexpected answer.
そんな名前のバイトはうちにはいないな。いない？
Damn, I've been tricked. No shit. You should have known better. Moeka is working for CERN. Of course, her place of employment is fake.
Chromager said. Watch you eating.
Nah, not eating anything, just had to blow my nose. I've got a runny nose today, apparently. Is this the end of the line? Just as I'm about to turn around and leave, the man pounds his head as if he remembered something.
いや、待った。確か2日だけ来て音信不通になったバイトの女がいたな。そいつが桐生って名前だったよな。
It's going to start getting colder here soon, and that's probably what's doing it, just that change in weather. I do love the cold weather though, so I'm looking forward to it.
まだ履歴書残ってたかな。
I frantically bow my head and ask him to look for it. He's reluctant but acquiesces. The address listed on the resume leads me to a beat-up old apartment. Not the sort of place you would expect a single young woman to live. I feel a strange unease as I approach the apartment. For some reason, there's a police car parked in front of the complex. A uniformed officer is standing out front. And one room on the second floor, room 202, Moeka's, has a blue sheet covering the door. What's going on here? I walk up to the police officer. Hold on a minute. Why is the keep out tape on the stairs? How are those people on the second floor supposed to get to their apartment? Just a random thought, I suppose.
すいません。あそこの部屋の人は引っ越したんですか？
あ？違うよ。
じゃあ、
君、関係者？
知り合いです。
何も聞いてないの？
The police officer looks uncomfortable. The bad feeling in my gut is getting worse.
何が起きたんですか？
自殺だよ。
Oh shit. Suicide. But why?
それはいつ？
昨日だ。
そんな。
ご遺体は近くの千代田第三病院に運ばれてるはずだから。身寄りが誰もいないみたいでね。困ってたんだ。会いに行ってやってくれないかな。
I bow my thanks and leave. She's dead. Moeka's dead. What's going on? It doesn't make sense. Suicide. Moeka, who killed Mayuri in cold blood, committed suicide. Or is this part of the conspiracy? Could her own men have killed her, then made it look like a suicide? Today is the 16th. On World Line Alpha 1, Moeka raided the lab on the 13th. 3 days have passed since then. Each time I change world lines, Mayuri's death gets pushed back 1 day. So does Moeka's raid. It hasn't happened yet on this world line. I'm trying to think. Did we even have a raid on... Yeah, we did. On the last one. Cause, I can never remember his name. Tubby. I know that seems slightly disrespectful. No disrespect to fat people, but I cannot remember his name. It's a good descriptor. Tubby did say something about them chasing him, didn't they? So yeah, no, it still happens, the raid. So why did she die? I don't get it. This is the first time this has happened. How should I deal with this? What should I do? I squat on the ground and cradle my head in confusion. If Moeka is dead, maybe Mayuri doesn't have to die. No, I don't think convergence is that kind. Fate demands Mayuri's death. Whenever I try to stop it, something interferes. True, I'm the one who meddled with the timeline, but haven't I paid the price already? How did all this happen? A few weeks ago, I was just a college student with a severe case of Bio. Save for Mayuri's grandmother, I had never experienced the death of anyone close to me. Death had no place in my life. But how many times have I faced death these past 3 days? More when you count the loops I've made. My heart can't take it anymore. I don't know how much longer I can go on. Just one more email to cancel. If I can just get my hands on Moeka's phone.
タイムリープだ。
Moeka died yesterday around noon. I can go back to before that happened. The reason she died isn't important. Whether Mayuri's murderer kills herself is of no concern to me. I just need to cancel that email. Upon returning to the lab, I casually look up at the second floor window, and what I see shocks me to my core.
放電元素。
Someone is using the time loop machine. Who? Mayuri and Daru should be at Komi Mall. Not even Kurishu should be here. I asked her to escort Mayuri yesterday. Besides, she's against changing the past. So who? The building shakes. The vibration reaches the street. I can't let this happen. The timeline mustn't be tampered with again. I need to stop it now. I race up the stairs to the lab. By the time I get there, the shaking has stopped. I quietly peek into the development room. Nobody's there. The door was unlocked. Anyone could have walked right in. How could we be so careless? The time leak machine is still faintly warm. So somebody did use it. Who? Did they time leap? This is the first time someone else has used the time leap machine. Just to make sure, I checked the X68000. As expected, the history's been erased. The same thing happens when we send a D-mail. There's nothing I can do about this. It worries me, but I have to focus on Moeka. I set up the time leap machine. The maximum leap time is 48 hours. To leap more than that, you need to leap 48 hours and then leap again. The 42-inch CRT is on downstairs. That's plain as day since the discharge phenomenon just occurred. I put on the headgear. Preparations complete. Should I really leap now? Don't be ridiculous. Of course I should. Just a little more and I can save my journey once and for all. I know what will happen if I don't leap now. My Yuri will die and I will taste that pain and despair once again. But then when I will leap, it's the same either way. I close my phone. There's no need to rush. Calm down. I can endure the pain if need be. I should exploit my one advantage, the time leap machine, to the fullest extent possible, and that means knowing when Mayuri will die. The pattern suggests that Mayuri's death should happen around 7 or 8 tonight. But things are a little different this time. Moeka killed herself before Mayuri was scheduled to die. How much influence will that have on convergence? There's a chance Mayuri won't die. We might already have won. In that case, I shouldn't waste my effort time leaping. I have no obligation to save Moeka. I'll wait until Kurisu contacts me. It's 12:30 now. There are still about 7 hours left. I hear nothing but the slow, steady tick of the clock. The sound is echoing inside my head. Even if I plug my ears, it doesn't stop. I spent several hours searching for the IBM 5100, but as expected, I found nothing. I still can't imagine how Moeka's email affected the computer's whereabouts. What does her phone model have to do with anything? Does keeping the same phone somehow tell her that there's an IBM 5100 at Yanabayashi Shrine? That doesn't make sense. Even the butterfly effect must have limits. But on the other hand, truth is often stranger than fiction. Sometimes the simplest things have consequences that no one could ever imagine. So I can't rule it out entirely
結
either.
局何もわからないということか。
I twist my lips into a sneer of self-mockery. It's 7:46, the moment of truth. If Mayuri is indeed fated to die today, I should be hearing from Kurisu soon. I hope nothing happens. All that I ask is to hear Mayuri's voice, to know, once and for all, that she is safe.
もしもし。
Kurisu is sobbing, so I know, even without asking, she saw Mayuri die.
どうしたら
すまなかった。辛い役目を押し付けて。
With that, I hang up the phone. Maybe it's because I didn't see it happen, or maybe because my heart has simply grown numb. But this time I don't feel much pain. I hate myself for it. I pound my fist against the table. Oh, Rob, get back here. As expected, the deadline is around 8 on the 16th. Unless I change the world line before the time limit, Mayuri will die. I put on the headgear and activate the time leap machine. I must obtain Moeka's phone, no matter what it takes. I make several consecutive leaps to travel back to the 11th. When I arrive, it's just past 8.
出かけてくれ。
I leave the lab without waiting for the others to respond. I head to Moeka's ratty apartment. There's no sign of the police this time. Moeka's suicide won't happen for another 4 days. I run up the iron stairs and stand in front of the door to Unit 202. The lights aren't on inside. I start getting anxious. Maybe she's not here. There's no intercom, so I reluctantly knock on the door. No reply. I try again with the same result. Are you coming back to the lab today? Damn, might as well try the doorknob. It's unlocked. I take a deep breath. This could be a trap. Remember, we're not dealing with an ordinary person. Moeka is a rounder and agent of CERN. If I die here, what will happen to Mayuri? Will Kurisu or Daru use the time leap machine to save her? I need to be careful, but at the same time, I can't save Mayuri by doing nothing. So I steel myself, open the door, and peek inside. The apartment is dark, too dark to see, but I feel somebody's presence. I step inside. The apartment is practically empty. Minimal furnishings, only the barest necessities of life. But there, by the window, is a figure in the moonlight. A woman is sitting on the floor, her head bowed. There's no one else here. I approach the woman and stare down at her, gritting my teeth in a desperate effort to maintain control. Ever since the first time she killed Mayuri, I've tried my best to avoid thinking about this woman. But now I have no choice. I can't accomplish my goal until I have the answers I need from her. I must obtain the IBM 5100 to escape the Alpha Attractor field and rescue Mayuri.
Kiryu Moeka.
I had another name for her once. It hurts to remember. I force it to the back of my mind.
起きているか
Moeka's fingers twitch. She sluggishly lifts her head, but she doesn't look up. She stares at my feet instead. She finally speaks in a frail voice. Moeka has always had trouble speaking, but it seems especially severe today. I notice her hair and clothes are disheveled. She looks awful, though I suppose that's no surprise, given that she kills herself in 4 days.
FB なの。
FB?
I've heard that name before. If I'm not mistaken, that's her superior's code name.
なんで連絡くれないの。私言われた通りにやったのに。ねえ
The phone in Moeka's hands glows faintly. She's still clinging to it, I see.
私の何がいけなかった。直すよ。直すから見捨てないで。FB のためなら何でもする。返事をしてよ。答えてよ。私に指示を出して、私はそれに従う。命令して。命令。
I'm at a loss for words. I wasn't expecting to find her in such a miserable state. She was so cold, so calm when she killed Mayuri. It's like she's a different person now. Is this another effect of the world line change? But it's only been a week since she sent her email. How could she have changed so much? I get on my knees and shake Moeka by the shoulders.
おい聞こえるかおい
FB 連絡をちょうだいよ。
桐生萌かおい俺だ岡部だ
No response. Moeka just keeps crying and mumbling to herself. I shake harder, but she doesn't react. She doesn't even resist. Looking down, I notice that she's typing rapidly on her phone. Bewildered, I look at the screen.
お前
What happened to Moeka? From what little I understand, it sounds like she's lost contact with her supervisor, FB, but I don't understand how that could turn Moeka into such a wreck. It doesn't matter. I don't care what happens to her. I'm here for one thing. Recalling my purpose, I reach for Moeka's phone. A sharp crack echoes through the room. Moeka slaps my hand away. It didn't hurt, but her reaction was lightning quick. Now Moeka curls up into a ball, hugging the phone tightly to her chest. It was like this from the moment I met her. She never let go of her phone, not even for a second, as if it were the only thing keeping her alive.
メールが来ないの。
FB とかいうやつからか
メールが来ない。
I make several more attempts to take her phone while she babbles incoherently, but she just slaps my hand away each time. Next, I try persuasion. I promise to help her search for FB if she lends me her phone. It's a lie, of course, though come to think of it, I would like a piece of FB too. But that can wait until after I've saved Mayuri. But Moeka doesn't buy it, if that is she heard me at all. Damn it. We're not getting anywhere. Maybe I should take it from her by force. But what if she tries to kill me before I can send the D-mail? In her current state, she might not have the strength to retaliate. On the other hand, if she does retaliate, there's not much I can do against someone with a gun. What should I do? Her gun. Where would she keep it? I quickly scan the room, but there's no sign of it. Crap, that startled me. Could she have picked a worse time? I try again, this time asking nicely to borrow her phone. Moeka doesn't reply. She's staring at her phone. As she realizes that's not her phone ringing, I see fresh tears pool in her eyes. She hangs her head.
どうして私期待に応えだって FB が誘ってくれたのに
Moeka starts typing yet another mail. I guess she really doesn't recognize me. This is frustrating. Why is she acting like the victim here? Does she think she's a tragic heroine? Does she think she deserves sympathy? You don't have the right to be so weak. It's Mayuri who deserves sympathy, not you. She died countless times because of you. Murder. I swallow the word before it passes my lips.
うるさいな。
I check my phone. It's Kurisu calling. I stand up and move to the entrance, where I can take the call without letting Moeka out of my sight.
もしもし。
やっと出た。今どこ？電話レンジの改良手伝うって約束したでしょ。よくそれでラボ弁ナンバー001を名乗れるな。
誰に頼んでくれ。今日はそれどころじゃない。
一体何してんのよ。そこどこ？
桐生萌香のアパートにいる。
やっぱり女か。最低だな。
Has she not met Moeka on this world line? I quickly give Kurisu a simplified version of the usual explanation. Kurisu listens attentively, as she always does. Maybe she's more considerate than I give her credit for. As soon as I finish, Kurisu gives it to me straight.
強引に奪うしかないわね。
過激だな。ハリウッド映画の見過ぎか。
相手はセルンの関係者よ。遠慮してたらこっちがやられるかもしれない。迷ってる場合じゃないでしょ。それでマユリを救えるんだから。あんたはヒョロヒョロで頼りなさそうだけど、さすがに今なら相対的に考えて勝てるはず。
Thanks. At least she's not beating around the bush. Suddenly she lowers her voice.
こんなこと言うと人格疑われそうだけど。いや、あんたに人格疑われたってどうでもいいけど、殺してでも奪いたるべきよ。
今、お前の人格を疑った。だが、偽善ぶらないところは好きだぞ、クリスティーナ。
好きってちょっと。
What's the matter with her now?
事実を一旦までだ。俺なんかよりもよっぽど潔い。
どうも。
で、意図を聞かせてくれ。殺すこともやむなしと考える理由がお前の中にある。そうだろう。だからそういう結論に達したはずだ。
よかった。それなりに冷静ね。あんたの話が本当か嘘かは定義できない。アトラクタフィールド理論っていう式を私はまだ完全には理解してないし。それでもあんたの説明をもとに考えると、桐生って人が 4日後に自殺するなら、彼女には死亡フラグが立っているっていう推論が成り立つ。世界が彼女の死を承認したっていうところね。因果が収束するなら、これまでの世界線では仮にあんたが彼女を殺そうとしても何らかの邪魔が入ってできなかったはず。あるいは殺した瞬間に世界線が大きく変わっていた。でもこの世界線でだけ考えるなら、彼女は近いうちに死ぬ。あんたはこれまでに何度もマユリの死を見てきたからわかるはず。重要なのは死んだという結果だけであって、家庭はどうでもいいらしいってことをね。それと同じで、キリュウって人の死に方は問わないと思う。
In other words, I can kill her instead of letting her commit suicide.
死が決まっているから殺しても構わないか。まるで殺人犯ばりの論旨展開だな。
偽善ぶるな。私は今、人としての倫理を捨てて話してんのよ。岡部、付き合いなさい。
She's unforgiving as always, but it actually feels nice to speak frankly like this.
だが法律はどうする？世界がそれを許しても社会は許さない。
タイムリープマシンがある限り、相手を殺しても時間を遡れば全てなかったことにできる。岡部は誰も殺さずに必要な情報だけを入手したっていう結果だけが残るわけ。
把握した。
ただこれだけは覚えておいて、全ては自己責任よ。これだけ好き放題言ってる私はかなり無責任だけど。
問題ない。実にマッドサイエンティスト的な意見だった。
さっさと片をつけなさい。じゃあね。
She hangs up without another word. Strangely, I find Kurisu's harsh tone encouraging.
お前は司令官かよ。
I manage a smirk as I close my phone. Moeka is still sitting on the floor. Kill her if you have to, Kurisu said. Moeka did the same to us. She doesn't deserve mercy. Kill her or let her live. It's my choice, my responsibility. Even after I undo the murder, the memory of my crime will remain with me. That sin, that guilt, I'll have to carry that weight. I mustn't ever forget. That's what Kurisu meant when she spoke of responsibility. Murder is unforgivable, no matter the circumstances. Can you understand that, Kiryu, Moeka? I reach for Moeka's phone. This time there's no hesitation. Moeka resists. I grab her slender hand and pin it through the window. The glass rattles from the force, but thankfully doesn't break. With my other hand, I pry the phone away from Moeka's chest. She drives her foot straight into my solar plexus. The breath explodes from my lungs. I gasp for air. In a fit of anger, I raise my hand to strike. But at the last moment, I hesitate. Damn. What happened to killing her if I have to? I know we're past the point of playing nice, but I've never hit a girl in my life. I don't consider myself a modern gentleman or anything, but the idea that men aren't supposed to hit women is such a strong part of my common sense that it stayed my hand almost like instinct. So instead, I wrap my hand around Moeka's neck and squeeze. When she tries to kick me again, I pin her legs under my own. I squeeze harder. My fingers dig into her throat. She struggles for breath. I feel her throat moving as she gasps for air. I can finally see my reflection in her tear-reddened eyes.
やっと俺を見たな。
Moeka is under control, but now I don't have a free hand to take her phone. If I loosen my grip on her throat even slightly, it'll turn into a struggle again. Moeka is hiding her phone behind her back now. I need that phone. Should I let go of her hand or her neck?
携帯をよこせ。
Moeka weakly shakes her head.
出ないと殺せるよ。
I wonder if I even can. I can undo it with a time leap machine. It'll be the perfect crime, one that never happened. But still, do I really have it in me to murder someone? I don't know, but I have to try.
渡さないと殺すぞ。
No words leave Moeka's lips, just rough breathing. Stalemate. Neither of us shows the other any openings. We're practically motionless, but our breathing is ragged. It's taking all my strength just to pin her down. Our rough breathing echoes through the room. For a moment, it even seems to synchronize. This is getting me nowhere. I remove my hand from her neck, then use my entire left arm to pin her against the wall in a guillotine choke. She starts groaning in pain. My right hand has her left hand up against the glass. Now I pull her hand down and transfer it to the grip of my left hand. Now my right hand is free. I slide it behind her back and go searching for her phone. I have to lean in close to do this. I press my body up against hers. Pain explodes in my jaw. I lean back. Moeka is readying another headbutt. I put more strength into the guillotine choke to stop her. Moeka's face twists in pain, and she struggles to escape my grasp. My guillotine choke seems to be working. She doesn't have the strength to resist. If I push any harder, she really might die. I push harder. Moeka writhes in pain. Tears fall from her eyes and drool from her mouth. As her resistance weakens, my right hand finds Moeka's phone. She still has it in a tight grip, but I manage to tear it away. I quickly release Moeka and step away. She bends over and coughs violently, but she still reaches out to me with tears in her eyes. She wants her phone back. I don't care. I look at the screen. It shows an email draft with a string of FBs entered. I clear the text and start typing a new mail. But her phone's different from mine, so I don't quite know how to use it. Let's see. Startled, I look up to see Moeka struggling to her feet. She's like a goddamn zombie. I quickly run outside and close the door behind me. Then I lean my entire body weight onto it so she can't open it from the inside. The doorknob rattles as she tries to open the door. Then she starts pounding on the inside. It's a good thing doors in Japan open out. We wouldn't see this in a Hollywood movie. Anyway, I have her phone. Now I just need to pretend to be Moeka and send the cancellation email. Moeka's changes to the past will be cancelled. The world line will change. The IBM 5100 will come back to me, and then we'll hack into CERN. Mission complete. Fate won't have my Yuri this time. Victory will be mine.
はい、ナツ。
D メールの設定を頼む。
変な音が聞こえるけど。
少しばかり修羅場中でな。
じゃあ
I tell her Moeka's address.
入力完了。
前には
まだブラウン管工房で店長さんと話してる。42型ブラウン管をつけさせていくために。
話してないだろうな。
あの子が死ぬこと言えるわけない。
だったらいい。まだ切るなよ。
I put my phone down and resume typing into Moeka's phone. The middle-aged lady comes out of the apartment next door. Our eyes meet, so I put on a forced smile. The lady grins mockingly before going back inside. I wonder what she was thinking. Maybe she thought it was a lover's quarrel. In the mail, I write model change. Do it now, before sold out. Moeka's email said don't change models. The desire for limited edition, hard to find products hard-coded into Japanese DNA, appealing to that instinct should work. The insistent pounding on the door grows louder, and now I hear groaning from the other side. I can't believe how persistent she is. Is her phone really that important to her? But I've already won. All I have to do is send the email. I'll never forgive you, Moeka, but at least our relationship ends here. Let this be the last time we meet. I raise the phone to eye level. I take a deep breath. It ends now. I press send. No vertigo, no dizziness, nothing. Reading Steiner didn't activate.
なんでだよ。
Why didn't the world line change? Did the phone wave fail to function? I bring my own phone back to my ear. Kurisu is still on the line.
どうだ。
送ったの？
送った。ちゃんと動作したのか。
こっちはちゃんと放電現象を確認した。
正常に動作したんだな。
間違いなく。
世界線が変わらない。
原因は？
Consider the
メ
possibilities.
ールの文面では周辺をやめようとする萌歌を説得できなかった。
送り先の日付を間違えた可能性は
7月31日。それは間違いない。
桐生って人が最初に送った D メールの着信時間を調べるべき。それより先か後かで送った側の印象はだいぶ変わる。
臭いな。
The pounding on the door has ceased. Did she finally give up? No, she wouldn't give up. Does she plan to climb out the window and loop around? but we're on the second floor. That would be quite a feat. I should still have some time left.
何パターンかいろんな文章を送ってみて。それで効果が出ないようならこっちでタイマーを微調整する。
助かる。そっちの様子はミスター・ブラウンが乗り込んできてないか？
今下から怒鳴り声が聞こえてる。きっと橋田と真由里が必死でなだめてるはずだけどいつまで持つか。あまり余裕はないと思って。
I put my phone into my pocket without hanging up. I change the message and send another email. But still nothing happens. I make another one. Send. No good. Why? What am I doing wrong? I would like to ask Moeka, but if I go back inside now, she'll probably just attack me. Which reminds me, she's been awfully quiet. What is she doing now? Maybe she really did go out the window. I look around. I don't see her anywhere. Think, why didn't the email work? I wipe the sweat from my brow. My entire body is soaked. It must be the adrenaline. What if Moeka changed addresses when she got a new phone? I take out my phone.
聞こえるか？
まだ問題が。
2回送り直したが効果なしだ。
I frantically consider my options as I stare hard at Moeka's phone. The walkway is dim, but Moeka's gaudy purple phone shines in the faint light. Wait. I take another good look at the phone. There's something wrong here. What is it?
岡部、どうしたの？
Gaudy purple, latest model, removable LCD screen, model number GG1. My eyes tell me there's nothing wrong. I saw this phone when Moeka sent her email, and many times before. She was never without it. It's the same. Nothing has changed.
何も変わっていないだと。
何の話？
Why hasn't it changed? Why is it the same as before Moeka sent her email? Moeka's email said don't change models. She should have a different phone when she sent it. But she didn't. It was the same phone I'm holding right now. There's only one explanation. She never changed models to begin with.
あの女、まさか。
She lied to me. Moeka's email wasn't about her phone. That explains how it affected the IPN 5100. It also explains why my cancellation emails aren't working.
ふざけた真似を。
The door violently shakes behind my back. It's much stronger than before. She must be ramming something hard and heavy against the door. I quickly move away from the door. The door shakes again. I can see the frame starting to warp. I suppose I should be thankful she doesn't have a gun, but honestly, this is terrifying enough. It chills my blood to think of what her face must look like now. I've never been the target of such single-minded obsession before. But unfortunately, I can't run away. I need to face Moeka again and read the information out of her. Both Ferris and Lukako remembered their emails. With prodding, Moeka will remember too. I need that information. Crap. I don't want to go in there. My teeth are chattering. This is pathetic. I thought I had won when I snatched her phone, but now my advantage is gone.
岡部、岡部、返事しろ。
クリ の送った D メールは機種変更に関することじゃなかったらしい。
どういうことよ。
おそらくあの女は送る直前で内容を差し替えたんだ。俺が何をやっても世界線が変わらないのはそのせいだ。
着信履歴はそこに残ってるかもしれない。
着信履歴
Of course, even if it's not in her sent history, it should still be in the arrival history. I glare at the purple phone in my hand. It's a good thing Moeka didn't change phones. Now I know where the D-mail went.
うっかりしていた。調べてみる。
For a second there, I thought it would be easy. I should have known better. Moeka is not a casual phone user. Her mailbox has literally hundreds of entries over the last week, almost all from FB. Some of my mails are sprinkled in. I don't have time to search through each of these mails, even just the subject lines. Not to mention the pounding on the door is freaking me out.
クリスティーナ、少し手こずりそうだ。もし俺が失敗したら、あとは頼む。
バカも休み休み言いなさい。状況によっては逃げることも大事。
I hang up. The lady next door comes out again, alarmed by the escalating noise. She glares at me. But when she sees the magnitude of the door's damage, the lady opens her eyes in shock and runs back inside. I'm not leaning against the door anymore. Moeka could just open it, but she hasn't realized that. She's so fixated on getting her phone back, she would destroy her own door. In any case, I don't have time to check her mail history. I put the phones into my pockets and move to the side of the door. I carefully grip the doorknob and wait for the interval between bangs. Now, I yank the door open. A coffee table flies out and smashes into the walkway railing. Her screech raises hairs all over my body. She's standing in the entrance like a revenant at the gates of hell. I step back. My knees tremble. But then I remember what I'm here to do. I gather my resolve, enter the room, and close the door behind me. Or at least I try. The door's bent and won't fully close. I give up on locking it. Moeka glares at me, shaking with fury. First, I have to restrain her again. This is a woman who would kill on command, who would break her own door down just to retrieve her phone. It's too dangerous to let her be. I'm stronger. I just need to get her on the ground. There's no time. It's now or never. Crushing my fear, I charge Moeka at full speed. Our bodies collide. Moeka tries to twist away. I grab her clothes and use my momentum to push her to the floor. The back of her head hits the floor. Her resistance weakens. She doesn't know how to break a fall.
Stream elements.
Some secret agent.
Set.
I quickly
Stay moist,
straddle
my
her
friends.
waist.
Hydrate.
Now she's mine. Moeka flails her arms and legs wildly. I should have known she wouldn't give up. Her fist strikes my jaw. Fortunately, Moeka is weak. The blow does little damage. I still need to stop her from struggling. First, her hands. I start with her left. I grab her wrist and pin it to the floor. A fist flies towards my face. It pops against my left eye, blanking my vision for a second. She seems to stop struggling for a moment. Her hand claws weakly at the air, but it turns out that she was reaching for my hair. She grabs it hard, I feel several strands tear free of my scalp. I get a grip on Moeka's face and presses her head against the floor. She tries to bite my fingers, so I pull my hand back. I grab the hand that's grabbing my hair and dig my nails into her wrist. But she still doesn't let go of my hair. All the while, her feet are pounding against my back. She's also trying to free her left hand. I can't take much more of this. I instinctively headbutt Moeka with all my strength. The sickening sound of bone against bone echoes inside my head. The impact makes me dizzy too, but I fight it. Moeka goes limp. An opening. Finally, I succeed at pinning down both of her hands. Her glasses fell off at some point during the struggle. Her red, swollen eyes give her an even more demented look. There's an angry bump on her forehead where I headbutted her. She spits at me. The lukewarm saliva hits my face. I want to wipe it off, but my hands are full. Moeka glares at me. There are tears in her eyes, perhaps from the pain. Moeka breaks eye contact when I mention it. She stares at my pocket. She must have caught a glimpse of purple. I smile scornfully. Moeka tries again to free her hands. I lean in harder to keep them pinned. My strength and position are superior, so Moeka accomplishes nothing. Next she struggles to free her body. Same result. I clamp my thighs firmly around her hips and hold her down. She occasionally knees me in the back, but I can bear that pain. It's not enough to make me forfeit this position. Moeka, without a doubt. I don't do sports or anything, so I'm not that strong, but I'm on top. I don't need to expend much energy to keep her pinned. She can scream and spit all she likes. Nothing will make me give up this position. Moeka shakes her head violently. She's just wasting her energy. I maintain position and stare down at Moeka.
この世界線ではお前が直接手をかけるわけじゃないし、これまでお前がマユリに対してやったことはすでになかったことになっている。だがそんなの俺からしてみれば知ったことじゃないんだ。なかったことを俺は全部覚えている。だからお前への憎しみは消えてないんだ。お前がマユリを殺した事実は 俺の中に刻まれてるんだよ。今日はお前を逃がさないからな。きっちり向き合ってやる。
Until now, I've always run away from facing Moeka, but I can't do that on this world line. I have to know what her email said.
腹を割って話そうじゃないか。
Moeka is still struggling.
"携帯などなくてもちゃんと話せるではないか。え？切り刻むのはマッドサイエンティストのお箱だ。
This woman's out of control. Does she want another headbutt that badly? A knock sounds from the door. Moeka and I both look at the door in surprise.
隣のミキラだけど大丈夫？警察呼んだ方がいいかしら？必要ないならせめてもっと静かにしてくんない？このアパート声が響くのよ。
Damn, I didn't think about that. I can't have her calling the police. Moeka suddenly screams. You bitch. What now? I need to silence Moeka somehow, but I can't use either hand. There's only one way. I suddenly press my lips against Moeka's. My loveless kiss shuts her up quite efficiently. I lock eyes with her as well, trading glares in silence.
まったく最近の若い子は
I finally hear the neighbor's footsteps recede. What a relief. I feel a sharp pain on my lip. I instinctively jerk away. Blood drips from my mouth and lands on Moeka's neck. She bit me. When I feel around my lip with the tip of my tongue, the taste of blood spreads out from the laceration. Moeka breathes wildly as she glares at me with tearful eyes.
初々しい女ぶっているんじゃない。俺より年上のくせに。
She grimaces and looks away. Her pink lips glisten with saliva. I might find the sight alluring if the situation were different. But Moeka turns her face away and looks up. Through the open curtains at the bright full moon outside the window. How much time has passed? It feels like it's already been dozens of hours. But it's still night outside, so it probably hasn't been more than 1 or 2. Moeka hasn't said a word since I kissed her. She hasn't tried to escape either. Her expression is blank. She's just staring off to the side. What is she looking at? I follow her gaze, but the only thing there is a half-empty bottle of water. Has she given up? Either way, I can't let my guard down. Maybe it's the stress, but it feels like my body is going numb, and I've been drenched in sweat for a while now. This room has no air conditioning whatsoever. The heat is starting to get to me. I thought I had an overwhelming advantage in this position, but it's harder to maintain than I expected. Not only do I have to keep Moeka pinned, I also have to keep a close eye on her so she doesn't try anything. All Moeka has to do is lie there. She can rest and try again whenever she's ready. Will this last all night? At this rate, my strength might give out first. Fear mounts. If she escapes, she's going to try to kill me. She must have her gun somewhere, I'm sure. I consider calling Kurisu for help, but I can't use either hand, and I don't even know what time it is. Damn, it's almost like I'm the one trapped. No, stay positive. You can do this. Moeka's dependent on her phone. That's her weak point. If I keep her separated from her phone, then sooner or later her will to resist should collapse. It's a matter of whose strength will fail first.
岡部君。
Suddenly, Moeka calls my name.
どうしたら返してくれる？
Now she's trying to ask nicely. Does this mean she's given up? This is what I was waiting for. Now I move in for the kill.
お前は D メールを送ったことを覚えているか？
D 何？
D メール、過去へ送ることのできるメール。お前はそれを送った。お前自身の携帯へな。機種変更に関する内容だと思っていたが、それは嘘だった。お前は俺たちの目をごまかしてこっそりメールの内容を入れ替えたんだ。
Her typing speed is lightning fast. It would have been easy for her to type a mere 36 characters, while Daru and I were preoccupied with the phone wave.
その結果、世界線が変わった。お前は覚えていないか？
Normally, once the past changes, everything until that point is undone. But it should be possible to make Moeka remember, just as Ferris and Nukako did.
知らない。
知らないんじゃない。思い出していないだけなんだ。思い出せ。お前は思い出さなければならない。
Or else what? I don't know. This is just a tactic to put pressure on Moeka. I have another plan to make her remember. Moeka turns away again and bites her lip. Tears start falling from her. I watch, never once taking my eyes off her. I didn't notice before now, but her shirt must have become undone during the struggle. I can see the alluring curves of her collarbone, the skin of her large, pale breasts, a hint of sexy underwear. Her breast heave with each painful breath. The base of her neck is stained with the blood from my lip. It's dry, like a scab. Normally, Moeka could be mistaken for an elegant, beautiful woman, but now she has large shadows under her eyes. Her skin is rough. Her face is pale. She looks more intoxicated than intoxicating. Her entire body reeks of death. She's clearly insane. This is the real Moeka. I wish I had realized sooner.
本当に知らないの。思い出せるならそうするけど、わからないわ。一体何のことなのか。
Moeka's gaze shifts constantly from me to the ceiling and then to the window, but her slow murmuring is evidence that she's almost beat. Just a little more, and her resistance will end.
だったら質問を変える。2週間ほど前、お前は奇妙なメールを受け取ったはずだ。差出人はお前自身の携帯。しかもそのメールは数日後の未来から送信されていた。
Moeka's eyes open wide. Gotcha.
覚えがあるな。それがお前が送った D メールだ。内容を教えろ。
教えたら
携帯は返す。
クソ。
She suddenly curses at me.
内容は言えない。
なぜだ。
ラウンダーに関係する。
Her mission. I recall what Moeka told me on a previous world line. The Rounder's mission is to find and acquire IBN 5100s. In that case,
IBN 5100。
she fell into my trap. Her reflexive response was all I needed to see.
それに関することだな。
どこまで知っている。メールの内容。
質問をするのは俺だけだ。いいから答えろ。
言えない。FB を裏切ることに。
携帯よりも FB を選ぶのか。大した忠誠心だな。
But my Yuri's fate hangs in the balance. I can't give up. Moeka still hasn't calmed down. She's been opening and closing her hands for a while now. She's not trying to escape my restraint. She's just twisting her body, licking her lips, shaking her head, trying to brush the hair off her face. It's like she's suffering from withdrawal without her phone. Soon she won't have the mental fortitude to resist. If she won't talk now, then I'll just wait until she will.
携帯がないとそんなに苦痛か。なぜそこまで依存する。
会話まともにできなくて。
今はしているではないか。
And when she attacked the lab, she was leading a squad of hardened killers. But Moeka shakes her head violently.
メールまでできなくなったら、私は世界から断絶してしまう。
世界だと。孤独な女を気取っているつもりか。お前が恐れているのはラウンダーから見捨てられることだろう。
違う、ラウンダーじゃなくて FB から見捨てられること。
That's the same thing, isn't it?
だったら世界などと言うな。何の罪もない女の子を容赦なく殺した分際でマユリを世界から断絶させた分際で。
殺してない。
そう、この世界線ではな。だが別の世界線においてはお前はラウンダーとして俺たちのタイムマシンを奪おうとした。その時に殺したマユリを。
On the world line where I interrogated Moeka, she told me that Mayuri was expendable. It didn't matter to CERN whether she lived or died.
FB の指示なら
殺したと思う。絶対に。
FB とは何者だ？一体どこにいる？
I asked her the same question back then, but another rounder appeared before she could answer. Something tells me she won't have backup this time. Moeka's position in the rounders has changed.
言えない。
ならばいいことを教えてやる。いいか。お前は今、俺に捕まっている状況だが、助けを期待しているのなら無駄だ。どうせ誰も助けに来ない。お前は絶望に打ちひしがれたまま4日後に自殺する。
Moeka seems startled by this. I go in for the kill.
俺は5日後から来た。セルンが欲しがるタイムマシンを使ってな。だから知っている。お前はこの部屋で一人孤独に自分を殺すんだ。お前の大好きな FB はお前を助けない。ラウンダーもセルンも300人委員会もだ。どれだけメールしても上司からの連絡はないんだろう。それはなぜだ？もう見捨てられているんだよ。
Moeka's face contorts in despair. Once again, tears fall from her eyes. Guilt squeezes my heart. I know that I'm causing this woman pain. Inside of me, a voice whispers that's nothing compared to what she did to Mayuri, that I have no reason to show mercy to a murderer. But at the same time, my conscience screams that's wrong to hurt someone, no matter who they are or what they've done. Insane mad scientist, my ass. I'm afraid to hurt my mortal enemy. I'm nothing but a hypocrite.
FB をかばう必要はない。だから全て話せ。
I ignore the ache in my heart and push harder, but Moeka shakes her head violently.
FB は裏切らない。私を見捨てない。
だったらなぜお前は4日後に自殺すると思う？
お前が私を殺すのよ。自殺に見せかけて。
俺はそんなヘマはしない。俺ならお前を殺した後でタイムリープする。お前の死はなかったことにできる。
私は
FB から返事が来ないと言ってこの部屋で死んだような顔をしていたのはどこのドイツだ？もう何日来ていない。 FB からの連絡は普段はどのくらいの頻度で来ていて、いつから来なくなった？
I keep the questions coming, need to pile on the pressure.
普段毎日連絡を。でももう10日近く。
10日も連絡が来ていない。そうだな。
Moeka looks up to me with pleading eyes.
私裏切れないよ。
お前は裏切られたんだよ。
FB を信じてる。
お前は切り捨てられた。利用されるだけされてな。もう用済みということだ。
FB はそんな人じゃ。
だったらどんな人なんだ？
お母さんみたいに私に優しくて、私はやっと
心地いい居場所。
Like a mother. FB is a woman. I expected an evil looking old man like you see in the movies, but I guess I was wrong.
悩みを相談したり、いつもすぐに返事くれた友達みたいでも包み込む優しさがあって。
会ったことは
Moeka shakes her head weakly.
会ったことがない。お母さんみたいで友達みたいでお前にとって心地いい居場所だったのに。
Damn. If they had met, then I could have gotten Moeka to lead me to her.
ラウンダーは互いの正体隠すのがルールで。
連絡は取り合っていたのに一度も会ったことはない。確かに会うのはルール違反かもな。だがお前は FB が好きで会ってみたかった。違うか。
違うよ。会ったら幻滅される。だから会いたいなんて思わない。
会いたいと言われたことは
一度もないし、言ったこともない。
その様子だと電話もしたことがないな。
Moeka turns away, then she nods faintly.
避けられているとは思わなかったのか。そこまで親身になってくれた優しい女上司がお前に会おうとしない理由は本当にルールだけか。そしてなぜ連絡をよこさない理由を考えてみろ。振り込め詐欺と同じだ。お前は騙されていたんだ。
FB を悪く言わないで。そんな人じゃない。
連絡が途絶える前に最後のメールはどんな内容だった？
IBN5100 を指定場所に置いておけって。
The IBN 5100. Moeka, you fool, you let your tongue slip. 2 weeks ago, FB told her to leave the IBN 5100 at a drop point. That means she already had it in her possession at that time. I recall how Moeka kept bombarding me with questions about the IBN 5100. I might have let it slip that I found the computer at Yanabayashi Shrine. After that, she sent her email. The world line changed. The lock was broken on the shrine's storehouse door. The IBN 5100 was gone. These facts point to one conclusion. She sent herself the location of the IBN 5100. Now that I know, it seems so obvious. If only I hadn't trusted Moeka. If only I had seen through her lies. But no, I played right into her hands. I was the tool's tool. I almost burst into self-deriding laughter, but I desperately hold it back and keep a straight face.
その場所はどこだ？
コインロッカー、大ビル前の。
The coin locker in front of Daibiru. Wait, isn't that where Lukaku hid the IBN 5100 on the previous world line? Is this another effect of convergence? Can I retrieve the IBN 5100 if I go there now? No, I can't expect it to still be there. Remember what happened with Lukaku. The invisible force of convergence is keeping the IBN 5100 away from me. If I want to get it back, I need to cancel Moeka's email. I know the message. I've already reached my goal. Moeka starts crying softly. I sigh deeply and lift myself off Moeka's body. Then I lean back against the wall and stretch my aching limbs. I take Moeka's phone out of my pocket.
携帯を使わせてもらうぞ。
Moeka slowly gets up. She wipes her tears and fixes her hair and clothes. Her wavy hair obscures her face from this angle, so I can't make out her expression. She doesn't react to what I said. Even though I'm no longer restraining her, she doesn't try to attack me and take back her phone. I open Moeka's mailbox and search for the D-mail. It takes about 3 minutes, but I finally find it. 3 mails from Moeka's own phone, each 12 characters long, sent on August 4th and received on July 31st. Retro PCs at Yanabayashi Shrine. Just as I suspected, Moeka changed her email in the few seconds I had my back turned. All I need to do now is send the cancellation mail.
岡部。
今、ラボにいるか？
心配させんな。バカ。
心配してくれていたのか？
どう見ても死亡フラグ立ってたから。無事なのが驚きよ。
今どこにいる？
ちゃんとラボで待機中。
もう一度 D メールを送る。準備を頼む。
タイマー設定は
31日の11時頃に着くように設定を。
31日の11時。
While Kurisu calculates the hours, I type the mail. It says do not go, not at shrine, it's a trap. I address the mail to the phone wave.
準備 OK。
よし、起動してくれ。
起動した。
I press the send button. The mail starts sending. Reading Steiner should activate, this time for sure. I brace myself for the incoming vertigo.
ダメだ。なぜ変わらない？
また間違い？
いや、そんなはずはない。萌香の D メールの内容も確認済みだ。それを否定するメールを送った。
Why isn't it working? What the hell's wrong this time?
最初の D メールの内容は？
柳林神社に IBN5100 があると知らせるものだ。今のメールでそれは罠だと否定したんだが、もう一度別の文面で再送を。
待った。 D メールの面倒な部分についてはロト6の実験で検証済みでしょ。
The Lotto 6 experiment. I sent myself the winning numbers, but the past me didn't buy the ticket. Instead, he gave the winning numbers to Lukaku.
D メールを読んだ人間がその通りに行動するかどうかは個人の資質に影響される。桐生って人は神社に IBN5100 があると知らされた。直後にそれを否定するメールが来ても構わず神社へ行ったという推測が導ける。
否定するメールを信じなかったか、あるいはクソ真面目に否定されても念のために調べてみたかということか。
I glance at Moeka. She's still hanging her head, but her tears have run dry. I wonder if she's listening.
厄介ね。神社に調
より強制力の強い文面にするしかない。神社に行くのを禁止させるぐらいの。
どうやって？
That's the problem. Is it possible to persuade her with just 36 bytes of text? Or should we consider other possibilities?
例えば、7月30日のお礼と D メールを送り、先に IBN5100 を回収させるという方法は？
その日のあんたは IBN5100 に興味があったのか？
When did I start caring about the IBN 5100? I can't remember. Fine, that's out. So how do I convince Moeka to listen? At that moment, an electric shock runs through my brain. 2 initials.
FB だ。
え？何？
萌えかの上司、依存の対象。FB からのメールなら無条件で信じるはず。
その FB とかいう人の携帯持ってるの？
いいや、会ったことさえない。どこにいるかもわからない。
話にならない。
少し時間をくれ。
また待たせるのか？私はずっとラボに泊まり込んでるからいいけど、あんまり無茶しないでね。
So even after prying answers out of Moeka, there's still more work to be done. Fate really seems to love getting in my way. Alright, to break out of this world line, I need FB's identity and location. I call Moeka's name. When she finally looks up, I drop her phone onto her lap. She accepts it with a confused expression.
FB を探すことになった。
Moeka grips her phone, but she doesn't look at the screen. I sigh deeply. I need to get as much information on FB out of her as I can.
お前はどういう経緯でラウンダーに？
Honestly, I couldn't care less. I hate having to stand here and talk with the woman who killed Mayuri. Hugging her phone to her chest, Moeka retrieves her glasses and puts them back on.
4年前死のうとしてた。
Her voice is barely audible whisper. For a moment, I'm surprised she's not talking by mail.
何の希望も持てなくて、何もかもが嫌になって。
原因は？
特にこれっていうのは。
Her expression is blank, lifeless like always. But behind her glasses, her eyes are red from crying. They are the only trace of emotion on her doll-like face.
なの小さなことがたくさん積み重なって、もともとこんな性格だし。
家族は？
Moeka shakes her head a little. She has none, I guess. I don't bother asking whether she ever had parents. It doesn't really matter.
自分の部屋で睡眠薬大量に飲んででも死ぬのを失敗して、そこにメールが。ラウンダー募集って個人宛てじゃなくて一斉送信の。
Isn't that spam? Do the rounders really recruit like that?
私はどうでもよくなってた。だから気づいたら返信してた。そしたら連絡が来たの。FB から。それからずっと FB の指示に従ってた。
ずっとこの秋葉に？
Moeka shakes her head.
3ヶ月前まで名古屋、その前は横浜、その前は
The Rounder's chief duty is to acquire IBM 5100s. I guess they had her traveling all over Japan, digging up info on retro PCs.
これまでに IBN5100 をいくつ見つけた？
一台も。
No results. It sounds like CERN is spending a lot of effort for not much return. I sighed deeply once again.
お前はこの後どうするつもりだ？ただ絶望に打ちひしがれて予定通り自殺するか？抗おうとは思わないのか？
抗う。
Even as I ask the question, I know that for her, rebellion is impossible. This world line has already approved her death. She's in the same situation as Mayuri. No matter what she does, she will die. I know that, and yet I ask the question.
FB はお前を利用し見捨てた。それを認めろ。その上で FB に対してどうしたいと考えているんだ。
Moeka looks down.
利用されていたとしても、私の居場所、そこしかなかったから、初めてだった。生きてきた中で自分が必要とされたこと、 FB が居場所を与えてくれたの。私にその居場所を守るためなら、生きがいを与えてくれた FB を守るためなら何だってするって。
お前は救いようのないバカだ。
I stand up.
だったら依存したまま死んでいけ。お前の死は確定している。だが俺は世界の思い通りになっていいとは思わない。だから徹底的に抗う。
No matter what, I will save Mayuri. Just a little bit more. I can't give up now. Just a little bit more. It's midnight and Akiba is practically empty. The silence is eerie. There's no sign of anyone near the coin locker. Considering the IBN 5100 size, it couldn't fit in the regular sized lockers. She must have put it in one of the 3 large lockers on the right.
使用中。
The bottom locker is still in use. Is the IBN 5100 inside? My heart starts pounding in my chest. I feel my face grow hot with excitement. We've been apart for far too long, my partner, but now only a thin locker door separates us. Is this what love feels like?
自重しよう。
I force myself to consider the situation calmly. Is the IBM 5100 really inside? I want to check right this instant. I can't believe I forgot to ask Moeka which locker she used. Should I get a crowbar or something to pry the locker open? If the IBM 5100 really is inside, and I steal it, what will happen to the world line? I have yet to cancel all the D-mails, which I thought was the only way to restore the original world line. But now the IBM 5100 is so close. Why can't I just reach out and take it? I know how to cancel Moeka's email, so I can always do that if this doesn't work. Let's try it just to make sure. First, I make a quick visit to the lab. Ignoring the complaints of the lab imps who stayed awake in the lab all night, I retrieve a makeshift crowbar from the development room. Then I return to the lockers and thrust the pointy tip of the crowbar into the crack of the door. Just as I begin to pry, a shrill siren shatters the night. I look up to see the red lights of a patrol car coming this way. Their timing couldn't be worse. The police release me after about 30 minutes of scolding. I return to the coin locker and try to pry it open again. Immediately, another patrol car appears. This time, they take me to the police station. I'm stuck in an interrogation room all night, getting preached to by policemen. I conclude that this is another effect of attractor field convergence. No matter what I do, I cannot obtain an IBM 5100 on this world line. That is what fate has decreed. I get the police to call my father, and they finally release me. They didn't go so far as to arrest me, but the policemen, as well as my father, scold me harshly. I act apologetic, but in actuality, their words fall on deaf ears. After my father goes home, I head straight to Moeka's apartment. I tried calling her. I took the opportunity to memorize her phone number yesterday, but she wouldn't pick up at all. Before I get there, I send a mail to Daru asking him to check if the coin locker is still occupied. The door to Moeka's apartment is unlocked. I find Moeka hugging her knees in the corner, just like she was when I first found her.
IBN5100 を入れたのは右下のコインロッカーで合っているか？
なぜ
IBN5100 が入る大きさのロッカーがあそこには3つしかなかった。そのうち一番下のみが使用中。
Checked. The big locker on the lower right is in use. What's this about anyway? Don't make me your errand boy so early in the morning, fool.
もしお前が一番下に入れたというなら FB はまだ IBN5100 を回収していないことになる。この意味がわかるか？
Moeka frowns.
あそこに貼っていれば FB が回収しに来た時に会えるということだ。その発想はなかったか？ラウンダーのくせに冷静さが欠けているぞ、お前。俺は張り込んでみようと思う。お前は？
会ってどうするの？
FB に携帯を借りる。
That's the best way to protect Moeka from going to Yanabayashi Shrine.
会えない。会う勇気ない。幻滅される。
お前はとっくに幻滅されているか？最初から期待すらされていなかった。
Moeka's face contorts again. I'm being blunt, not only because Moeka is my Yuri's murderer, but also because Moeka's weakness is starting to get on my nerves. Just like Daru's mail said, the locker is still occupied when I get there. I look around to make sure there are no patrol cars. No crowbars this time. I don't feel like being arrested. I head across the street to Daibiru, hide behind one of its humongous pillars, and begin the stakeout. My legs are getting tired. I was going to borrow my Yuri's portable game console. I decided I didn't need the distraction. Still, it's pretty tough to keep standing like this. I also need to stay inconspicuous. Someone might notice if they see me standing in the same place for hours. I wouldn't want a security guard to give me trouble. I mean, I guess there's not much to worry about that. I've already been here for 7 hours without incident. My legs are numb, so I squat and lean against the pillar. So hungry. I would love to go get some food. I can't take my eyes off the locker. Just then somebody taps me on the shoulder. FB. I try to leap to my feet, but my legs get tangled and I fall over. Moeka is standing there, looking down at me with those glassy eyes.
お前、なんでここに？
私も張り込みをダメかな。
なぜ心変わりした？
I stand up and dust off my clothes.
お前は FB とのメールだけの関係に居心地の良さを感じていた。その適度な距離感に依存していたはず。なのになぜ今さら一歩を踏み出そうと思った？
このままじゃ。
Moeka puts her hand on her knees. She looks ready to cry. I've seen that expression once before in her moonlit apartment.
FB からの連絡がなくなったら、私、世界とのつながりが。
断絶されるか。
Moeka nods faintly.
孤独に耐えられないくらい弱いのに FB の命令さえあれば容赦なく人も殺せるとはな。典型的な狂信者だよ、お前は。
And her cult leader, FB, abused her weakness before throwing her out like old clothes. It pisses me off. FB's cruelty, Moeka's weakness. I can't decide which I hate more. Then Moeka nervously brings out a convenience store bag.
なんだこれは。
Instead of answering, Moeka looks away. I look inside.
おお、パックの牛乳とアンパン。
What you need on a stakeout. There's enough for two.
もしかして差し入れか？
Moeka nods.
よし、許可する。お前も張り込みを手伝え。
Now we can take turns watching, and we'll also look less suspicious to passersby. The night draws on, and still no sign of FB. We nap in 1-hour shifts, but it doesn't help the exhaustion. On top of that, I don't have anyone to talk to. Moeka can't keep a conversation going, so there's nothing I can do to stave off boredom. I went back to the lab to shower just before dawn, but Kurisu, who was working an all-nighter on the time leap machine, just glared at me. The wait finally ends just after 1 on the 13th. Someone comes to open the lower right locker. We watch from behind the pillar. It's a nondescript middle-aged man. He's dressed in a new suit, but it hangs rather poorly on him, as if he's not used to wearing it.
あいつが FB か。
Moeka shakes her head firmly.
女性よ。
となると雇われて回収しに来た人間かもしれない。
Or it could be someone from the locker company, here to clear it after weeks overdue. That would make us all idiots. Moeka, FB, and me. The man has the key to the locker. He pays the late fee with 100 yen coins, then removes the cardboard box with the IBM 5100 inside. The man thought ahead and brought a push cart. He puts the IBM 5100 onto the push cart with a bit of effort and begins walking away. The man heads straight for Akihabara Station. Strangely enough, he walks up to an overweight man standing in front of the ticket machine. The overweight man is wearing a t-shirt and has all the signs of an otaku. He doesn't seem to have anything in common with the first guy, who looks like an average salary man. They transfer the IBM 5100 into the overweight man's suitcase. After they exchange a few words, the overweight man enters the station alone, then the guy in the suit leaves. What was the purpose of that transfer? Is the overweight man FB, or is he just another link in some kind of chain? At any rate, if we keep following the IBM 5100, we should reach FB eventually. We enter the station. The overweight man boards the Yamanote line. We board on the next car and keep watching through the connecting door. It's a weekday afternoon, so there aren't many passengers. 30 minutes later, we arrive at Shinjuku Station. Here, the train sees a sharp increase in passenger traffic. Moeka pulls on my sleeve. The overweight man has slipped into the stream of departing passengers. He's about to exit onto the platform. We follow him, but due to our slow reaction, we have to push our way through the boarding passengers. The train doors close and it slowly departs. The man starts walking towards the exit. Shinjuku is a crowd, so we have to follow close behind or we'll lose him. But then I stop in my tracks. The man is empty-handed. His suitcase is missing. What? For a second I think we followed the wrong man, but no, it's definitely him. We watched him the whole time he was on the train. There's no doubt he had the suitcase when the train arrived in Shinjuku. Could he have passed it to someone else in the crowd? They know how to lose a tail. I return to the lab and leap an hour back. I find myself inside the train. I know it's bad manners to use my phone on the train, but this is an emergency. According to the train's display, we're about to leave Osuka for Ikebukuro, 3 stops to Shinjuku. Moeka is next to me, acting inconspicuous. I peek at the overweight man in the next car.
あの男、降りたと見せかけて荷物を別の人間に受け渡す。さっきはまんまと引っかかった。
さっき
Doesn't look like Moeka's caught on yet.
俺は1時間後からタイムリープしてきたんだ。
タイムリープ
Moeka's eyes widen. The train arrives at Shinjuku on schedule. Just to make sure, I'll have Moeka follow the man when he gets off.
Stream
Before the
elements.
doors open, I
Set.
stealthily move to
Stay
his
moist,
car.
my friends. Hydrate.
He still has the suitcase with the IBM 5100.
新宿
The doors open and passengers spew out. The overweight man leaves too, just like last time. However, he leaves the suitcase on the train, and now passengers from Shinjuku board. Someone walks up to the abandoned suitcase. It's a woman in her 30s pushing a baby stroller. There's no baby. The woman casually loads the suitcase into her stroller and sits down. After witnessing that scene, I return to the neighboring car. I need to be careful. These guys are serious about avoiding pursuit. The train starts moving. I contact Moeka so we can regroup later. After that incident, the package swaps couriers like a hot potato, snaking around the tracks that run through Tokyo like a web. Whenever they give me the slip, I time leap and resume the chase. Finally, the courier and package get aboard the Haibaya line and return to Akihabara Station, where it all began. I recognize the last courier. He's one of the men who raided the lab with Moeka. Dark skin, crew cut, the one who hit me with his gun. The man easily carries the 25-kilo package out of the station. We follow. A car honks its horn. Moeka and I immediately hide. Peering out from cover, I see a white flatbed truck parked in front of the station. A muscular man hops out of the driver's seat. I know that face. No, it can't be. I desperately try to organize my thoughts. That's Tennoji Yugo, owner of the Braun Tube Workshop. Mr. Braun. Why? Why is he here? Does this mean he's connected to FB? To the Rounders? Was the Braun Tube Workshop just a front for CERN? Is that how he could afford to keep it open? What's going on here? His shop is right below the lab. If he's working for the enemy, then... I shiver at the thought. Stop. Let's not rush to conclusions. He might just be another courier. We watch from a distance. Tennoji takes the suitcase from the crew cut man and loads it into the backseat of his car. Then he gets into the car alone and takes off towards Showa Dori. I stare after it in disbelief. I time leap several hours to before the first man arrived at the coin locker. Then I explain the situation to Moeka. My plan is to get ahead of the package. After killing some time at Starbucks, we rent a car. I don't have a license, so Moeka's driving. We go to the street in front of the roundabout, facing Showa Dori, and park near Yodobashi Camera. Now we wait.
緊張しているのか。肩に力が入りすぎているぞ。運転歴はどれぐらいだ。
ペーパー。
ペーパーって、ペーパードライバーということか。勘弁してくれ。事故るなよ。
I was surprised Moeka had a license in the first place. Apparently, FP told her it would come in handy for her rounder work. I have Moeka wait in the car while I keep a lookout on the roundabout. The white station wagon's already stopped there. From this distance, I can clearly see Tennoji in the driver's seat. Nobody else is riding. The crew cut guy should arrive just after 5. As expected, the crew cut man arrives right on time, effortlessly dragging the suitcase behind him. It feels weird seeing the same scene from a different angle. I hurry back to the car, where Moeka's waiting. The station wagon rolls past us. It takes a left turn at Showadori intersection towards Okachimachi. Moeka smoothly sets the car in motion. Finally, we arrive at Tennoji's house in Okachimachi. This is the house where Suzuha lived. Her rusty old mountain bike is still sitting out front. Tennoji brings the IBM 5100 inside. We stop a little further down the road and keep watch.
どういうこと？ FB はどこ？
あの家に運び込んだことが何を意味するかだ。 一時的な保管場所ということなのか、それとも。
Is he FB? Does he know FB? Moeka insists that FB is a woman, so maybe it's Tenoji's wife, whom I've never met. I have Moeka show me one of FB's mails. She's kept a lot of mails archived like this one.
M4 というのが私のコードネーム。それも FB がつけてくれた。
Moeka's a mailing machine. She sent FB nearly 10 mails a day, but FP replied to every single one. You would have to be a saint to reply to all those emails. No wonder Moeka was so dependent on FB.
今度はここで張り込みだな。
I have Daru set up a wireless infrared camera on the telephone pole down the street. We park a couple blocks away and watch the video feed. The next day, Tenoji goes to work on his moped like usual. He returns after sunset. There's no sign of his daughter, Nae, or his wife. Something finally happens early Sunday morning. Just before 3, 6 people show up at Tenoji's house.
あれは
It's dark, but I recognize them. Abadabadabababab. Oh dear. What just happened? I don't know what I just did. Okay. They're the rounders who raided the lab with Moeka. Moeka doesn't show much of a reaction. I thought she knew them. I asked, but she says she's never met them before. It looks like this world line's Moeka has been cut off completely. Were they done with her once she found them in IBN 5100? Tenoji comes outside and loads the IBN 5100 into the station wagon. Then the 6 men get in and drive away. Tenoji sees them off, then goes back inside his house.
今度はどこへ？
I'm interested in Tenoji's story, but the IBN 5100 will lead us to FB. We decide to follow the station wagon. The pursuit ends at Narita International Airport. The 6 men, IBN 5100 in tow, board a plane headed for France. France, CERN's home country. What does this mean?
天王寺の妻が FB の可能性がある。
Since there's been no sign of FB this far, she must be an extremely cautious individual. But the evidence suggests only one possibility. On World Line Alpha 1, Moeka's men attacked the night the time leap machine was completed. Their timing was perfect. It makes sense if you assume that Tenoji is closely linked to FB. He was right downstairs the whole time we were discussing our plans. FB knew what we were up to. We were dancing to her tune all along. When we get back to Akiba, Moeka and I start walking towards Tenoji's house. But on the way, I get an angry call from Kurisu demanding an update, so I decide to take care of that first. Kurisu sighs when she sees me.
あんたね、少しは連絡したらどうなの？
ずっと立て込んでいたのだ。
立て込んでたね。
Kurisu glances at Moeka.
もしかして心配していたのか？
私じゃないわよ。私は別にあんたがどこで何をしてようが知ったことじゃないけど。 まゆりはすごく心配してた。見てて痛々しいぐらいにね。せめてあの子にだけは連絡してあげなさいよ。
Now that she mentions it, it feels like I haven't talked to Mayuri in forever.
全てはまゆりを救うため。敵の正体がもうすぐ分かりそうなんだよ。
というか敵って。
Kurisu glances at Moeka again. Moeka is completely expressionless. She's lightly kicking the dirt in boredom. She hasn't used her phone once since we began the search for FB.
彼女は敵じゃないの？
敵だが真実を求めるため協調体制をとっている。
まゆりを殺す人なんでしょ？
そうだ。
However, Moeka's just a pawn, and one that no longer poses a threat. To save Mayuri, I need to capture the king. Well, the king's cell phone.
まあいい。それでこれからどこか行くんでしょ？私もついていく。
正気か助手よ。
正気だけど助手じゃないから。
危険かもしれないぞ。
Kurisu falters for a moment, but quickly tightens her expression.
今日の私は死ぬことになってる。
I've experienced the future, so I know who dies today.
いや、お前は死なない。
だったら問題なし。世界から死なないことを保証されたようなものだから。
Right, Kurisu doesn't die today, neither does Mayuri. The only person who dies today is Kiryu Moeka. This afternoon she kills herself. I've already told Moeka her fate, but in spite of that, Moeka doesn't seem upset, at least on the surface. She's expressionless as always. The only difference is that she's not checking her phone as often. But Moeka's not a strong woman. Beneath that expressionless mask, is she struggling against the fear of death? I decide to confront Tenoji directly. I have Kurisu stand guard outside the house, while Moeka and I go inside. Not that we're planning to break in. We ring the doorbell like honest citizens. Tenoji soon opens the door and invites us into the living room. The divergence meter is sitting in its usual spot. I glance at the numbers. 0523307. There's still a long way to go before I reach 1%. How much more of this can I take?
よく来てくれたな。
It's just after dawn, much too early for guests, but Tenoji welcomes us with a smile. He even starts preparing some instant coffee.
ずいぶん早起きなんですね、ミスター・ブラウン。
まあな。前の学校の時間に合わせてるから、基本的に早起きなんだよ。今夏休み中だが、もう習慣になっちまってる。
お嬢さんはまだ寝ているんですか？
うっせえ！前のこと聞き出してどうするつもりだ？寝込みを襲うとしたらマジで殺す！
しませんよ。
I'm more interested in his wife. There's still no sign of her. Is she asleep too? Or could she be hiding somewhere? I would like to do a thorough search of the house, but of course that's impossible. And then there's what he said just now about sending Nae off to school. That sounded like something a single father would say. I suspected that FB was Tenoji's wife, but that may have been a mistake. Maybe Tenoji is just another courier after all. Maybe he doesn't even know about FB. There's the possibility that FB might not even be in Akiba. Thank you very much for the follow, friend. I'm glad you are enjoying. I hope you are having a fantastic existence. I need answers, but how do I get them? Moeka is just staring at the floor. I can't count on her.
Said. Hi.
Hello, hello, Homu. I can't count on her for any bright ideas. And whether or not Tenoji's wife is FB, I don't think this man will fall for any tricks. I decide to go for the direct approach.
数時間前、この家の前に6人の男が集まり、とあるものを持ってフランスに渡った。そのことについて当然ご存知ですね。
Homurance said. How's it going?
It is going fantastic, just having a chill, smooth day, enjoying the story. Thank you for asking. I do hope you are also having a fantastic existence. This time, Tenoji doesn't give me his usual macho attitude. He just smiles softly.
それが
IBN5100 あなたは知っているはずだ。
幻のレトロ PC だろう。
Homurance said. Just playing horror games and chilling today.
I hear that, I hear that. What kind of horror games are you playing, if I may ask? Hopefully you're winning and not getting absolutely slaughtered by whatever creepy crawly is in the game. This is too easy. He's never this cooperative.
あなたは何者だ？運び屋か？それとも
Homurance
ラウンダーか？
said. Darkwood.
That sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't place it off the top of my head. Instead of answering my question, Tenoji looks straight at Moeka.
おめえは裏切ったのか ?M4。
Moeka jerks upright. M4 is Moeka's code name, something only FB should know.
もしかして
Homurance
FB
said. Great art and I've yet to die once.
That's good, that's good. Glad to hear you're winning, friend. I do love some great art. That can really make the difference between a good horror and a bad horror, is how good it's drawn. Because it's a lot, it can be really, really spooky, or it can just look bad and just not be spooky because the art sucks. Yeah, that's good to hear. It does sound vaguely familiar. Yeah, I've seen someone else play that a little bit. Don't know too much about it, but yeah, survival horror. I do love a good spooky game. In a way, this is almost a spooky game, but not really. I mean, we're time traveling and saving people from dying, so not as spooky as Chaos Child, but Tenoji laughs once, a dry
フェル
sound.
ディナント・ブラウンって知ってるか
FB Ferdinand Brown. There we go. Moeka and I look at each other, confused by the sudden change of topic.
おいおい、ブラウン管を発明したノーベル物理学賞の偉人だぞ。
Tenoji has a thing for brawn tubes. I know that. But what does that have to do with anything?
フェルディナント・ブラウン。頭文字は
FB
そういうことだ。
Okay, now that picture goes kinda hard. That picture goes kinda hard. Tenoji casually produces a handgun. The motion is so smooth and natural, I don't even recognize it as a gun at first. Its heavy form gives off a chilling black luster. The muzzle is pointed at Moeka. Moeka and I are unarmed. We didn't plan for this. How could we have? We thought FB was
Homurance
Tenoji's wife.
said, "Go Braun, go."
Or don't. He's kind of a bad guy, so maybe don't. Well, maybe he can shoot Moeka. Moeka did shoot Mayuri, so he can go ahead and shoot Moeka, but don't shoot the main character,
一つ聞かせてください。
Rintaro.
あなたの奥さんは
苗を産んだ時に死んだ。それ
I curse silently. No wonder I've never seen her. She's been dead for years. Tenoji is FB.
そんな。いやいや。
俺への依存の次は現実逃避か。
Keeping his gun trained on Moeka, the man I do as Mr. Braun laughs scornfully. We're at an overwhelming disadvantage. I was a fool to believe the direct approach would work. Now my recklessness is going to get both of us killed. No, not both of us. I don't die here. I'm here because I timed me on the 16th. That fact is written on the fabric of this world line. So if the attractor field model is right, I can't possibly die now, on the morning of the 15th. My survival is guaranteed by the same force that keeps killing my Yuri. However, Moeka has no such protection. She dies today, it doesn't matter how. She could easily die now, right before my eyes. What am I going to do about it? Nothing. It doesn't matter. My goal is to obtain FB's cell phone and send a email to Moeka in the past. That is the reason I'm here. In any case, I mustn't let his handgun scare me. There's no turning back now. All I can do is stay on the offensive.
あなたがラウンダーの一員だったとはな。セルンの犬だったとはな。
犬か。間違っちゃいね
Tenoji is like a different person today. He's composed. He doesn't get angry, even when I provoke him. You wouldn't expect a man with a gun to be so calm. Is this who he really is? Was the gruff but good-natured storekeeper just an act?
撃てば銃声で娘が目を覚ます。
だからなんだ。
娘にそんな汚れ仕事をしている姿を見られたいのか。
俺の娘は見た目で判断するような器の小さい女じゃねえんだ。
I grind my teeth.
よりによってあなたがラウンダーとは橋田鈴はあなたにそんなことをさせるために世話をしてやったんじゃない。
Tenoji's smile stiffens for a second, but then he slaps his knee and laughs.
なんだよおめえ。すずさんのこと知ってんのか。だったらもっと早く言ってくれよ。
Tenoji and I haven't spoken about Suzuha on this world line.
だがな。ずいぶん分かったようなこと言うじゃねえか。すずさんは10年も前に死んだんだ。その当時、岡部は8歳かそこらだろ。なのにすずさんのことが分かるってのか。
わかるさ。
I glare at Tenoji. The anger and frustration are overwhelming.
俺の士官時間では彼女はほんの数週間前までこの時代にいた。
未来を変えるのは君たちにかかってる。私は荷物をこの秋葉原に絶対持ってくるから。そして君たちに責任を持って託すから。お願い。未来を変えてほしい。
I still remember her words vividly, though it feels like it's been forever since she spoke them. In objective time, It was just a few days ago.
あなたのすぐ近くにいたんだよ。彼女は橋田鈴、いや天音鈴葉はセルンと戦うためにこの時代にやってきたタイムトラベラーだ。
日本。
気づかなかったのか FB。 あなたの恩人は2036年からやってきたんだよ。我がラボの一員ダルの娘だ。鈴葉はセルンを恨んでいた。なのにその鈴葉に世話になったあなたはセルンの犬か。これでは鈴葉が浮かばれないぞ。
でたらめ言ってんじゃねえよ。
Tenochi thrusts his gun at me. I barely managed to keep from flinching.
どうしてこんなことになった。
うるせえな。いろいろあるんだよ。
Complicated. Is that supposed to be an excuse?
本当に
Moeka looks completely lost. Tenochi sighs and lowers his gun.
ああ、そうだ。
FB メールは
全部俺が書いた。なぜ女言葉かって？カムフラージュだよ。正体を隠すためのな。ネットでもネカマなんて腐るほどいるだろ。マジな話、大変だったんだぜ M4。メール送りすぎだタコ。おめえのくだらねえ相談に全レスしてやったんだ。感謝しろ。
そんな FB は私のお母さんみたいな存在で、私は FB のためなら何だって。
そう仕向けたんだよ。おめえみたいなメンヘルは簡単に依存してくれるから操りやすい。
もうやめろ。
I approach Tenochi, but freeze once he points the gun at me again.
なぜ連絡くれなかったの？
連絡？ああ、IBN5100 を手に入れた時点でおめえはもう用済みだからだ。
用済み。
That was obvious. I've been telling her this the whole time, that FB abandoned her. I guess it wasn't real to her until she heard it from FB's own mouth.
ダイレクトメールでメンバーを募集するのは機密性の保持の観点からするとザルだけどな。それがラウンダーのやり方だ。そしてIBN5100 を見つけたメンバーは任務達成となり口封じされる。例外なく全員だ。
What is he saying?
そうすることでセルンと委員会は機密を保持しつつ安い金で俺たちみてえなはみ出し者を利用してるわけだ。
FB
あいつらにしてみればラウンダーは全員駒さ。悲しいことにな。
Without dropping his smile, Tenochi takes his gun.
任務達成はすなわち処分確定。扱いとしては犬っつうより家畜だな。
And presses it against the side of his head.
逆らえば家族が危険にさらされるんだ。大事な娘に手出しさせられねえだろ。
おいよせ。
すずさんには悪いと思ってるよ。ほんとなんでこんなことになったんだろうな。
He pulls the trigger.
なんで
Brains splatter against the wall. Tenochi's massive body drops to the floor and sprawls out, motionless. A dark red stain begins to spread over the tatami mats. He's dead. Tenochi is dead. It's over, and I still don't understand what happened. Would he have killed himself, even if we hadn't confronted him? Was his death, too, the will of fate? Tenochi had completed his mission. Maybe he chose to eliminate himself rather than face certain assassins.
バカだあなたは
I bite down hard on my lip. I pound my fist against the floor.
娘を残して何勝手に死んでるんだよ
He meant to protect her with his sacrifice. But what is Nae supposed to do now?
しかもなんで笑いながら死ねるんだよ
All rounders are expendable, he said. Does that mean FB was just another pawn? Is that how CERN operates? That's insanity. This can't be real. Nae, is she still asleep in the next room, blissfully unaware of her father's suicide? How do I explain this to her? Should I run? Again, strictly speaking, my purpose is to obtain FB's phone. Once I send the email and change the world line, all this will be undone. I can run like a coward, and no one will know. I'll know. I timidly slide open the door to Nae's bedroom. It looks like you would expect. There's a red backpack hanging next to the desk, and there's a futon laid out on the floor. But Nae isn't there. The window is open. The lace curtains are waving, as if to invite the fresh morning breeze inside.
いない
Where did she go? No, don't tell me CERN kidnapped her. I don't even know if she was here when we arrived. None of this makes sense. This isn't the world I know.
携帯を探そう
I need Tenochi's phone. I'm relieved Nae isn't here. I don't have to tell her about her father's death. I find Tenochi's phone in his pants pocket. I was ready to kill him for it if I had to. I never thought he would kill himself. And now I'm looting his dead body like a hyena scavenging for scraps of meat. I make myself want to puke. I leave as soon as I have the phone, dragging the catatonic Moeka with me. We regroup with Kurisu, who was worried sick waiting outside, and hail a taxi. I wish we hadn't spent so much time parked near Tenochi's house. Once the body is found, the police might trace the rental car back to us. Maybe we should have reported it first, but I would rather not have to answer any questions. Besides, soon none of this will have happened.
そう店長が
First, we take Moeka back to her apartment. There, I explain to Kurisu what happened. Moeka didn't say a word on the way back. Now she's sitting on the floor by the entrance, staring off into space. It must have been quite a shock to hear Tenochi's, FB's, confession. The one person she trusted betrayed her. She may never recover. But were Tenochi's actions really a betrayal? I'm not quite convinced. Something fell off back there. Rounders who complete their mission are eliminated. No exceptions. That's what FB said. But in that case, why wasn't Moeka killed?
なあ萌かもしかしたら FB はお前を生かそうとしたのかもしれない。あの人はお前を見捨てたんじゃなくて突き放して生かそうとしたのかも。
This may be just wishful thinking. We'll never know FB's true intentions, but I want to believe that Tenoji did care for her. That there was a place for Moeka somewhere. What am I doing? Why am I trying to comfort Moeka? Maybe I'm just soft.
岡部、今すぐ D メールを送るべきよ。
Kurisu's expression is grave.
今を逃すといろいろ面倒なことに巻き込まれるかもしれないから。
Kurisu had the same thought as me.
あんたの目的はマユリを救うことであってセルンへの復讐じゃないでしょ。私たちが作ったタイムリープマシンのせいで犠牲が出るのは気持ちのいいことじゃない。
ああそうだな。
FB's phone is in my possession. There's no longer any reason to stay on this world line. It's only a matter of time until the police come looking for us. I should send the email immediately. When I do, the present will be reconstructed. Tenoji will still be alive. Moeka will still be in contact with FB. And at last, the IBN 5100 will return to me. I just need to think about saving my Yuri, and all will be well.
ダルはもうラボに来ていると思うか。
電話してみる。
I'll send the same message I tried to send earlier from Moeka's phone. Only this time it'll be from FB's phone. When Moeka sees it, she'll believe it to be an order from FB. Knowing her dependence on FB, she'll obey without question. It makes me sick to be taking advantage of Moeka's vulnerabilities like this. How am I any different than FB?
あと5分くらいでラボに着くって。
So we just wait until then.
ねえ、さっき店長の家でのことだけど。
After closing her phone, Kurisu glances at Moeka and lowers her voice.
私、外で見張ってて、銃声が聞こえて。
Kromager said,
その直
Where
後
we
ぐらいに
now?
FB just killed himself.
見た。
I don't remember that in the anime either. So that's another potential interesting change, unless I'm just not remembering right. And we should be sending the email soon, or not sending it, as we decide.
あの子。
I ask even though I already know the answer. There's only one person it could be.
なえちゃん。家の裏口から
Mhm.
走り去っていった。呼び止めようとしたら目があったわ。
Kurisu bites her lip, as if fighting an unpleasant memory. It happened right after she heard the gunshot. If that's true, then Nae saw her father die. She saw her father die and ran away. There's a knock on the door. Someone's here. Who? Moeka, who had been squatting by the entrance, slowly lifts her head. This is wrong. The timing's too perfect. Today, Kiryu Moeka dies. This world line has already
Chromager
approved that fate.
said. You said FB killed themselves.
That's what I said. That's what happened. Has it come for her already? Moeka reaches for the doorknob. I try to stop her, but too late. Moeka is already turning the doorknob. The door opens slowly, and there stands
こんにちは。
an innocent greeting, a child's voice. Familiar. How did she find this place? How did she get here? Why did she come here? She ran away. Our eyes met right after I heard the gunshot. I certainly don't remember Nae killing somebody.
Chromager said. Nah, this scene crazy.
Nae steps up to Moeka. Moeka's body blocks my view. The next instant, Moeka drops to her knees like a string-cut puppet. An innocent laugh. Hands dyed with blood. A cleaver in her hand.
嘘でしょ。嘘じゃない。
Nae's lips twist into a victorious sneer. She looks straight at me, her eyes burning with intense hatred. Those aren't the eyes of a child. What's going on here? Is this really Nae?
私は許さない。
The venom in her voice chills me to the bone.
父さんを死に追いやったお前たちを絶対に許さないから。私がこの手で殺してやるまで許さないから。
Kurisu and I stare in shocked silence. Neither of us can move a muscle.
岡部倫太郎。
My heart skips a beat. I feel like someone just walked over my grave.
お前は15年後に殺す。それまで怯えて待ってなさい。
Nae tosses the knife away and leaves, laughing all the while. I hear the sound of her footsteps pattering down the stairs. Soon they fade away, leaving us in silence. My entire body is shaking. I have to struggle just to move a finger. Moeka's clothes are soaked in blood. There's a gaping wound in her abdomen where Nae stabbed her.
Crazy Okabe is destined to die and it is currently.
Yeah, I definitely don't remember that in the anime. That's crazy. Is she actually from the future? Like, what the hell's going on there? I'm sure we'll find out eventually, right? Probably. Kurisu yells for me to come to my senses, and then she takes out her phone. Yeah, that's probably not going to help. I mean, she's kind of destined to die today. We really just need to go ahead and send or not send the D-mail.
それより先に D メールを送ってしまった方がいいのかもしれない。
Even now, Kurisu is calm. I feel an irrational surge of anger at her composure, but I know that she's right. Once I send the D-mail, this world line will be undone. I know that, but I still run to Moeka's side. When I lift her up in my arms, I see that her chest is already covered in blood.
Moeka!
She's my enemy.
しっかりしろおい
She killed Mayuri.
聞こえるかMoeka!
I can't understand her. I can't forgive her, and yet I can't help but call her name, because in a sense she's a victim too. Moeka slowly opens her eyes. Her eyes are blank and unfocused. She's fading fast. She tries to speak, but her voice catches in her throat. I bring my ear closer to her lips.
私あなたの大切な人を殺したから
Yes, you did. Countless times. Not on this world line, but on others. The will of fate.
ごめんなさいごめんなさい
I silently squeeze Moeka's hand. Moeka doesn't squeeze back. She no longer has the strength.
私にとっては FB しかいなくて私にとっての居場所そこだけ守るためなら殺す恨まれて当然ごめんなさい
許すよ
The words come to my lips unbidden, but as soon as I speak them, I understand why. Moeka does not kill Mayuri on this world line. Even if she could, it would not happen until tomorrow. This Moeka, the one dying in my arms, is innocent, and yet, even now, she says, I'm sorry. How can I not answer her?
Chromager
許す
said, I still don't know why she kills Mayuri.
Wait, for real? The hells? Like maybe she's working for CERN in the future or something? That's about the only thing I can think of. Is that she knows that she's got the memories from the future, and that she knows that she can't kill him now because the world line won't let it. So that's the only thing I can figure, is that maybe she works for CERN in the future, because 15 years, that would be when the rebellion's happening, right? I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense to me, is that she's some future warrior and future CERN operative from the future. Perhaps the words are meaningless. Forgiving Moeka will not cure Nae's hate. Neither will
Chromager
Moeka's death.
said, I think it may be explained further in the visual novel.
Yeah, it might be. And that's one of the beautiful things about playing the visual novel, is there are indeed so many other things that you just don't even know about, right? Yes, that is one of the beautiful things about it, because anime can only adapt so much. I don't even know if I truly mean what I'm saying, but still, I remember what Kurisu said. My goal is to save Mayuri, not avenge her. So here, now.
お前を許す
The anguish seems to fade from Moeka's face. Her eyes slowly close. A tear slides down Moeka's cheek. Her hand slips from my grasp. She is no longer breathing. Biting my lip, I lay Moeka to rest on the floor. I place her purple phone in her hands.
岡部
Kurisu calls to me in a weak voice.
D メールを送るべきだと思う。もう準備はできてる。
Moeka and FB are gone, but Mayuri's fate remains unchanged. The universe still demands her death.
なあ、クリスティーナ。D メールを送って。ダイバージェンスが変わったら、萌香はそこで生きていると思うか、それとも死んだままだと思うか。
あんたが言っていたアトラクタフィールド理論で考えるなら、ダイバージェンスが 1% 以上なら生きている確率は高くなる。
And she only dies because she finds the computer, right? So, I mean, if she never finds a computer, it doesn't matter. So, yeah, I have no doubt she'll live.
こんな思いやりもクソもない言い方しかできなくて。
At least until she finds another computer, anyway.
いや、いいんだ。
I stand up. Moeka's blood clings to my hands. It won't come off even when I wipe it with a tissue. I stop trying and take out FB's phone. I nod to Kurisu. She calls Daru and tells him to activate the phone wave. I take one last look at Moeka's body lying there.
Stream Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends, hydrate."
Causality is a strange and terrifying thing. At the beginning of all this, Moeka killed Mayuri, but now Moeka lies dead while Mayuri still lives. All because I changed the past. Moeka, if you're going to apologize for a sin you didn't commit, then I must apologize as well. I am responsible for twisting your fate, and for twisting the fate of Tenoji Nae. I ruined that innocent girl's life, made her something other than what she was meant to be. Is it okay to just leave her like this? Of course, if I send the email now, this world line will be undone. Nae's twisted fate will be corrected. There's no point in worrying about it. I should just think about Mayuri. I shouldn't burden myself with any more problems. Is this really okay? Of course it is. Send the email. That's all I need to do. Why won't my fingers move? I already know what I need to do.
Chromager
And yet...
said,
岡部
"Doesn't TFB kill Moeka in the anime?"
I could have swore that's how it happened, yeah. That's why I was a little confused, like, wait a second. But I don't remember FB killing himself. But that's what happens here, apparently, at least in this world line. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happens. FB kills Moeka. At least I thought.
さっきのあの子、様子が変じゃなかったか。
あの子ってナイちゃんのこと？
I nod.
まるで別人みたいだった。
We might be about to find the answers, guys. This might be the ending where we find the sound.
どういう意味なんだ？
It bothers me. Does she know something? What was she implying?
岡部、気にすることない。D メールを今すぐ送って。それで何もかも解決よ。
Chromager said, "Yet FB kamikaze himself and takes Moeka with him."
I put FB's phone in my pocket.
見なかったことにはできない。
Nae's crime is partly my responsibility, and I need to know what she meant when she promised to kill me 15 years from now.
タイムリープする。ラボに戻ろう。
Kurisu sighs, but I pretend not to hear it.
Chromager said. In the anime,
というか敵って
Kurisu glances at Moeka, then whispers into my ear.
彼女は敵じゃないの？
今は朝の7時前だな。
は？そうだけど何よいきなり。
After time leaping 4 hours back, I find myself in front of the station. This is right after Moeka and I met up with Kurisu after returning from Narita Airport. After this comes the Tenoji residence. Moeka is standing a few meters away, kicking the dirt in boredom. Moeka was dead just a few minutes ago, but now she's perfectly fine. I feel no surprise. I suppose I've grown accustomed to this particular facet of time travel. After all, I've seen Mayuri come back to life countless times already. There is one other thing experience has taught me. Today, Moeka and Tenoji will die, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. I know it's cruel, but I didn't come back here to save them. I don't have the means to, and it isn't my problem. The problem is Nae. We arrive in front of Tenoji's house, just like we did before I time leaped. But this time I wait outside with Kurisu. Moeka enters alone, expressionless as ever. While we wait outside, I tell Kurisu what's about to happen. I also tell her to wait a little while after she hears a gunshot, and then go inside and take Tenoji's phone. It feels like an eternity passes in silence. And then Kurisu gasps. Her body goes stiff.
銃声が。
I immediately look around. Just as Kurisu told me, I see a girl come out of the window. She walks away quickly, but at the same time taking care not to make a sound. That's not how a child acts after witnessing her father's death.
待て。
Nae looks over her shoulder. She spears me with the eyes full of hatred. That alone is enough to make me shiver. It's pitiful, but a tiny little girl is making me nervous. Something is very wrong here. This Nae is like a completely different person. I want to know her true identity. That's why I time leap instead of sending the email. Nae is still running, ignoring my calls to stop. I run after her. Out of shape though I may be, I'm still more than a match for a 12-year-old girl. The distance between us quickly shortens. Nae keeps running, occasionally looking back at me and grinding her teeth in a very unchildlike manner. Normally, a child being chased by a man will cry and scream things like, "Stay away," or "Help." But this girl says
Stream
nothing.
elements.
The only sound is her heavy breathing.
Stay warm, my friends, hydrate.
I call out to her once more when she's nearly in arm's reach. Unexpectedly, Nae slows down and eventually stops to catch her breath. Looks like she's realized she can't get away. From the sound of her breathing, she must be at her limit. We're alone. Kurisu and Moeka must still be at the house, and the streets are empty thanks to the Oban holidays. Perfect. I was afraid someone might report me as a child molester. Now I can get what I need to know out of a strange girl who looks like Nae. I call her out to her as I catch my breath.
お前は本当に天王寺苗か
Nae glares at me as she catches her breath.
お前はこれから桐生萌香を殺すつもりなんだろ
そうよ。
She punctuates her nonchalant reply with a cruel smile. That is not the face of a child.
父親に復讐か
お前と桐生萌香は父さんを殺した。
店長が自殺したんだ自分で頭を打ち抜いたそれに俺たちが行かなくてもあの男は自殺していただろう逆恨みだ
そんなのしたことじゃない。
What?
父さんが死んだ時、桐生萌香はその場にいた。でも父さんが死ぬのを止めなかった。だから許さない。お前もだ、岡部倫太郎。あの場にはいなかったけど、お前に関わらなければ父さんは死ななくて済んだ。
Wait, is she blaming me for finding the IBM 5100? How the hell was I supposed to know?
だがお前はすぐには殺さない。殺せないからね。
The tiny little girl, barely half my height, looks up at me with a smile that chills my blood.
お前を殺すのは15年後。それまでせいぜい怯え続けるんだ。
I get on my knees and grab Nae by the shoulders. I hold back my terror and meet her stare for stare. And yet this girl doesn't even flinch.
誰なんだ
She isn't Tenoji Nae.
15年後に殺すってどういう意味なんだ
そのままの意味だよ。お前は15年後に私が殺した。
Killed? Why is she using past tense? Nae laughs once, a harsh and mocking sound. Then she leans in and whispers.
わからないのか？今、こう言った？お前は誰なんだって。私は天王寺苗だよ。間違いなくな。ただし私は15年先の記憶まで思い出している。
No. Did she? Nae suddenly whips out a knife, catching me completely off guard. Oh, now that is a picture and a half right there. Nae drives a knife into the elbow of my right arm, which was grabbing her shoulder. Blood sprays onto Nae's face, but she doesn't even blink. Instead, she laughs, just like she laughed when she killed Moeka. The intense pain brings me to my knees.
Said. Yeah, this is completely different.
Yeah, we've apparently got into some sort of crazy kid route, and I'm all here for it. That is one of my favorite types of horror tropes. Is when kids you think are innocent start murdering people. It's beautiful to see every time. Children of the Corn, for instance. For a moment I panic, but somehow I manage to convince myself that I'm fine. I won't die here, I tell myself. This wolf line won't accept that. It's just like Nae said herself. It's not that she won't kill me, she can't. If she tried, something would surely interfere.
お前を殺した時のこと教えてあげようか。なんかレジスタンスの創始者とか言ってセルンに歯向かってたみたいだけど、私が拉致して監禁してやって考えつく限りのありとあらゆる拷問を加えてやったよ。お前は痛みに泣きわめき、クソとしょんべんをまき散らしながら私に命乞いをした。実に醜かったよ、岡部倫太郎。しょうがないから最後に私自身の手で喉をかき切ってやった後、気が済むまでメット刺しにしたのよ。一体何回刺したか
私でもわからないぐらいのね。それが15年後のお前が迎える最後だ。父さんを殺したお前を待っている運命だ。
Nae grabs my arm and digs her tiny fingers into the wound. My nerves burst into flame, not just in my arm, but throughout my entire body. The pain forces the air out of my lungs in a blood-curdling scream. I can't shake off Nae's hands. I can't even move a finger against the pain.
セルンはお前の作ったタイムリープマシンを回収して15年もの間一切手をつけずに保管したままだったんだ。私はそれに目をつけたの。15年後ラウンダーになった私はお前を殺してからそれを使ってここまで戻ってきた。一度にたった48時間しか遡れない欠陥品だから随分苦労したけど。
To travel 15 years in 48-hour increments would take. Damn, I can't calculate through the pain. How many days are in a year again?
So she traveled instead of time leap.
No, she time leaped. It sounds like she time leaped. How many? 365 days in a year, right? That would be 182.5 leaps, if I'm doing my math right. No, wait. No, wait, I'm being stupid. I'm not doing my math right. That was how many years? 15 years. That's 2,737 leaps. 2,737 leaps. That's a lot of leaping. Oh, well, there. Okay. Okay. She tells us. Okay.
他にもいろいろあったせいで実際の回数はきっと倍以上だけどな。自分が何回タイムリープしたかなんてとっくに忘れたよ。
Now I get it. When I came to this world line, I went back to the lab after learning of Moeka's suicide. And once I got there, I found evidence someone had used the time leap machine. So that was Nae's final time leap. Nae keeps staring into my eyes as her fingers crawl deeper into my wound. I bite my lip in a desperate attempt to bear the pain. My blood won't stop flowing. It collects into a puddle and stains the asphalt dark red.
私はこの復讐のためだけに生きてきた。誰にも邪魔はさせない。絶対に桐生萌香も殺してやる。この手でだ。自殺なんてさせるもんか。そんな生ぬるい死に方で逃がしたりはしない。
たったそれだけのために15年もの歳月を遡ってきたのかよ。
She's insane. And it was Moeka and I who made her that way, who turned an innocent little girl into a creature of hatred starved for. No, it was not you, it was CERN. First off, for CERN is the one who essentially made him kill himself anyways because of how their operation ran and they were threatening her. And then, apparently his self-sacrifice didn't even save her because they manipulated her in the future. I honestly kind of feel bad for Ron right now. Shit. We stole 15 years of her life. 15 years. I can't understand what it's like to live with such hatred for so long. And if you could come back in time to enact revenge, why wouldn't you just go back in time to change it, right? Or at least try to. Nae's slender fingers pry deeper into my wound, so deep I can feel her fingers against my bone. I do not even want to picture what that might feel like, but okay.
She can't change it though it's a time leap.
それで萌香を殺してその後はどうするつもりだ。
その後
遡ってきた15年をもう一度やり直すのか。
そんなものに何の価値がある？価値なんてないんだ。
She does not cry, she does not sneer, her voice is flat and emotionless as she speaks those words. There's nothing more I can say to this girl I destroyed. At last Nae lets go of my arm. She looks in disgust at her hands, now covered in my blood.
お前は今何もしなくていい。
Chromager
ただ怯
said,
え、後悔し
You
続ける。
can't change the world line through time leap, right?
Not that we've noticed.
私が迎えに行く時まで。
The only changes have been so far through the D-mails and maybe through the time machines. But considering the same device that time leaps can also send D-mails, and the fact that really maybe she has access to time machines in the future anyways, I could think of a few ways she could have maybe used a different option. Maybe. And she's just not there mentally enough to think about it. I'm powerless to stop her from running away. Dry laughter leaks out of my mouth. That girl's disconnected from causality, just like I am. I asked her what she would do after killing Moeka. She didn't answer. Realistically, I wonder what would happen if she time leaped with her current memories before her dad kills himself and tries to put like blanks in the gun or something. If it would be like Mayuri where he still dies anyways. That would be something else that would be interesting to see. Probably in that case he still does, but you know. The first time she lived those 15 years, all she had was revenge, and after time leaping thousands of times, she exacted that revenge. How will she live those 15 years the second time around? Will she kill me again? Will her revenge be complete then?
Chromager
Or will it continue
said,
forever?
Yeah, this proves you can only change timeline using the mail and time machine.
Until she forgets why. The thought squeezes my heart like a vice. Does time travel bring nothing but pain? We built a time machine out of curiosity. We were fools. If not for our meddling, CERN would not have targeted us. Mayuri would not have died. Suzuha would not have had to travel to the past. Ferris would not have lost her father twice. Lukaku would not have had to forsake her feelings for me. And Moeka would not have killed Mayuri. Kurisu runs up to me. She turns pale at the sight of my bleeding arm.
あんた、その傷どうしたの？大丈夫？
She kneels in front of me. Worry is etched on her face.
携帯は
持ってきたけど。
Kurisu hands me FB's phone. I take it and start typing out the mail with my left hand.
説明してよ。その傷はどうしたの？救急車呼んだ方がいい？
落ち着け。今から D メールを送る。
あ、そうか。世界線が変わればこの傷もなくなるのかな。
Yes, but who cares about my wound? Tenochi's death, Moeka's death, and the damage to Nae's soul will all be undone. That's what matters. I finish the mail and take a breath.
なあ、
どうして店長は萌香を殺さなかったんだろうな。
どういうこと？
Any rounder who finds an IBM 5100 is silenced. No exceptions. That's what Tenochi said. In that case, the one who should have been eliminated first was Moeka. She found the IBM 5100 in the first place. And yet Tenochi cut contact with her instead. And when we exposed his true identity, he shot himself, not Moeka.
俺は思うんだ。やっぱり店長は萌香を助けたかったんだよ。
Perhaps that's just wishful thinking. Perhaps I'm just looking for an ounce of comfort in all this suffering. Even if that was Tenochi's intention, it was meaningless. Moeka will die today. Whether by her own hand or Nae's, it doesn't matter. However,
ベータ世界線ではそうなるといいな。
they are the enemy. I should hate them for killing my Yuri. But in some sense, Tenochi, Moeka, and Nae are all just victims of CERN's foolish experiments. I pray that they can live normal lives, at least on the Beta World line. For their sake as well as my Yuri's, I must send this email.
悪いな。ない。
Once this email is sent, the world line will be undone.
お前の復讐は果たされない。
Chromager said. Funny how in this timeline they will be fixed in a time leap loop.
The world shatters, warps, and reforms. Eventually, those sensations disappear, and color gradually returns to the world. I find myself standing in the street near the lab. The burning pain in my right arm is suddenly gone. I look down. There's no wound, no blood. Dooba 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 doop doop doop. Dooba doop doop doop. Dooba doop doop doop. Okay, so yeah. Interesting. Dooba doop. Instead, I'm holding a convenience store bag with 2 bottles of Dr. P. I guess it worked. I head straight for Moeka's apartment. When I get there, Moeka opens the door normally and peeks out at me. She looks fine, no signs of despair, no bloodstain by the door, no knife either.
岡部君、ここどうやって調べ？
少し時間を潰させてもらうぞ。
I barge into the room. The hour of Moeka's death passes with no sign of Nae. The world line has changed. I don't need an IBM 5100 anymore. Moeka's right in front of me, but she sends me mail. It feels like forever since we last conversed like this. My supervisor told me to stop looking.
FB からストップが。
How do you know about FB? Where did you get that information? So FB's still alive. I feel relief, but also fear. I mustn't forget that he is my enemy. For now, however, I'm more interested in what Moeka just said. FB cancels her mission to retrieve the IBM 5100.
任務達成はすなわち処分確定。扱いとしては犬っつうより家畜だな。
I recall his last words. Perhaps he canceled her mission so that they wouldn't be eliminated. If that's the truth, then maybe he really was trying to save Moeka.
ただ怯え、後悔し続けろ、岡部倫太郎。15年後に 私が迎えに行く時まで。
I wonder what happened to Nai. I can't get that childish yet hate-filled voice out of my head. On that world line, I turned an innocent girl into a murderer. I bite my lip hard, hard enough to draw blood. I won't fear you, Nai, nor will I repent. That world line has already been undone. But how will things turn out on this new world line? No, there's no point thinking about it. If the plan worked, the IBM 5100 should already be back in my possession. And if that's the case, then there's no need to stay on this world line either. On the way back to the lab, I stop by the Braun Tube workshop and peek in through the window. The 42-inch CRT is powered on, and Tenoji, FB, is lounging in front of it, reading the sports pages. FB is still alive. His daughter, Nae, has no reason to hate anyone now. I climb the stairs to the lab. There's nobody there but
桐生
Kurisu.
萌香のアパートに行ったか？
は？
Kurisu pauses her at-channel browsing session to look at me in confusion.
萌香さんのアパート？私が？行ってないけど。
そうか。
どういうことよ。
いや、言っていないならいいんだ。
I cut across the lounge and head straight for the development room. In the middle of that room sits a time leap machine. After I glanced at the time leap machine, I scanned the shelves. A large, familiar cardboard box. I was right. Inside the box is the IBM 5100, the legendary retro PC stolen from me by a twist of fate. At last it has returned. The long battle is finally over. I did it. We can save Mayuri.
Super Haka! Super Haka, come on!
I can't contain my excitement. My heart is beating like a jackhammer.
橋田ならいないわよ。コミマに行くって言ってたじゃない。
Oh, right. In that case, he won't return until evening. I can't wait that long, so I fire up the time machine and leap.
Chromager said, "Do you think situation has been fixed?"
Who can say, who can say? We'll find out sure enough, won't we? As shape and color return to the world, I see Daru in front of his computer, sleepily playing an eroge. Kirisu's napping on the sofa. She probably just got done with her all-nighter on the time leap machine. Mayuri's not around. She probably went to Lukako's to beg him to cosplay.
Daru! Christina!
Kurisu jerks awake.
これよりオペレーションベルダンディ最終フェーズを開始する。
My sonorous decoration earns only blank stares. Why are they so slow?
ダル IBN5100 だ。だからではない。IBN5100 があるのだよ。
そりゃあるっしょ。オカリンが持ってきたんじゃん。
そう、俺が持ってきた。柳林神社からな。
オカリン、今日はやけにテンション高くね。
ちょっとぐらい寝かせろよ。
Kurisu rubs her eyes and complains. She looks dead tired.
徹夜明けなんだから。
ダル、一つ聞くが IBN5100 の使い方について勉強はしたか？
あ、まあ一応。コミマ前のクソ忙しい時期に僕って偉すぎじゃね？イギリスだったらナイトの称号もらえるレベル。
ならば今日からお前のことをさあスーパーハッカーと呼ぼう。
だが断る。
くだらない会話は自重しろ。頭が痛くなる。
If Daru knows how to use the IBM 5100, then we can hack CERN right now.
全ラボ面に告げる。
Mayuri's not here, but that's actually more convenient.
長き戦いにいよいよ決着をつける時が来た。すなわちラグナロックが開始されるのだ。本作戦の概要はすなわちセルン本部の最深部に隠された極秘データを IBN5100 によるクラッキングで破壊することである。エシュロンなる卑劣な電子機器により奴らは我らの極秘情報をかすめ取った。アマツさえそれをもとに我らを特定し、我らが開発した人類の夢タイムマシンの強奪をも目論んだ。研究機関でありながらその裏で時空の支配者の座を望み非道なるゼリーマン実験を行う奴らに今こそ正義の鉄槌を下そうではないか。
Well, if he doesn't shut his fucking mouth and shouts a little bit louder, then maybe not. Dude, just get on it already.
そして
Stop grandstanding.
真の時空の支配者がどちらなのか奴らの目にしかと刻みつけてやれ。
We all know that grandstanding is what leads villains to die.
戦いが終わった時世界を陰で牛耳る支配構造はついに崩壊し再構成されるだろう。そう
Romager.
我らが望んだ混沌
Can
が
MR Braun
つ
hear
いに
his
訪
off?
れるのだ。
I think maybe the window's closed, but maybe so, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, this. he needs to stop grandstanding already.
まあうるさい。
Kurisu gets fed up and rises from the sofa.
一体何なの？
オカリンの心の闇は誰にもわからんでござる。
そもそも設定じゃ岡部は狂気のマッドサイエンティストじゃなかった？なのになんで正義の鉄槌とか言っちゃってるんだ。
ついカッとなってやったんじゃね？今は反省してるかも。
お前たちごちゃごちゃ言っていないで準備しろ。
準備って何ぞ？
だから今言っただろう。セルンへのクラッキングだ。
クラッキングは良くないと思う。
なんという優等生的発言。お前は委員長か。
捕まりたいの？
そういう問題ではない。
I fight the urge to grind my teeth.
俺はこのターニングポイントへ到達するためにこれまで戦ってきた。
Instead, I fix Kurisu with my stare.
今こそアルファ世界線を離脱しマユリを救う。邪魔をするというなら誰だろうと許さん。絶対にだ。
岡部、
必死すぎ。
I've got good reason. To them, only half an hour has passed since the time leap machine was built. But to me, many days have passed since this ordeal began. I bow my head deeply.
俺の願いを聞いてくれ。
Or else Mayuri will die, and in 26 years, the world will be ruled by CERN. Suzuha's sacrifice will have been for nothing. Daru claps me on the shoulder and smiles broadly and thrusts his thumb skyward.
別にあんたの のためにクラッキングするんじゃないんだからね。
これはひどい。
I burst out in laughter. Sir Super Haka, Tsundere version, is here to save the day. I couldn't have asked for a better right-hand man. As Daru hooks the IBM 5100 to his
Dare
PC,
the funniest one FR.
I do like Daru. Daru's a pretty cool guy. I would totally hang out with him IRL. Yeah, I do like Daru. I explain the situation one more time. Let's hope this is the last.
つまり全ての元凶は俺が最初にダルに当てて送ったメールにある。それがセルンのエシュロンに捕らえられてしまったせいでラウンダーに目をつけられた。結果マユリは殺され、俺たち3人はセルンに拉致され、タイムリープマシンは強奪される。
Some years after that, I assume Daru and I escaped and formed the resistance to which Suzuha belonged.
どれだけ回避しようとしてもダメだった。世界はアトラクタフィールド理論により同じ結末へと収束してしまう。
それもし全部妄想だったらオカリンはラノベ作家になれると思うお。
Light novel, Renobe. Illustrated novels targeted primarily at teenager and young adult males. Cover artwork often depicts cute girls, although light novels can deal with just about any subject matter. Recent years have seen a trend towards stories about teenage boys meeting cute girls and winding up in extraordinary situations.
事実だ。すべてな。マユリの死を避けるためには。
And to free Suzuha's future from CERN.
アルファ世界線から脱出するしかない。これまでに歪ませた事象をすべて取り消すことで、それは可能になると俺は考えている。つまり目指すべきは、俺がダルに最初の D メールを送る前のベータ世界線。そこへ到達するため、エシュロンに捉えられた最初のメールデータをセルンのデータベースから削除しなくてはならないのだ。
If what Suzuha said is correct, then erasing that data will take us over the one divergence and back to the Beta world line. It was just one short email, barely 36 bytes, but it changed the course of human history. The butterfly effect.
面白いわね。
Kurisu mutters as she sips her hot coffee. It looks like she's already recovered from her exhaustion.
マキセ氏は信じるん？
仮説としてはね。できれば客観的データが欲しいところだけど、それはさすがに無理だし。
安心しろ。お前が改良を施したタイムリープマシンの出来はガチだった。
当然でしょ。
She doesn't deny it. That's just like Kurisu.
それに IBN5100 でのハッキングはもともと予定してたことだし、とにかくアクセスしてみて、もしそこにメールデータが存在していたなら、岡部の言葉は事実だと証明される。
要するに考えるな、感じるんだということですね。わかります。
いや、逆にわかんないけど。
考えるよりやってみろということだ。
Daru extracts his massive body from the space behind the desk, plops himself down on the chair, and wipes away his sweat.
つなぎ終わったお。ちょっと設定いじらないとダメだけど、10分しないうちに始められる。
よし。
それにしても元凶となった最初のメールね。それってあれでしょ？ ATF で見せてもらったやつ。私が死んでたとかなんとか。
そうだ。ラジカンでお前が殺されているのを目撃した俺はダルにそれを伝えるメールを送った。ダルはたまたま電話レンジカッコ仮の実験中で放電現象が起きて。
My voice trails off. Something is telling me to stop. Fear rises in my chest a sudden, terrible certainty that I am missing something vital. I frantically replay the conversation in my head. We must cancel all of our changes to the timeline so far. The very first email started it all. The one that said I died or something. Return to the world line that existed before I sent the first email. An icy fist seizes my heart, and I turn to Kurisu with a look of pure terror. Our eyes meet. Those eyes of hers no longer show the sharp defiance from when we first met. Instead, they glow warmly with the light of curiosity.
何よ。
I was right. I had missed something vital, something dire. The world line I set my sights on to save Mayuri. The world line upon which Suzuha staked her hope for the future. The world line where I am at last poised to reach at the end of this long struggle. On that world line, Mayuri lives. On that world line, CERN fails. And on that world line, on the 8th floor of Radican, Makise Kurisu dies. I thought I had found the solution, that everything would be all right, but the equation was meaningless. I had solved nothing. Instead, I am left with a terrible choice. Mayuri or Kurisu. One of them must die. Radican is still off limits. They haven't yet repaired the hole that Suzuha's time machine made. I look down through the hole at the streets of Akiba. From up here, they look narrow and stifling.
Chromager said, "Is Suzuha still in this time?"
No, it looks like Suzuha has left, judging by the fact that the time machine is no longer there. Across the way, a train rumbles by. I watch the yellow striped cars move past. I came here because I wanted to be alone. The day before yesterday, I abruptly canceled the attempt to hack CERN. Kurisu and Daru demanded an explanation, but I just couldn't give them one. The decision has paralyzed me. 2 days later, I am still nowhere close to finding an answer. What do I do? 2 weeks ago, on July 28th, Dr. Nakabachi held a press conference in this very spot. The same day Kurisu was murdered. Let's say we go through with the plan and delete the first email I sent, the one about Kurisu's death, from CERN's database. That would return us to the Beta world line, where it all began. What would happen then? According to my predictions, our friend, Lab Member 4, Makise Kurisu, would disappear. Someone who died on July 28th cannot be alive now on August 15th. That would defy causality, a time paradox. That world line has already rejected her existence. The moment we erase the D-mail, Kurisu will cease to exist. And so I am left with 2 options. Option 1, hack CERN with the IBN 5100 and erase the first email I sent, thus returning to the Beta world line. Kurisu will disappear, but Mayuri will live. CERN will never build a time machine, and the future will be free. Option 2, don't hack CERN. Keep living here on the Alpha world line. Mayuri will die, so will Moeka and FB. Kurisu will likely be kidnapped by CERN, but at the very least she won't die. With her research, CERN will gain control of space-time, and the future will be a dystopia where no one is free.
どちらか選べ。だと。
Ridiculous. I choke out a laugh. How am I, of all people, supposed to make that choice?
こんなの選べるわけないだろ。
I don't really care about the future, whether it's free or ruled by CERN. I know I should care. Suzuha entrusted her wish to me. Doesn't that make it my responsibility? But still, it doesn't seem quite real.
Chromager
20 years is a
said,
long time.
If the future SCRN has already gotten time travel, how come they haven't interfered in the present?
That is a fantastic question. Let's not think too much about it. Right now, only Mayuri and Kurisu matter. I must choose which to save. If I had been given this choice back on July 28th, before this all started, I probably would not have hesitated to abandon Kurisu and save Mayuri. But it's not July 28th, it's August 15th. I've spent 2 long weeks with Kurisu. She's one of us now, an integral part of the lab. And as I leapt through time again and again, she was the person I relied on most. Always calm, always thoughtful, always ready with a new hypothesis, always here to give me a push when I needed it most. I wouldn't even have to time loop machine if it not for Kurisu. It's thanks to her that I made it this far. After all she's done for me, there's no way I can abandon her now. But nor can I let Mayuri die. Everything I've done, I did to save her. I would give anything, even my own life, to see her safe. More than anything, I want her to live. No matter what, I won't let her die.
結局どっちも選べない。選べるわけがない。
Kill Kurisu or kill Mayuri. That is what this choice comes down to.
こんな結末なのかよ。
I drive my fist into the wire fence.
鈴葉やフェイリスやルカ子や萌えかみんなの思いを犠牲にしてまでたどり着いたのがこんな結末なのかよ。
Is there no other option? No way to save them both?
Chromager said, I think it may be due to them having the fear to change the timeline so that they don't develop it, they don't travel in the past.
That could be it, yeah. They do interfere with the past a little bit because they purposely don't they purposely try to gather up the computers, right? But I think they try to keep it on the down low, yeah. Like maybe one person travels, but what if I use Suzuha's time machine? I could return to the Beta World line and use her time machine to travel to the 28th. No, that won't work. The reason Suzuha leapt to 2010 was to prevent CERN from creating a dystopia that only occurs on this world line. On the Beta World line, she'll have no reason to leap to 2010. Suzuha's time machine won't exist, so I won't be able to use it. That's not true though, remember, it still crashed on the world line that she dies in. Alright, then what if I send Kurisu a warning via D-mail? It could say, don't go to Dr. Nakabachi's presentation. No, that won't work either. Remember, causality converges. Kurisu's death is inevitable on the Beta world line, just as Mayuri's is inevitable on this world line. No matter what I do, fate will ensure her death.
ダメだ。
I slowly sink to the floor with my back against the fence.
俺は助けられない。
I'm powerless against the will of fate. What should I do? What should I do? Maybe Mayuri doesn't die on the current world line. I canceled Moeka's email, plus I haven't had an opportunity to check the divergence meter since. Might there be a chance? If the pattern continues, Mayuri's death has been pushed back to the night of the 17th. If Mayuri doesn't die between 7 and 8 that night, then I won't have to face this horrible decision. I know it's unlikely. I understand that from all my experiences so far. But still, I can't help but cling to that hope. Mayuri and Kurisu, if I can just save them both. Then I don't care if the future is ruled by CERN. I'll betray Suzuha's dream if that's what it takes. So please, let Mayuri live. To whom should I make this desperate plea? God, fate, the universe itself? Either way, I am just one insignificant human among billions. Will my prayers truly reach? I already know what the answer will be, and that knowledge, that certainty, is despair. Komima runs for 3 straight days, from the 15th to the 17th. On the last day, I go with Mayuri and stay with her from morning until Komima closes. It's not really my thing, though, and the crowd is ridiculous. So I wait off to the side with Mayuri's bags. From time to time, Mayuri appears with new bags for me to guard, and usually a snack for us to share, but most of the day I spend alone. To some extent, I'm here to escape reality, to empty my mind and forget my fears. But even when I close my eyes, I can still hear the footsteps of death approaching.
やっと帰ってこられた。
It's already dark by the time the bus drops us back at Akiba. Mayuri is dragging her costume case behind her. I'm carrying bags covered in moe artwork and loaded with doujinshi. These are all Mayuri's purchases, not mine. I can't believe she bought so much. I guess the reason she doesn't cosplay herself is that she's too busy shopping. We get off the bus and just stand there for a while.
マユリはこれからどうするんだ。まっすぐ家に帰るか。
ラボに行こうと思ってたんだよ。
何か用事が？
特にないけどね。オカリンと一緒に久々にのんびりしたいなって。ちょっとお腹が空いたからね。途中でジューシー唐揚げナンバー1を買うの。
Maybe Mayuri wants a taste of normalcy again, now that the chaos of Komima has ended. I can't begrudge her that. I stifle a groan and shrug my shoulders.
じゃあ帰るか。
ねえねえオカリン。今日はね、どうしてマユシーについてきてくれたの？これまでは一度もコミマに一緒に行ったことないよね。オカリンは萌えには興味ないもんね。
ロボットアニメにも興味はある。
But not so much that I would line up early in the morning for Komimo each year, like Daru and Mayuri do.
で、どうして今日は付き合ってくれたの？
それは。
To confirm your death. Those words pop into my head, but I quickly shake them away. Why am I so set on Mayuri dying? I want her to live, remember?
それは？
気まぐれだ。
そっか。
Suddenly, silence. A downhearted frown replaces the usual smile on Mayuri's face. Did my answer upset her? But it's not like I could tell her the truth. How do you tell someone they're going to die?
ルカ子が。
I frantically tried to smooth things over.
コスプレして恥ずかしがっているところを見て笑ってやろうと思ったのだが、来ていなくて残念だった。
ルカ君、絶対大人気になっちゃうのにね。いろんなブログに画像アップされまくってね、新聞社のニュースサイトにも載って海外にも紹介されちゃったりするよ。そしたらルカ君はワールドワイドなスーパースターなので、マユシーはそれを見て遠いところに行っちゃったなーって思いを馳せるのです。
本当にそうなりそうだから困る。
ねえ、オカリ。
Suddenly, Mayuri turns around and peeks at my face as she walks backwards.
今日はね、ありがとう。
なんだ、突然。
だってね、さっきも言ったけど、オカリンと一緒にコミマ来たの初めてだもん。マユシーは結構嬉しかったよ。
A smile finally returns to Mayuri's face.
でもね、次はオカリンもコスプレしてくれるともっと嬉しいかも。
ああ、考えておく。
That's right. Don't think negative thoughts. Think about a fun, bright future.
いいの？本当に？
まゆり自身もコスプレして参加するならな。それだけじゃなく、ルカ子とそれとクリスティーナも呼ぼう。二人にコスプレさせるよう説得しろ。そこまでできたなら、真打ちとしてこの俺が狂気のマッドサイエンティスト法院京馬としてコミマに降臨しようではないか。
The next Komimon takes place this winter. We'll all be there, as if none of this ever happened. All of us, laughing and smiling together. Just imagine a future like that.
そっか、道は険しいね。でもね、今ちょっと想像してみたらとっても楽しそう。それにクリスちゃんはコスプレに興味津々みたいだったし、脈あるかも。まゆし、頑張ってみるね。
We arrive at the lab. I look up at the second floor, but there's no light in the window. Oddly enough, there's nobody here today. I've got a bad feeling about this. Is Moeka going to ambush us? On the previous World 9, I forgave Moeka and Tenojin. But that has already been undone. This is a new World 9. The Rounders are still alive, and they're still after the time loop machine.
マユリ、ここでちょっと待ってろ。
I motion for her to sit and wait on the bench in front. Then I carefully check the area. I know my efforts are likely futile. But still, I want to do anything I can, anything to give my Yuri a chance, however small, of surviving on this world line. Something tells me it would be foolish to go straight up to the lab. So first I decide to check the street for any suspicious people. I walk down the street towards Kura, Mae, Bashi, Dori, careful to always keep my Yuri in sight. Suddenly, a white station wagon parked at the end of the street fires its engines and takes off in our direction. I can see clearly through the front window. The man in the driver's seat is unfamiliar, but I have seen that station wagon before. It's the same one Moeka used to run us over on a previous world mine. The same one Tenoji used to transport the IBM 5100, and now it's bearing down on me at full speed. I'm in the center of the road. There's nowhere to run. The station wagon flips on its high beams, instantly turning my vision white. I can't move. It's all happening too fast. I expected an ambush inside the lab. Instead, I'm facing a charging car. What do? I'm fine. I won't die. This world line hasn't approved that fate. No. Wait, what day is it? This is the first time I've made it to the 17th. Does that mean my death is still undecided? Will I die in Mahuri's place? If that will save her, if that will end this, then maybe it's for the best. No, I don't want to die yet. Two contradictory emotions collide in my mind. My body doesn't know which way to turn. Will I be the one to die? Something slams into my back. I open my eyes. I'm lying on the side of the road. My whole body hurts, but I don't appear to be seriously injured. Someone saved me. I look up to see the station wagon's taillights disappearing around the corner. And there, lying in the center of the road, is Mayuri. I run to her side. Mayuri is bleeding from the head. The pavement is slick with blood. Did she protect me? But that's not what I wanted. I lift her body up in my arms. Her eyes twitch, then slowly open.
おかり。
マユリ、ごめん。俺のせいで。
Her hand wanders as if seeking something. It reaches for the starry sky. Her eyelids are heavy. They could close any second now. But still, she looks straight into my eyes. And for some reason, she smiles.
やっとマユシーはおかりんの役に立てたよ。
何を。
Stardust handshake. Her delicate fingers grasp at the sky, but all they find is empty air.
Stream elements. Said.
Her arm
Stay
goes
moist,
limp.
my friends, hydrate.
I grab her hand before it hits the ground. Mayuri is no longer breathing. I've seen her die countless times, but this time it's too much. This time it's all my fault. I embrace Mayuri's tattered body, her lifeless, motionless, tattered body. I clench my jaw and bite back my tears.
マユリ、ここからじゃあんまり星が見えないな。こんなの
あんまりだろ。
Why did she have to die like this? What possible meaning could this death have? Yes, it happened because fate demanded it. Yes, her death is unavoidable, the result upon which this world line converges. I knew from the beginning that this would happen, but I never imagined that she would die saving me, and with a smile on her face.
やっと役に立てたって。一体どういう意味なんだよ。なあ。
There is no future for Mayuri on this world line, and that brings me once again to the choice. Do I return to the Beta world line, killing Kurisu, or do I leave things as they are and accept Mayuri's death? I can't run away. I am the one who twisted fate. I am the one who must decide. The sky is blue. I'm on the roof of Radican after going back 56 hours with 2 time leaps. I lean against the wire fence and stretch out my legs as I look at the sky. I wanted more time to think. That's why I came back. Last time I spent 2 days refusing to face reality, but that is no longer an option, now that I've confirmed Mayuri's death. This time I need to reach a decision. But how? This equation has no solution. No matter what choice I make, someone dies. From a purely utilitarian viewpoint, I should choose the Beta world line where CERN never creates a dystopia. But it's not that simple, not for me. There must be some other way. According to Suzuha, 2010 is a point of great divergence at the attractor field level. I think that divergence had already commenced by the time I sent the email reporting Kurisu's death. So when did divergence begin? I can't say for sure. I think it was the moment we completed the phone wave. That was around the middle of July. Daru and I deemed it a failure right after completion. By the time Kurisu was killed, there was already a huge divergence at the attractor field level. Now that I think about it, reading Steins were activated that day when I sent the email that started it all. At that moment, every pedestrian and vehicle on the main street of Akiba suddenly vanished. That feels so long ago, but now I can finally explain it. That was the moment I moved to the Alpha world line. On the Beta world line, where all this began, Suzuha didn't arrive in her time machine. Dr. Nakabachi's conference went ahead as planned, and the flow of tourists and shoppers through Akiba was unimpeded. But when I sent the email, events changed on a huge scale, from my perspective at least. On the current world line, Suzuha crashed her time machine into the roof of Radican. Nakabachi's presentation was cancelled, and this part of Akiba was closed to traffic. Because I was out on the street when the world line changed, it appeared to me as if thousands of people suddenly vanished. The truth is that they were never there to begin with. Like a magician's trick, it's so obvious once you understand how it works. The real problem is the timing of the D-mail. I moved to the Alpha world line after Kurisu died. If I had sent the D-mail before she died, then I might have been able to intervene, even now, on this world line. But no, that would defy causality. I sent that D-mail because I saw Kurisu's body. That's the way it has to be. Who killed her anyway? I still don't know. It definitely wasn't suicide. What if I identify the murderer and send them a email warning them off. Would that prevent her death? I mean, no one has tried to kill her on this world line, have they? Maybe there's a chance. However, to send that email, I would first have to move to that fatal world line. The more I think about it, the more futile it seems. I've already seen my Yuri die countless times. Everything I tried to prevent it failed. I understand all too well. When fate wants someone dead, nothing can stop it. I can't save Kurisu.
あ、いたいた。
I thought I was alone, but it seems that I was wrong. I turn around to see Kurisu standing in the open door. I avert my eyes. I can't look her in the face. Not now.
こんなところで何してる？
いや、よくここが分かったな。
一人になりたいって言ってたから、確率的に見てここに一番いそうっていう回を導き出した。
だったら一人にさせてくれ。わざわざ探さなくていい。俺は迷子の子供じゃない。
何よ、せっかく人が心配して探しに来たのに。いや、心配はしてないけど。
Right after she gets herself flustered, Kurisu sighs and puts on a serious expression.
私だってあんたのことなんて放っておこうかと思った。ただ一昨日の岡部なんか変だったから。まあいつも変なんだけど、いつも以上にっていう意味で。くそまずいオートミール食べてる時みたいなしょげっぷりじゃない？何があった？
何も。
だったらなんでセルンへのクラッキングをやめたの？
お前だってクラッキングは良くないと言っていただろう。
大イーホフラグが立ってビビったんですね。わかります。
せめて順法精神に目覚めたと言ってくれ。
全然らしくないな。いつもの独善的な態度はどこ行ったのよ。狂気のマッドサイエンティスト法王院京馬のくせに。
独善的でなんかいられるか。今回ばかりは独善的じゃいられないんだ。
I have forced my ego on others before. Susuha, Ferris, Dukako. I sacrificed their dreams for the sake of my goal. I justified it by telling myself that was necessary to save my Yuri. I weighed their suffering against the alternative and made my self-righteous choice. But this time, the alternatives are impossible to compare.
仲間のどちらを見殺しにするかって決断を前にして独善的でいられたら、むしろどれだけ楽だっただろう
どちらかを見殺しってどういう意味？
な。なあクリスティーナ、俺は所詮ただの学生なんだよ。狂気のマッドサイエンティスト、法王院京馬。そんなの全部妄想だ、設定だ。気づかなかっただろ。
Remember, friends, it is important to make sure to take care of yourself. Stay clean, make sure to hydrate, and eat. Thank you for the reminder, Crow.
いや、初対面時点でなんとなく気づいてましたが。
初対面か。
What if I hadn't found Karisu's body back then? Let's try imagining that situation. If I hadn't seen Karisu dead, I wouldn't have interrogated her before the seminar at ATF. Without hearing me call her a zombie, she wouldn't have taken an interest in me. She wouldn't have come to the lab. Ultimately, we would never have built the time leap machine. leaving me without the means to save my Yuri. And of course, Kurisu would not have become our friend. We would not be as close as we are right now.
答えて岡部。どういう意味なの？
I can't meet her questioning
ど
gaze.
うしても言わないとダメか。
散々相談に乗ってやったでしょ。今さら遠慮するな。
That's not what this is about.
だったら覚悟してくれ。これから話すのは相談じゃない。事実だ。お前にとっては死亡宣告になる。
Kurisu's voice cracks a little.
俺は説明したよな。セルにクラッキングをすることでマユリが死ぬことのないベータ世界線へたどり着けると。
2036年のセルンのディストピアもなくなる自由な未来が待ってるバラ色の世界線、そんな風に聞こえた。
バラ色なものかよ。元凶となった最初の D メール、その内容はお前にも見せたはずだ。ベータ世界線ではそのメールの内容が実際に起きた。
Kurisu is a genius. I have no doubt that she understands.
ベータ世界線ではお前は7月28日に死んでいるんだ、クリス。そしてそれはアトラクターフィールド理論による収束のせいでどうしても回避できない。マユリを救おうとするなら俺はお前を見殺しにしないといけないんだ。
Kurisu says nothing. What expression is she making now? I reluctantly sneak a look at her face. She's staring out across the cityscape. Her eyes look distant. I see neither fear nor sadness in her face. She seems accepting. Kurisu is always like this, always calm, no matter what. It's hard to believe she's younger than me. Her soft chestnut hair blows in the wind. She lifts a hand to hold it down.
ねえ、岡部。アトラクターフィールドってどこまで信憑性があると思う？
信憑性？
あれって全部ジョン・タイター、天音さんの受け売りでしょ。2036年時点ではスタンダードらしいけど。
said, I have not seen you make a single choice in this game.
You didn't notice it? You didn't notice it? We saved at one point and didn't send the email. When we went on to the murderous little kid route, we didn't send the email, so we got into that route, and that was a choice.
その時代の研究者たちは一体どうやってそれが正しいって証明したの？
理論が間違っていると言いたいのか。だが確かに収束は存在する。俺はそれを身をもって体験した。
収束は正しいとしても無限個に枝分かれした世界線が重ね合わせ状態になっているっていうのは？
俺が世界線を移動すると世界は再構成される。過去から未来までだ。
それって岡部の主観での話でしょ？あんたの脳が認識してる私はベータ世界線に行くと死んでるのよね。 それはつまり、私が死んでいる世界線と私が死んでいない世界線のうち、あんたの主観が前者を選んだってことになるわけだけど、あんたの脳が認識する世界と私の脳が認識する世界は別物かもしれないっていう可能性はないのかな。
Brains. I forgot her specialty was neuroscience.
別物って世界が分裂するということか。
分裂というか、電車みたいなものなのかも。
電車？
わかりやすい例を挙げると、
Kurisu takes out the phone and starts fiddling with it.
路線図で調べてみたけど、秋葉原から横浜に行くのにどの路線を選ぶか。
お前、鉄オタだったのか。
Rail fan Tetsu Ota, short for railroad fanatic, an otaku with an interest in trains.
違う。例えよ、例え。あんたは山手線で東京駅まで出て、そこから東海道本線に乗るのを選んだ。
Kurisu keeps talking as she looks at her phone, apparently reading off an itinerary.
でも私は山手線で大崎まで行った後、湘南新宿ラインに乗った。もしかしたら別の人、橋田なんかはそもそもいきなり秋葉原から京浜東北線に乗っちゃうかもしれない。真由里なら東京から新幹線に乗るかも。岡部と私は東京駅までは同じ電車に乗ってるけど、そこからは違う線に乗って同じ目的地を目指している。
それを世界に当てはめると、パラレルワールドを主張するのか。
たまには私も妄想ぐらいする。でも世界が一つだと誰が証明した？
鈴葉の言葉と俺のリーディングシュタイナーが。
正体不明のタイムトラベラーと原因不明の特殊能力ね。
鈴葉は正体不明では。
彼女が橋田の娘かどうかは誰にも証明できない。2036年から来たかも、ディストピアのことも証明できない。実際に2036年にならないとね。そもそももしリーディングシュタイナーが正しいなら、あらゆる人間の記憶があんたの主観に引きずられてることになる。そんなの無理がありすぎる。もしそうだったら岡部は文字通り神よ。でも現実には神なんていない。世界はあんたを中心に回っているわけじゃない。あんたの脳がそう錯覚させているだけ。世界にとってあんたが神だというなら、同体積の脳を持つ私も世界にとって神になれるわけで。
何が言いたいんだ？
仮に岡部の主観が私が死ぬ世界線を選んだとして、私の主観も同じように私が死ぬ世界線を選ぶとは限らない。それは私の主観がここに存在していることからもわかる。すでにこの世界線は私が死なない世界線なわけだから。あんたの主観がベータ世界線に行ってしまっても、私の主観はここに留まることだってできるのかもしれない。精神はどこにあるかって話。そして私は私の精神をあんたの好きにさせたくない。
科学者とは思えないほどのファンタジーな理論だ。
でも可能性はゼロじゃない。だからあんたは何も心配する必要はない。
Kurisu smiles. How can she smile? I just told her that she's going to die.
Chromager
私を見殺しにできないって言って
Basically,
悩
she
んでるのよ
yapped
ね。
so much and just simply said perspective.
Yeah, pretty much. That is pretty much the gist of it, yeah.
でも今の私の仮説で言えば、私は別の可能性世界線で生き続けていける。だからそもそも岡部は悩む必要なんてない。
仮説は仮説だ。
アトラクタフィールド理論だって仮説。まだ誰にも何も証明されてないから。2036年時点では証明されていたとしても、その証明を今の私たちは確認できないから。そう考えれば未来の可能性は無限よ。
Kurisu turns her back to me after finishing. It's an armchair theory. A daring armchair theory that could, quite possibly, render meaningless everything I've done up to now. How can Kurisu stay so calm? She's just an 18-year-old girl.
ちなみに心配なんかしてくれなくてもいいから。岡部にそんなことされたら結構プライド傷つく。
そんな言い方。
I'm about to make another choice. You watching? I'm about to make another choice. I can either accept the call, or I can not accept the call. I'm going to accept the call.
もしもし。マユリか。
Chromager
Displayed on the screen is
said,
Mayuri's face.
save.
Nah, I don't think I want to. I don't think I will. Devoid of his usual brightness for some reason.
どうした？
あのね、ダル君から聞いたんだ。オカリンがなんだか変だったって。マユシーはコミマに夢中になってて、オカリンのことよく見ててあげられなかったね。いつもならオカリンが元気なかったらすぐに気づくのに。ごめんね。
Don't apologize. You've done nothing wrong.
でね、何かあったの？オカリン？
I can't tell her. I can't. I've kept it a secret from her all this time. That's the way it has to be.
何もないよ。
そっか。あのね、前はよくマユシーにいろんな話してくれたよね。例えば、機関には幹部が4人いて、それぞれゲップとスダチと声優とジャコだっけ。
玄武とスザクと清流と白虎だ。
そうそう、それ。そういうね、オカリンのお話、とっても面白かったな。でも、ねえ、オカリン。あのね、マユシーのこと、重荷に感じてたら、言ってね。
そんなこと。
じゃあとりあえず切るね。もしマユシーにいろいろお話ししたいなって思ったらいつでも電話してくれていいからね。じゃあトゥットゥルー。
She hung up on me.
マユリ、なんだって？
あいつ何が重荷だよ。勝手に自分を責めやがって。ふざけるなよ、クソ。いつもは空気を読めないくせに、なんでこういう時だけ。
Chromager
重荷
said,
ね。
BTW, what chapter was this again?
This, I believe, is chapter 10.
俺は一度だってマユリを重荷に感じたことはない。
だったらそれをはっきり言ってあげればいい。
Maybe it wasn't a good idea to leave Mayuri in the dark. She never looks like she's thinking anything, and yet she saw my doubt. Either way, I can't tell her the truth.
岡部。
Kurisu sighs, then glares at me.
これまでのあんたなら悩んだりしなかったはず。とりあえずマユリに会いに行くべき。あの子だっていろいろ思うところがあるんだろうし。
She's right. Even if I don't tell Mayuri the truth, I need to at least tell her something. I'll postpone my decision and go see Mayuri. It's afternoon on the first day of Komima, and the crowds are finally beginning to thin out. Of course, the industry booths and cosplay area are still packed, but at least I don't have to wait in line to get in. I've been trying to get in touch with Mayuri for a while now, but she hasn't responded. I checked with Daru, but he hasn't seen her today either. Cosplay ends at 4. I focus on searching the cosplay area until then, but I still can't find her. Maybe she finished early and went home. I tried calling her home. No luck. They haven't seen her since she left this morning. Where is she? I'm always afraid that she'll disappear the second I take my eyes off of her. It's been like that ever since she lost her grandmother. Maybe it's just my imagination. We've been so close for so long. I saw Mayuri at her weakest and most vulnerable. Maybe that has made me overprotective, but I don't care how other people see us. I just can't leave Mayuri alone. I step into the cemetery, the final resting place of Mayuri's beloved grandmother. When was the last time I came here? For about a year after Mayuri became my hostage, I would periodically accompany her here. But I don't think I've been here since I entered high school, so it's been about 3 or 4 years. As I get closer to Mayuri's grandmother's grave, I begin to hear a voice. It's Mayuri. I would recognize her voice anywhere. It sounds like she's talking to someone. I approach quietly.
ねえ、おばあちゃん。
Mayuri is standing there talking to the grave. What a relief. She hasn't disappeared. I decide to watch silently from a short distance away.
最近ね、怖い夢をよく見るんだ。
For a second, I wondered if she's learned to commune with the dead. But no, she's just talking to herself.
その夢の中ではね、いつもマユシーはひどい目に遭うの。ピストルでバーンって撃たれたり、車の事故に巻き込まれたり、電車にひかれたり。
What? Don't tell me.
まるで本当のことみたいで、すごく痛くて、すごく悲しくて、誰か助けてって一生懸命声を出そうとするけど出せなくて、どうしてそんな夢見るのかな。
Does she remember her deaths? All of them. Is she inheriting memories like I do?
でね、その夢の最後はいつも決まってるの。マユシーが泣いてるとね、オカリンが助けに来てくれるんだ。マユシーはオカリンにありがとう、ありがとうって言うんだけど、その声もオカリンには聞こえてなくて、 オカリンはマユシーを抱きしめてとっても悲しそうな顔をしてた。
Kromager
泣いちゃいそうだけど
Have you watched the
絶対に
Steins
泣
Gate
かなくて
movie?
ね。
The
で
movie?
も一生
I
懸命
don't
我
think I
慢してる
know
のが
about
わ
a
か
movie,
るの。
no. Does it go down a different route or come to think of it, both Ferris and Lukako remembered their memories from before the past changed. I used to think that memories couldn't be shared between world lines. I used to think that I was the exception with reading Steiner. But maybe that's not the case. Maybe everyone has the same power, and the only difference is how strong it is. Maybe reading Steiner is nothing special after all.
だからマユシーも悲しくなってごめんねごめんねって言うけど、やっぱり声は届かなくて、そこでいつも目が覚めるんだ。どうしてこんな夢見るのかな。
I failed so many times to save her. I've watched her die again and again. Everything I've done has been to prevent that from happening, and yet have the memories of those deaths been tormenting her as she sleeps. I bite my lip in frustration. I still have a terrible decision to make. Do I save Mayuri, or do I save Kurisu? There's no perfect ending here. I can't save them both. It's one or the other. If I choose Kurisu, then Mayuri's dreams will become reality. I don't want Mayuri to feel any pain. Until now, I've thought only of saving her. That is my goal. But at the same time, I can't let Kurisu die. Again, my thoughts hit the same dead end. Mayuri hasn't noticed me yet. She's still staring at the sky, just as she was on the day I took her hostage. She's talking to her grandmother in heaven.
あ、そうそう。最近ラボメンがすごく増えたんだよ。クリスちゃんでしょ、萌香さん、ルカくん、フェリスちゃん、それともう引っ越しちゃっていないけどすずさん。8人だよ。すごいね。
On this world line, they all became labnins. However, not a single one of them has sent a D-mail.
最初はオカリンとマユシーの2人だけだったのにね。ラボができたばっかりの頃はね、オカリンはあんまり面白そうじゃなかったけど、最近はね、とっても楽しそうなんだよ。
Is that how she sees it? Well, she's not wrong. She really does know me, doesn't she?
そんなオカリンを見てるとね、
Kromager
マユシーも嬉しくなって
Oh yes, fun.
ニコニコできるの。それにね、賑やかだとウキウキしてくるし、特にクリスちゃんはね、アメリカの有名な本に論文が載ったりしてとっても頭がいいんだよ。マユシーは憧れちゃうのです。タイムマシンだって作っちゃうぐらいなんだから。あ、これはオカリンとダルくんも一緒に作ってたけどね。
Then Mayuri falls silent. Her gaze becomes distant. She stands still and looks up to the sky. What could she be thinking?
でもね、たまに思うんだ。最初マユシーが押しかけてラボに2人きりだった時のこと。学校が終わってラボに行くとね、オカリンはいないの。でね、お部屋の片付けしたり可愛い小物を飾り付けたりしてるうちに、オカリンが少し遅れてやってきて、 マユシーがおかえりって言うと、オカリンはただいまとは言わなくて、ご苦労って偉そうに答えてた。その後は毎日2時間ぐらい2人でぼんやり過ごして、一緒に電車でお家に帰るの。その2時間はね、会話なんてほとんどなくて、でも嫌な沈黙とかじゃなくて、ただそこにいるっていう感じで、2人で並んでソファーに座って、オカリンはラボの作戦計画書みたいなのを書いてて、マユシーは漫画読んだりゲームしたりして、たまに思い出したようにね、一緒にお菓子を食べてた。とてもゆっくり優しく時間が流れてて、それでもいいかななんて思ったり、まるでマユシーは本当に人質になっちゃったみたいだなとかふと思って、一人でえへへって笑ったり、オカリンはニコニコしてるマユシーを見てね、こういうの。
I remember. It was 4 months ago, still spring. The lab wasn't as lively as it is now. It was an isolated bubble of slow-moving time.
何かいいことでもあったのか？
いいことはなかったけど、あったよ。
そうか。幻想を見たのだな。それはもしかすると機関の幹部の一人、通称イリュージョンコンダクターからの攻撃である可能性がある。
そっか、じゃあ気をつけなきゃ。でもね、きっとそのイリュージョンコダクさんっていう人は。
コダクさんではない、コンダクターだ。
その人はきっと悪い人じゃないと思うな。
It was nothing, just meaningless chatter to pass the time.
それはマユシーにはすごく心地よくて、なんだか泣きそうなくらい嬉しくて、このままずっと続いてほしいなって思ってた。あ、今の賑やかさが嫌ってわけじゃないんだよ。
Mayuri shakes her head in denial. Finally, she stops looking up at the sky and bows her head instead.
最近ね、オカリンと話す時間ちょっと減っちゃった。だからね、マユシーは寂しくなっちゃったのかもしれないね。
It's true, I haven't had time to talk to her lately, but that's because I've been fighting to prevent her death, to keep her dreams from coming true, and also that Mayuri would keep smiling. I never again want to see her cry like she did on the day her grandmother died.
でもね、オカリンの重荷にはなりたくないんだ。
That word again, burden. I've never thought of her as a burden.
マユシーはいつもいつもオカリンに迷惑かけてばっかりだからね。え、おばあちゃん。
Mayuri lifts her face once more.
いつまでもこのままじゃいられないよね。
このままでいい。
When I finally speak to Mayuri, she turns my way with a surprised expression. Her face is so soft, so innocent. Slowly, her lips curve into a smile.
オカリンだー。す
人質がどこにいるのか俺は常に把握しているのだ。
人質。
だからお前は俺の手からは逃れられん。絶対にだ。
そっか。でもね、あんまり無理したらダメだよ。マユシーはね、ちょっぴり心配なのです。
お前に心配されるほどこの法王院京馬はヤワではないのだ。マユリ、話せる時が来たら全て話す。
ほえ？
だからそれまでお前は何も変わらずにいてくれ。
Mayuri stands up and turns to the grave once more. As an offering, she leaves a brand new white lily, as well as some dango dumplings.
オカリ、帰ろう。
帰る前に団子を食べるんだろ。
Back when we used to visit the cemetery together, it was part of our daily routine to eat dango on the way back.
もちろんだよ。
Akiba is empty again today. The otaku have all made the exodus to Komimall for the second day of battle. But come nightfall, they will return to Akiba like a victorious army laden with spoils, and the streets will be chaos. I know Daru has gone to Komimall. The question is, has Mayuri? I hope she has. I want things to be normal again. I remember what I heard yesterday, the feelings Mayuri expressed at her grandmother's grave. The events of the last few weeks have affected her as well. After I escorted Mayuri home from the cemetery, I spent the whole night racking my brain for a third option, a way out of this mess. My thoughts were a jumble, ideas coming and going too fast to judge which were right and which were wrong. But of course, there isn't a right choice here. For in the end, it always comes back to the same question. Who do I let die? And no matter how I try to dance around it, the answer is always the same. I can't choose. Is there no one else who can make this decision? No. Even if there were, I know I would never accept their choice, whichever it happened to be. Once again, I'm heading for the roof of Radican. I had to get out of the lab. Mayuri or Kurisu might return at any moment, and I can't face them now. I look up at the sky. The clouds are dark and heavy. It could start raining any minute now. I thought that I was alone, but someone was here before me. Kurisu is lying in the middle of the roof, arms and legs spread as if making a snow angel. The image of Kurisu in a pool of blood flashes through my mind. Is she all right? I run towards her, but before I make it halfway, she suddenly sits up and turns to face me.
岡部か。
生きてたか。
What a dumb thing to say. Fortunately, it looks like Kurisu didn't hear me. She's busy combing her disheveled hair with her fingers. I breathe a silent sigh of relief.
そっか。ここだとあんたと会っちゃう可能性があること忘れてた。
何をしていたんだ？
考え事。
そうか。
Was she thinking about her death? I don't know what to say, so I keep my mouth shut. Kirisu appears to be in the same boat. She's staring at the capsule toy dispenser in the corner, her face wearing the usual frown. The awkward silence drags on. When you think about it, Kirisu's fate rests in my hands. My decision will determine whether she lives or dies. Her fantastic hypothesis yesterday was a desperate attempt to construct a scenario where she doesn't die. Even if she believes that her theory is correct, it must be difficult for her to avoid imagining her own death. I force a smile. I'm getting really uncomfortable here.
邪魔になっているようだからな。俺はもう行く。
Damn, I was expecting a sarcastic remark like, "Since when do you mad scientists have manners?" or something. Just then, something cold lands on the tip of my nose. When I look up, raindrops start landing on my forehead. An evening shower. It's only going to get more intense and quickly. Kurisu hasn't moved a muscle. She's just standing there with her arms folded, staring at the ground as if she doesn't notice the rain at all.
おい、雨が降ってきてるぞ。
She's acting strange, like her mind is elsewhere. I knew it. She's been thinking about. In less than a minute, the rain turns into a full downpour. We had no time to seek shelter. Kurisu's scream is drowned out by the roar of the rain.
びっくり。
夕立を甘く見たな。
Now safely inside the building, we take a moment to catch our breath. It's been a week since Suzuha's time machine disappeared, but Radican is still closed. The lights are off, and it's pretty dark inside.
もっと早く忠告してよ。おかげで下着までびしょ濡れじゃない。
右に同じく。この暗さに助けられたな、助手よ。
どういう意味？
もしラジカンが営業していたら、今頃お前のあられもない姿が多くの人間の前にあらわにされていただろう。
Even in the dim light, I can tell that Kurisu is scrambling to cover her chest.
あんたも変態だってこと忘れてた。
自分から下着までびしょ濡れだと申告しておいてよく言う。
これ以上口聞かないで。下着の色とかよくも妄想したな。許さないから。
妄想などしてない。
She's too self-conscious, but the color of her underwear gotta be white.
冷えるか
だから脱いで乾かせって。ふざけないで。変態の手に引っかかるもんか。
誰もそんなこと言ってないだろう。少し落ち着け。ま、たとえ服を脱いだとしてもこの暗さだから案ずることはない。お前の貧相なヌード姿は誰にも見られることは。
それ以上喋るとあんたの大脳新皮質をポン酢につけて高級料亭で提供してやるんだから。
すまん。
Please spare me that word. Still, these wisecracks are a welcome distraction.
夕立ならすぐに止むわよね。それまで待つか。
I see Kurisu's shadowy form move to sit on the staircase. I sit next to her.
なんで横に。なんで。
喋るなと言ったのはお前だ、クリスティーナ。
あんまり近くに来ないでよ。今ぐらいの距離が限界だから。これ以上離れるとは言わないけど、これ以上近づいたら押し返すからな。
Our bodies gradually grow cold. We start shivering. Maybe I should take off my wet clothes. But if I do that, Kurisu will just call me a perv again. Better not. My eyes gradually adjust to the darkness. I can see Kurisu more clearly now. She's huddled up against the wall.
こっち見んな。
バカな。この暗さでは俺がどこを見ているかなどわからないはず。
Does she have infravision?
やっぱり見てたのか。
Damn, she used leading question on me. That's such a high-level technique. I avert my eyes from Kurisu and take off my lab coat. That's when I notice my coat is torn at the shoulder.
屋上から避難した時にどこかに引っ掛けたか。
何の話。
いや、上着の肩口が破れかけていた。
岡部ってドジっ子だったの。
俺はマッドサイエンティスト属性であってドジっ子属性など持っていない。
It seems like forever since I've talked to Kurisu as Ho-Oh and Kyoma.
はいはい。
Kurisu suddenly holds out her hand.
ほら、貸しなさいよ。
何？
ちょうどソーイングセット持ってるから縫ってやると言っている。
ソーイングセットだと？お前が？
悪いか。
I hand over my coat as asked.
実験大好きっ子のくせにそんな家庭的なものを？
実験大好きっ子であると同時に家庭的な女の子かもしれないじゃない。
家庭的な女の子なのか？
相対的に見れば家庭的かもね。と言っても日本の女子高生の家庭的女の子指数がどれくらいか知らないけど。
There's an index for that. First I've heard of it. Kurisu skillfully threads the needle, despite the darkness.
濡れてるから針が通りにくいな。
本当に偶然持っていたのか？
しつこい。そんなに私がソーイングセット持ってたら悪いの？
悪いとは言っていないが、まるで狙ったかのようだったからな。
つまりあんたが服を破ってしまうのを見越してあらかじめ用意していたって言ってもらいたいんですね。わかります。そんなわけあるか。それと勘違いしないでほしいんだけど、別に好きで縫ってあげてるわけじゃないんだからね。
出たな、ツンデレセリフ。
茶化すな。あんたが偶然服を破って私は偶然ソーイングセットを持っていた。だから縫ってあげている。それだけ。
偶然ね。まさかお前タイムリープしているということはないよな。
つまりあんたが服を破ってしまったからタイムリープして事前にソーイングセットを用意したって言ってもらいたいんですね。わかります。そんなわけあるか、そんなわけあるか。 大事なことなので2回言いました。アンダースタン？
確かに。わざわざタイムリープして対策を練るならば、ソーイングセットではなくタオルを用意しておくのが先だからな。
何それ、皮肉？文句ばっかり。
After working for a while, Kurisu cuts the string with her teeth, then hands me back my coat.
ほら。
ありがとう。
出来については暗くて確認できないけど、もし仮に出来が悪くても私の腕のせいじゃない。この暗さのせいよ、きっと。ちなみに糸の色についても何が出るかお楽しみに。
色もランダムなのか。
黒か赤かピンク。確率は3分の1。
せめてピンクが出ないように祈ろう。寒いか？
まあね。
俺の上着を羽織るか？
それだって濡れてるでしょ。
まあそうだが。
Silence again. The words flow so naturally when it's just harmless banter. But 1 second of silence, and suddenly we have nothing to say. It must be because of what happened yesterday. I'm so desperate to avoid the topic that nothing seems safe. I know I need to say something, but what?
結論は出た？
Her voice is barely a whisper, but I can hear her clearly in the silence of the empty stairwell. I look at Kurisu. She's hugging her knees to her chest, presumably against the cold. My decision. I know what she means. That's why I can't answer.
まだ悩んでるの？あんたってまゆりのこと好きなんでしょ？
何？
Where did that come from? Kurisu keeps staring into the darkness.
ただの錯覚かもしれないけど、私の心の中に奇妙な記憶というかデジャブみたいなものがある。そこではあんたはまゆりを助けようと必死になってて、一人で傷つきながらそれでも前に突き進もうとしてるの。
Kurisu, too.
そんな岡部が私に相談をしてきて、そのひたむきに頑張ってる姿を見て、私の力になってあげたいと思った。って別にあんたを助けたいって思ったわけじゃないからな。私はあくまでまゆりを助けたいだけであって。とにかく私にはなぜかそんな錯覚が記憶のように残ってる。
So Kurisu's the same. She still has faint memories from previous world lives.
自己分析してみたけど、夢で見たものを現実と思い込んでるのか、単なる願望か、それぐらいの結論しか出なかった。ただ
Stream elements.
これだけははっきりしてる。
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
あんたはまゆりを助けるべきなのよ。
怖くないのか？
To save Mayuri, I must undo the current world line. If I do that, Kurisu will die.
なんだか廃墟に迷い込んだみたい。
Kurisu suddenly changes the subject. She looks around the dark, empty stairwell.
まるで世界中の電源が切られて、私たちだけ取り残されたみたい。 ふと思うんだ。もしあんたがベータ世界線に行ったとする。みんなも一斉にそっちに移動するとしたら、私だけは移動できない。私だけが取り残される。そうしたら世界中がこの場所みたいになっちゃうのかな。所詮これも仮説の一つだけど。
俺は
I need to say
お
it.
前も救う。まゆりだけじゃなくてお前も。
できもしないこと言わなくていい。
Kurisu cuts me off sharply, then buries her face in her knees.
怖くないかってさっき聞いた。怖いに決まってるでしょ。自分が消えるかもしれない。自分だけが取り残されるかもしれない。あるいはあんただけがこの世界線からいなくなるかもしれない。誰もあんたがいなくなったことを認識してない世界がずっと続いていって、私は何事もなかったかのようにアメリカに帰るかもしれない。かもしれない。かもしれない。かもしれない。そんないろんな可能性を考えて、その度に絶望的な気分になる。でも
Kurisu raises her head and spears me with her glare.
だからマユリを見殺しにしろなんて言えると思う？
クリス。
もうなんか寒いな。
Kurisu grabs her own arms. In the darkness, I see her shoulders shaking.
濡れてる服着てる青年。たくダメだ。こんなの全然論理的じゃない。仮説にすらなってない。全部根拠のない妄想。こんなしょうもない妄想を垂れ流す脳の機能をカットしてやりたい。
Now she's talking to herself in an angry tone. Kurisu has always been calm when faced with the unknown. I admired her for that. I thought she was facing this calmly too. But I was wrong. Behind her cool facade, she was struggling to cope with the knowledge that her very existence was in jeopardy. She was fighting that fear all alone, and now it has finally come to the surface. Of course she's afraid. However brilliant she may be, she's still just an 18-year-old girl. Kurisu abruptly stands up. I realize that I no longer hear the sound of rain pounding on the roof.
聞いて、岡部。両方救うのは無理。そうでしょ。どうあがいたって確率は2分の1なの。
だが
だがじゃない。私の結論は変わらない。マユリを助けて。
I hear the pain in her voice, and also the resolve. Kurisu has made up her mind. I look away and clench my fists. My nails dig into the palms of my hands.
そう簡単に諦めろっていうのか。お前を見捨てろっていうのか。そんなのできるはずがないだろ
う。できるかできないかじゃない。あんたをやらなくちゃいけない。それしか道はない。
ダメだ。お前は俺たちの大切な仲間だ。俺はお前も見捨てない。
岡部。
Kurisu drops to her knees and grabs me by the collar. I gasp for breath as she stares into my eyes. Her eyes are hard and stern. It's always like this when she scolds me. Always the same glare.
他に解決策があるの？ないんでしょ。私はマユリを犠牲にしてまで生きていたくない。もしマユリを助けなかったらあんたを一生恨むから。
This can't be happening. I hate this choice with no right answer. I hate the universe for being so cruel. And most of all, I hate myself for forcing Kurisu to speak these words when she is the one with the most to lose. Tears well up in my eyes, but I bite my lip and hold them back. Is there really no other way? I can't bear it. I look straight back at Kurisu as she holds me by the collar and tightly embrace her slender body. Her clothes are still wet from the rain, but all I feel is warmth radiating from the core of her being.
お前はここにいるのにこんなのあんまりだ。
Tension drains from her back and her hands. She gives her whole body to my embrace.
ありがとう。私のためにそこまで苦しんでくれて。でももう十分。私は大丈夫だから。あとはマユリのことだけ考えて。
Despite her fear, Kurisu has made her choice. It's time for me to do the same. I need to decide, here and now, the future of the world. Which friend to let die? Holding Kurisu tightly, I whisper into her ear.
すまない。
A meaningless apology. Oop. There it goes. It dropped. Where did it drop?
マユリだけはどうしても救いたいから。
No, seriously, where did it drop? There it is. These words are a death sentence, but I will force myself to speak them. It takes every ounce of willpower I possess.
お前を助けられない。
When I finish, I feel as if a great weight has left my shoulders, and at the same time, as if 1,000 needles are stabbing into my heart. Kurisu weakly returns my embrace. Then she lets go and stands up.
さてと。
There's already a look of relief on her face.
先に帰る。
帰るってどこへ？
To America.
ラボに決まってるでしょ。服を乾かさないと。シャワーも浴びたいし。
In that case, we should go back together. But before I can suggest it, Kurisu beats me to the punch, as if she can read my mind.
あんたはそこでずぶ濡れのまましばらく待ってて。わかった？
We can't go back together. That's her verdict.
わかった。
I hang my head and shut my eyes. Kurisu's footsteps fade into the distance. I wrap my arms around my body. Even though it's summer and sweltering hot, I can't stop my body from shaking. I realize that part of me is relieved that Kurisu left alone. At least I won't have to face her again, to look upon the face of the girl I chose to die. I'm a coward. My self-loathing echoes in the darkness. I wait about 2 hours before returning to the lab. Kurisu is already gone when I get there. Cease to inquire what the future has in store, and take as a gift whatever the day brings forth. Horace, Italian philosopher, I'm going back to my hotel. Do what needs to be done. Good night. All she left is a single email. I sit down on the sofa while drying my hair with a towel. I look towards the PC in the corner of the room. It's already connected to the IBM 5100, ready for Daru to start hacking. I already got in touch with him. The hacking starts tomorrow at noon. I drove myself even further into a corner by telling that to Daru. Now I can't turn back. Now, no matter how much I want to. I chose Mayuri. I will let Kurisu die. Showering didn't soften the wrenching pain in my heart. In truth, I'm just riding on Kurisu's resolve. Mine is still a flimsy thing. I can't help but wonder, is this really okay? Really?
誰かいますか？
Mayuri opens the door and enters. For a moment after she catches sight of me, she looks ready to burst into tears. But that quickly gives way to a smile.
オカリンだ。
どうした？
ううん。なんとなく来てみたの。
I swallow hard. Maybe I should explain the situation to Mayuri, but I know she'll feel guilty if I tell her. Mayuri doesn't need to know. Everything will be okay as long as we crack CERN's database and reach the beta world line.
最近ね、オカリンと話す時間ちょっと減っちゃった。でもね、オカリンの重荷にはなりたくないんだ。
Can I really let it end like this? Shouldn't I tell her what Kurisu is sacrificing for her sake?
もしかしてシャワー浴びてたの？
Mayuri moves behind the sofa, grabs a bath towel on my head, and starts rubbing my hair dry.
オカリン、シャンプーのいい匂いがするね。
I didn't mind the towel so much, but then she buries her nose into my hair and starts sniffing.
やめんか。
I jerk my head away. Mayuri goes back to drying my hair.
今日ね、コミマ行かなかったよ。
なぜだ？
オカリンのこと気になっちゃったのです。オカリンの辛そうな顔を思い出したらね、コミマを楽しんでなんかいられないなって。だから有明まで行ったけど参加せずに帰ってきたの。
そうか。悪かったな。心配かけて。
Should I tell her, or should I keep her in the dark?
最近ね、オカリンと話す時間ちょっと減っちゃった。だからね、マユシーは寂しくなっちゃったのかもしれないね。
マユリ、もし俺がお前に隠し事をしてるって言ったらどう思う？
実はオカリンとクリスチャンは付き合っていますっていうびっくりなこと？
なぜそうなる？
でもね、オカリンとクリスちゃんはとっても仲がいいでしょ。二人はお似合いだと思うな。
そんな話をしているんじゃないんだ。
ああ、うん。全部話してほしいなんて思ってないよ。人質だからね。どっちかっていうと何にも教えてもらえないのが普通だもん。
そんな話をしているんじゃないんだ。
Mayuri's hand leaves my head. I look over my shoulder in a panic, thinking she wandered off again. She's there. I grab her hand, perhaps more forcefully than I meant to.
マユシーはオカリンの重荷にはなりたくないよ。
Again.
だからオカリンが言ってくれるまで待つの。昨日もそう言ったよ。
一生言わないかもしれないぞ。
それはね、とっても気になっちゃうけど、でもしょうがないかな。
その隠していることがお前に関係していることでも。
マユシーに？
俺はお前を傷つけたくなくて話さないでいるんだ。
そのせいでオカリンは辛い顔してるのかな。だったらね、話してほしいな。オカリンが辛そうなの見たくないもん。
それでお前は傷ついてもいいっていうのか。
Mayuri replies with a gentle smile. She nods without any hesitation. Her smile is so sincere, it strikes me speechless.
昨日もさっきも言ったよ。マユシーはオカリンの重荷になりたくないって。マユシーがおばあちゃんのことで苦しかった時、オカリンはマユシーを人質にしてくれたでしょ。だからね、もしオカリンが苦しい時はマユシーが力になってあげたいってずっと思ってたんだよ。マユシーなんかじゃちっとも役に立たないかもしれないけど。
Useful. Suddenly I remember Mayuri is going to die tomorrow. I've been through it once before. She died protecting me, and her last words were,
やっとマユシーはオカリンの役に立てたよ。
So this is what she meant.
だからね、これ以上辛い顔しないでほしいな。
分かった。
If that's how she feels, I'll tell her everything. I let go of Mayuri's hand and pat the sofa beside me.
ここに座るんだ。
Mayuri does as she's told.
おやつ持ってきていい？
お前は空気が読めないな。
そうだね。
Mayuri sits up straight with her hands folded in her lap.
じゃあどうぞ。
これから話すことは全部事実だ。 お前が見た夢とも関係している。そして俺はこの後お前のために仲間を犠牲にするつもりだ。
オカリン。
Anxiety clouds Mayuri's face, but I ignore it and take her chin in my fingers. A switch has already flipped inside of me.
せいぜい後悔するがいい。この俺、狂気のマッドサイエンティストである法王院京馬が行ってきた恐るべき所業の数々を聞いてな。
And so I begin, speaking as the mad scientist whose foolish experiments brought everything to ruin. I start with the first raid on the lab. I tell Mayuri how Moeka killed her. Next, I tell her about Susuha and Ferris, about Lukaku, Moeka, FB, and Nae, and I describe their fates in every detail. And finally, I tell her about Kurisu.
すなわち、マキセ・クリスを生贄として、俺は新たなる世界へと旅立つのだ。
There was a lot to explain, and Mayuri kept asking questions, desperate to understand the strange concepts I was throwing at her. Thanks to that, the conversation went longer than expected, and it's already getting late.
以上が、この俺、法王院京馬が考えた壮大なる計画。その名も、メイドインヘブンである。
Finally, it's over. Mayuri says nothing. She's staring at her hands, which are clenched into tiny, trembling fists. She looks ready to cry any second.
なぜ、そんな顔をしている。
Mayuri shakes her head and bites her lip.
オカリンもクリスちゃんも苦しんでたんだね。なのにマユシーはのんきにコスを作ってた。こんなのバカみたいだよ。マユシーは何も知らなかった。
お前が責任を感じる必要はないのだ。すべてはこの俺による計画なのだからな。幻滅したか、マユリ。だが俺は仲間を平気で犠牲にできる男。故にお前がベータ世界線に行きたくないと言っても、それを聞き入れるつもりはない。お前には俺の人質として絶対に最後まで付き合ってもらうぞ。世界に訪れる混沌、これこそがシュタインズゲートの選択なのだ。
Mayuri ignores my performance. She gets to her feet and lurches towards the door. I quickly grab her by the wrist.
おい、どこ行く？
クリスちゃんに会いに行かなきゃ。ねえオカリン、クリスちゃんに会いたいよ。
There's no way I can refuse Mayuri's request. I contacted Kurisu. We arranged to meet on the UPX overpass at 4:30 in the morning. I was wondering why she wanted to meet so early, but I understand once I see her. She's dragging a large suitcase.
お見送りご苦労。
She faces us with a smile.
そのスーツケース、まさか。
ああ、 そういうことよ。
帰るのか、アメリカに。
Kurisu nods.
もともと8月の頭には帰る予定だったんだけど、どっかのマッドサイエンティストに捕まって予定より長めの滞在になっちゃった。もう私が手伝えることもないだろうし、後腐れなくって意味でもいいでしょ。
Is she doing this for me? Or is she trying to outrun her fear? It's not my right to stop her. Even if I did, it wouldn't change anything. Today, as I planned, I will crack CERN's database and move to the Beta World line. I've made my decision. Mayuri is next to me, standing still with her head hung.
マユリ、どうしたの？具合悪いの？
I gently nudge her back.
ほら、マユリ。
She takes one step, pauses for a second, then leaps on Kurisu with a cry.
クリスち
どうしたの？いきなり。
ゃん、マユシーはね、クリスちゃんがいなくなるのやだよ。
Kurisu hears the desperate plea in Mayuri's voice. She gives me a look that says, "Did you tell her?" I silently nod.
マユシーのためなんかに消えたりしないでね。
マユリ、お前。
マユシーだってクリスちゃんを犠牲にしてまで生きていたくないよ。
I expected Mayuri might say that. It's absolutely essential that I remain firm. I feel bad for Kurisu, but it needs to be said.
それは許されない。俺はマユリを選んだのだ。マユリには救われる義務があるのだ。
Pain stabs through my heart. These words are reprehensible.
クリスはお前のために命を投げ出すという契約をこの俺と交わした。それを保護にすれば最悪がこの地を襲うだろう。
I clench my fist tight to suppress my self-loathing.
クリスの思いを無駄にするな、マユリ。
でも
ありがとう、マユリ。
Ah, gosh darn it, the headpad didn't work again, did it? Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. Sorry about that, Mora. Stupid headpad, I don't know why it doesn't work sometimes. There we go. Oh, and it is completely off center. Of course it is. Thank you for the headpad, friend.
でも私はもう自分の中で結論を出したし、納得もしてるから。知ってる？あんたって岡部にものすごい愛されてるって。
何を言い出すのだ。
事実でしょ。
Morier said, "That's okay, technical difficulties happen."
Yeah, that's just part of it, isn't it? She gives me a mischievous smile.
だからマユリが死んだら岡部はすごく悲しむ。岡部にそんな思いさせたくないでしょ。
でもクリスちゃんがいなくなったらマユシーは悲しいよ。
そうね。会えなくなると寂しいかな。でもどうせ私は生きてたってアメリカに帰るつもりだったわけだし。 だから別の世界線に行っても私はアメリカにいるものだと思えばそう大した違いはない。
そういう問題じゃないもん。クリスさんが消えちゃうのが嫌なんだもん。ねえ、やめよう。クリスさんが消えることないよ。
Kurisu separates from Mayuri and gazes straight into her face.
これ以上私や岡部を困らせたらダメ。
She uses a gentle tone, as if speaking to a child. Then she lightly bumps Mayuri on the head.
岡部、もう真由里の手を離しちゃダメよ。
分かってる。
それじゃあ私は行くから。もう二度と岡部の顔見なくて済むと思うとせいせいするわ。
She punctuates her insult with a smile. She's so cheerful now, a far cry from the shivering girl in the dark. To see her like this breaks my heart. I'm sorry. I repeat the words in my heart again and again, begging for forgiveness. Kurisu turns to go.
クリスちゃん、行かないで。行かないでよ。
ついてこないで。
She shouts over her shoulder. Mayuri freezes.
同情なんてしないで。惨めになるだけだから。これは私が決めたことなの。真由里に何を言われたってもう揺るがない。さよなら真由里、約束よ。あんたは幸せになりなさい。
With that, Kurisu walks away. Early morning Akihabara, well before sunrise. The trains are just starting to run. She disappears into the station, dragging her suitcase behind her, alone. Mayuri falls to her knees, her face streaked with tears. As I approach, I hear her voice.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
お前が謝る必要はない。すべてはこの俺の決断だ。クリスには消えてもらう。俺はクリスを助けない。そして世界には俺が望む混沌が訪れるのだ。俺が許せないか、マユリ。ならば恨めばいい。だがそれでもお前には最後まで付き合ってもらう。俺はお前を救うためにクリスを見殺しにする。だからお前がどれだけ俺を恨もうと、俺の意見に反対しようと、もう後戻りするつもりはない。俺の野望は誰にも止められない。
Mayuri slowly stands up. Then she buries her face into my chest, just like she did to Kurisu.
おかりん。おかりんの本当の気持ち聞きたいよ。
How I really feel. Mayuri looks straight up into my eyes.
おかりんが心の中で思ってる ことを素直な言葉で聞きたいよ。マユシーはね、もう重荷になりたくないから。
なってねえよ。なってるわけないだろう。これは俺のエゴだ。俺がお前を助けたいだけだ。お前を失いたくないだけだ。
ありがとう、オカリ。ありがとう。
Mayuri tries her hardest to smile through her tears, and then, once again, she buries her face into my chest.
いつも見てた怖い夢もそこに出てくるかっこいいオカリンもきっと夢なんかじゃなかったんだね。ずっとマユシーを助けようとしてくれてたんだね。ねえオカリン、マユシーはね、オカリンのこと大好きだよ。オカリンがいてくれるからマユシーは毎日笑っていられるんだよ。これからもずっと一緒にいていい？
当たり前だ。
I answer Mayuri with my embrace.
そんなの当たり前だろ。一緒にいてくれないと俺が嫌だ。
あのね、マユシーは幸せになるよ。クリスチャンと約束したから。
あ
幸せにしてください。
あ
離さないでください。
ああ
ずっと大好きでいさせてください。
あ
The radiance of the rising sun pours out between the buildings. Daybreak. As the sky grows brighter, we remain in our embrace, as if to reassure each other that we are still here.
それではこれよりオペレーションベルダンディ最終フェーズを開始する。
Mayuri and Daru turn to me and nod. Today is the last day of Komimon. Daru wanted to attend, of course, but a little begging convinced him to prioritize the operation. I take a look around the lab. These 20 days have seen constant change. It's incredible to think that at one point this lab had a whole 8 members. And now we're back to 3. The memories we made, the experiences we shared. To save Mayuri, I will undo them all. There is sorrow in me, and guilt. I engrave them deep inside my heart. I'll never forget. I mustn't forget these long, yet short summer days. But still, I choose to erase our memories. I choose to return everything to normal. Suzuha's mission is irrelevant. I'm not doing this for the future. As long as Mayuri lives, nothing else matters.
ダル始めてくれ。
いいんだな。
ああ
オキドキ。
Daru starts typing on the IBM 5100. It's already connected to his main computer. This will get us into CERN's central database, where they keep the data they mine 5th echelon. There we will locate the first email I sent on July 28th and erase all trace of its existence. With this I can reach the Beta World line. At last Mayuri will be safe. I look at Mayuri. She's on the couch, sitting straight as a ramrod with her grandmother's pocket watch pressed to her ear. She stays still, with her eyes closed. Whenever Mayuri wants to calm down, she listens to the sound of that pocket watch. Ever since we parted with Kurisu, Mayuri has said nothing about my choice. I guess she's come to terms with it in her own way. The actual work I've left to Daru. No problem there. While waiting for him to finish, I walk into the development room. In the center of the room is the time leap machine. I squat down and gently brush my fingers against the microwave surface. It's cool to the touch. I've made irreplaceable friends because of this thing, and because of this thing, I've hurt them. But I don't want to blame the tool. It's how you use the tool that matters, and I've got to admit, it saved me more than once. But still, once this is over, I'll destroy the time leap machine. We must never make the same mistakes again.
オカリン見つけた。マジであったぞこれ。
あったのか。俺が送った D メールが。
しっかり残ってるよ。
Daru points to a string of characters. My name is there, followed by the message I wrote about Kurisu's death. 3 lines total, each 12 characters long. This data led CERN to our doorstep. At FB's instruction, Moeka and the Rounders attacked. If Suzuha is right, then by erasing this data, we will escape from Attractor Field Alpha, where CERN dominates the future. That will take us to Attractor Field Beta, to the Beta world line within its range of convergence, to a future without Mayuri's death. Mayuri is standing next to me, gazing intently at the monitor. She grasps my hand firmly.
大丈夫だ。
She looks anxious, so I pat her head to calm her down.
エンターキーを押せばデータは消せるようになってる。
Daru stands up and gestures to the open seat.
その儀式はオカリンに譲るわ。
I sit down and face the keyboard. This time, it ends. Kurisu's face floats through my mind. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Goodbye, Kurisu. I slowly raise my right hand and extend my index finger.
勝利の時は来た。
Daru twitches at my cry.
この俺はあらゆる陰謀にも屈せず己の信念を貫きついにラグナロックを戦い抜いたのだ。この勝利のため我が手足となって戦ってくれた仲間たちに感謝を。
One press of this key and Kurisu will die. I firmly grip my coat at the shoulder, where it has been stitched together with jagged pink thread.
訪れるのは俺が望んだ世界なり。
I wish for Mayuri to live and Kurisu to die. That is the truth, and I must never forget it.
すべてはシュタインズゲートの選択である。
This is the choice of Okabe Rentaro.
エルプサイコングルー世界は再構成される。
I swing down my finger and strike the enter key. After a while, the spinning stops and color gradually returns to the world. Reading Steiner activated. The world line has changed. I look around the room. Next to me is Daru. Behind me is Mayuri. I reach out to her and she takes my hand with a smile. Everything is where it should be. It looks like nothing has changed at all. I gently touch my coat's shoulder where Kurisu fixed a torn seam. It's gone. My coat isn't torn. The stitches, uneven from having been sewn in the dark, have disappeared. There is no trace of that ridiculous pink thread. I stand up and head to the development room. Underneath the table, the time leap machine. No, that's not the time leap machine. That's the phone wave. The upgrades Kurisu made are gone. Nothing has changed. This world is the same in all respects save one. Kurisu was never here. I thought that I was prepared for this, but now that I'm face to face with the cruel consequence of my decision.
Kromager said, "Where you at now?"
Wrapping up the storyline where Mayuri lives, Kurisu dies. I feel powerless, defeated. I want to cry. Also known as Mayuri's ending. Mayuri's ending specifically. Mayuri runs up and grabs my arm.
なあ、マユリ。ラボメンナンバー004は誰だっけ？
I need to ask, even though I know what the answer will be.
004? オカリンオカリン、ラボメンはね、オカリンとマヨシーとダルくんの3人しかいないよ。
The tears come. I crumple to my knees and cover my face with my hands.
そうだな。このラボに4人目のラボメンなんていなかったよ。
Her existence was rejected by the world.
オカリン、何か悲しいことがあったんだね。
Mayuri rubs my back.
マユシーはね、オカリンの力になってあげたいよ。
I embrace Mayuri. I stifle my voice and cry.
オカリン、泣かないで。
マユリはどこにも行かないでくれ。ずっと
Kromager said,
そばに
if Daru saw him crying over not having RTH member, he would think Okabe was doing a bit.
Yeah, he probably would. Either that or he would assume it's a ploy to get Mayuri to hug him. Mayuri tenderly strokes my head.
マユシーはずっと一緒だよ。これまでみたいにずっと。
stuff like I just did when I went and got water. Yep, yep. I'll go ahead and do this just because I don't think that head pat redeemed. Just to make sure I get my head pats. And if I can type head pat properly, that would be fantastic. There we go. Okay. And apparently this one has a epilogue. The night of the 17th passed. The night of the 18th passed. And Mayuri still didn't die.
Hydrate.
Yes, stream elements. Yes, we were definitely
said. Goofy a head pat.
It's a tentacle. I made it myself because I didn't know where else to find a tentacle gift like that. It's probably not the best, but it is what it is. I've kept a close watch for 3 days since then. There have been no attacks, no accidents, no sign that anything might happen. That was enough to convince me that Mayuri is safe. Together with Daru, I destroyed the phone wave and the IBM 5100. Although we have lost the ability to send emails, that is a small price to pay to stay below CERN's radar. Tennoji is downstairs in the Braun Tube workshop, watching TV on the 42-inch CRT, like always. When I went to check out Radican, I found it open for business as usual. A search of the internet turned up no mention of a satellite crash. Instead, I found a small article in the local section of a newspaper dated July 28th. It was a report on Kurisu's murder. There was no follow-up. The culprit is still at large. According to Daru, the police questioned me several times. It was I who discovered the body after all. Of course, I don't remember any of that. At any rate, Mayuri is still alive. I've accomplished what I set out to do. It's over. Mayuri emerges from the ticket gate, waving her hand as she runs my way. She weaves through the gaps between shoppers and maids handing out leaflets, and when she gets to me, she looks at me with puppy dog eyes.
Chromager said. Crazy how this is the exact plot for Steins Gate.
Mayuri doesn't answer me. She just strokes my cheek, gently, silently. She's crying, but she doesn't seem sad. Rather, she seems overcome with emotion. Mayuri wipes away her tears, making room for her shy, innocent smile.
マユシーはオカリンの人質から恋人にクラスチェンジしたんだよね。
いかにも。
I have no idea how to respond to such an embarrassing question. But she's right. Mayuri and I are officially a couple.
Said, what?
Yep, apparently in this timeline they are dating. I don't know if you were here in the Ferris ending, but she also becomes our girlfriend at one point. Ferris does. After those long, painful 20 days, I finally noticed how, and technically, he gets 3 girlfriends because I personally feel like, even though it didn't say it in the game, that on, oh god, the Shrine Maiden. I can't think of their name off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure she becomes the boyfriend or girlfriend in that timeline too. So he has a few endings where he becomes the boyfriend.
Chromager said.
Lukaku.
Brothers about to say Lukaku.
Lukaku, there you go. I'm pretty sure in Lukaku's ending he also ends up dating her. So I'm pretty sure he ends up with, there's 3 endings with girlfriends there. And that ending, she is still a girl, so it's not, you know. But still, yeah.
こんな草厚いところに立っていたら日射病で死ぬ。
I start walking without waiting for Mayuri's response.
でもね、ラボだってすっごく暑いよ。
扇風機があるだけマシだ。
If you think
そ
about
れに
it,
喉が渇いた。
it's not
ドク
like
ター
they
ペッパー
say
で一
it
服したい。
because they just end it as soon as they go back to 1975, but he really could end up dating Daru's best friend, or Daru's daughter. That ending could also be a date ending. We just don't get to see it as well. We don't know. We don't know what happens in 1975. It's Sunday. Despite the
Chromager
heat, I see plenty of
said,
shoppers laden
"Hell
with
no."
bags enjoying themselves on the streets of Akiba. I suddenly feel a void in my heart. Nothing about this town has changed, yet it feels like something is missing from my life. No doubt it's the gap that was left by Kurisu, but there's no such thing as a perfect future. That is a fantasy that nobody can realize. I mustn't forget. This is the future I wished for, fought for, and won. I have what is most important to me, Mayuri. I should be thankful for that. I am blessed far beyond the common man. I look beside me and realize that Mayuri's not there. I turn around. She's not there either.
Mayuri?
She's gone. She's always like this. Sometimes she just wanders off. Anxiety seizes my heart. Mayuri promised she would never leave me. This world line is worthless without her.
Mayuri!
I shout her name at the top of my lungs. I search for her in the crowd, but it's too thick to see.
Mayuri!
Stream
ここにいるよ。
Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends,
I turn
hydrate."
around to see Mayuri running towards me. In her hands is shaved ice.
オカリン、暑いって言ってたでしょ。だからね、一緒に食べようと思って。
驚かせるなよ。
I feel so relieved. I want to embrace that small body of hers, but we're in public, so I stop myself. I take the shaved ice and hold my empty hand out to Mayuri.
捕まっていろ。
Mayuri takes my hand. Her slender fingers intertwine with mine.
かき氷はラボまでお預けだ。路上で食べたら迷惑だろう。
でもね、溶けちゃうんじゃないかな。
しょうがないだろう。
そっか。しょうがないよね。手をつないでたら食べられないもんね。
離さないぞ。俺は絶対に離さないからな。
マユシーだってね、離さないよ。
Mayuri puts a little more strength into her grip. Love for her fills my heart. Suddenly, Mayuri looks up at Radican.
ねえねえ、オカリン。あのね、起きているのに夢を見たことってある？
夢？それは白チュームというやつか。
そういう風に呼ぶの、オカリン物知りだね。あのね、それが誰だかはわからないんだけど、マユシーにはとても大切なお友達がいた気がするの。
何？
その大切なお友達のことを考えるとね、すごく切なくなって胸のあたりがキューってなるんだ。たまにね、声も 聞こえるんだよ。
声って。
幸せになりなさいって。
All of that was undone. I erased those memories, sacrificed them.
その人がそう言ってくれたからね。マユシーは今こうしてオカリンと一緒にいられるのかもしれないね。
Perhaps everybody remembers their experiences from other world lines. Those memories may be vague and tenuous, but they're there. They speak to us in the form of dreams, visions, and deja vu.
もし会えたらありがとうって言いたいな。
I'm not the only one who remembers.
その人誰だったのかな。
きっと神様だ。
そっか、神様ありがとう。マユシーはとっても幸せです。
Mayuri looks up. She reaches out to the sky, like always. She shakes hands with the stardust, twinkling beyond the coat of blue. I look up too, to hold back the tears. And on we walk, hand in hand. Stardust Sky completed. That's that ending. Okay. Looking. Okay, so we are going to have to do a lot of skipping here. So buckle up, guys, because this is going to get very boring here in a second. Because there's no reason to continue parts we've already seen. We just gotta get to the part happening.
Chromager said, "Are you using a guide?"
Maybe. I'm a slow turtle. I'm not very good at a lot of things. Ooh woo.
Chromager said, "Chat, is this real chat?"
Who knows what reality is? Reality is so flimsy and just flimsy, you know? What really matters is whether or not you're having a good time, right? Right. Okay, this is where we need to call the phone wave, right? That's what we need to do right now. Do. Phone wave call. There we go, and we need to 120 hashtag, right? Or pound, or whatever you call that symbol. 120 pound. Okay. Okay, and that's one we don't care about. Can I just go back from here? No, okay, that's... okay. Wait a second. Oh shit, no, that was one we cared about. Silly me. I wonder. Probably not, right? No, probably not. Okay. I messed up there. Doop. Try that again. Like I said, I'm a slow turtle. I am a slow turtle. Okay. Yeah, see, on this world line, the thingy shows up. That's kind of interesting that they claim it doesn't. It totally showed. I didn't crash into the building, but it showed up. Okay. And then we get the phone out and we call the phone wave. And then 120 pound. And then we get mail from Yuri. And we need to select Upa. Mail sent. There we go. Okay.
That's it.
Hi.
俺だ。状況は。
Oh, did I not call Daru last time? I guess I didn't. Or I took my time to call him or something.
John
Not sure what's up with that.
把握しているのかと聞いている。
ちっとも話が見えない件について。
そもそもお前今どこにいるんだ。ラボには来るのか。
Yeah, for some reason this isn't triggering as something we've seen before. I don't know. Maid Queen is a maid cafe and Akiba. Daru's a regular there. Apparently cat maids are his thing too.
内密に話がある。
Actually, it's not sensitive at all.
俺が行くまでそこから動くな。
は？来るの？いいけど。
Okay, anyway. She's staring at her phone. I don't think I've ever met someone who made less eye contact. I guess I didn't actually send it to her then either, or something. After a few seconds, her phone receives the email.
Okabe, Rintaro?
なぜその名を？
今のカラメールに。
Damn, my email is still linked to my real name. I must change it at once.
それは世を忍ぶ仮の名だ。もう一度法王院の方の名前で送るから。
いいわ、これで。
何を言う。俺は岡部倫太郎ではなく法王院京馬であって。
She's really not buying it.
画像は消したか。
She nods slightly. I think. It's really hard to tell. Her body language is as subdued as her voice.
消したのなら証拠を見せろ。
She silently shows me her screen. The only picture remaining is the one of that computer. That's a relief.
メールするから聞いといてね。
何をだ。
都市伝説。
Oh, that. I almost forgot. With that, Shining Finger wanders off. Throughout the encounter, she kept the same cool expression. Actually, I don't think we ever once made eye contact.
おかえりなさいませ、ご主人様。
Chromager said. Those who skip.
What about those who skip? We've already seen this information, right? It's not like it matters because we've already seen it once. And I do make sure to have the skip options on red only. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Which is somehow we're not getting some of these that we haven't read before, I guess. I tell Daru to wait a bit as I start typing out a response. I swear I'm doing it the same way I did it last time, but apparently I'm doing something different. It's not like I trust her, but I figure I should tell her what I've heard from Daru. And then she'll be completely discouraged. He's heard about the IBM 5100. As expected, it's extremely rare. Last month, some PC otaku searched all over Akiba without finding one. Turns out the rumor you heard was false. L. Psi Congru. Okay, sent. What? A response already. Hardly any time lag. As always, Shining Finger, your digits defy the laws of physics. I start reading the mail. Is that true? It can't be. I'll marry you again. By the way, you mentioned a John something or other, didn't you? Does that John person have an IBM 5100? Please reply soon. Oh, damn it. Just as I thought, that woman has a predisposition for harassment. I never should have gotten involved with her. Let's not reply to this one. I fulfilled my minimum obligation. I have nothing to feel guilty about.
待たせたな、ダル。それで。
Okay, there we go. Yeah, apparently I didn't respond to some of these earlier on. I don't know. Apparently I'm doing some things a little bit different, but that's okay. That's the entire point of going back through to get the stuff we didn't have before. Okay, now we read one of these, but something I didn't realize until too late. And I think this is the one we read, right? Pretty sure this is the one we read. pretty sure. Access number 1. We've read access number 1 and access number 2, I think. Yeah, that looks pretty familiar. Yeah, because he comes out of the net cafe and... yeah. Is that the only attachment here? Because some of these apparently have multiple attachments. But that really looks like it's the only one here. So this one only has one of them? Yeah, that's what it looks like. Okay.
Chromagur said. True root or Makas?
True route or Makise? Why not both? Doop-a-doop. Why not both? I don't know Shiny Finger's phone numbers, I'll just send her an email for the time being. Once I finish drinking my juice, I aimlessly head towards Chirodori. Thanks for the email. I've been waiting. I don't like talking on the phone, so let's exchange emails instead.
もしもし、俺だ。誰だ？
それで
数の銀河で銀河軍が形成されているし、さらに上のグループとして超銀河団っていうのもある。
Kromager said, "Is English your primary language?"
It is indeed, it is indeed. American born and bred, for better or worse. Dooba-dooba-doo.
So そういえばさ、この前の D メールも文章は途中で切れてたよな。
そうだったか？
そうそう、学歴見てみなよ。僕は確かオカリンは変態って送ったはずだお。
無断撮影ダメだ。
Kromager said, "You're not chatty."
そ、そうだ。メールはそうだ。
Okay, so this is a completely new email. Reinat Kekru's second opening theme, first played in episode 14. It's super cool. Looks like it made big news last year in Shibuya's indie scene, but never thought she would make a major debut. And for this, we need to select Rhinet Kakeru. Speaking of which, I already love that show. Is it even popular with teenage girls? I sent you a rundown of episode 13 so you can see what it's like. I'll lend you the DVD sometime, but it might be quicker to borrow it from Mayushi. Why is she giving me number 11? Prince of J Redux. J starts another cyber terror incident. Kakeru starts off in pursuit, but is repelled by the enemy. He and his friends are stuck with a freeze program by the monster program BIOS. While they're left defenseless, Jay talks to Kakeru via voice chat. Why do you try to stop me? Why are you doing this? Is suffering really that fun for you? Jay's answer is that he is merely testing his own power to see if he can break the unbreakable, steal the unstealable, to test himself. Is that not why Kakeru became a net guardian? Kakeru says that's not true. After saying that Kakeru's not being honest, Jay departs. After hearing Jay's words, Kakeru finds himself wavering, wondering why he really became a net guardian. He wanted to make use of his brilliant knowledge and technique handed down to him by his father. He didn't gain power with the goal of becoming a guardian. Did I become a guardian just to test my own power? Kakeru is troubled. Sitting in front of his computer, he doubts his own heart. Without Kakeru's interference, Jay's invasion reaches the Japanese traffic minister's main computer. Accidents are happening everywhere. While tragic news flashes continue, Kakeru is unable to fight back. One report catches his eye. Someone's father has died. The circumstances also seem familiar to him. Snapping out of it, Kakeru turns back to his keyboard. The battle between Kakeru and Jay begins anew. Jay unleashes his monster program repeatedly. Kakeru's fighting spirit returns. Unfortunately, he still has no idea how to use Upa's monster program. While outnumbered, Kakeru realizes something. The way to awaken Upa. His father once mentioned something about it. Never sink to underhanded techniques. True strength is in the cards. The way to awaken Upa is to steal the entirety of his program onto a Rhinet card, producing an attack card. Since taking Upa out of the computer means uninstalling, killing him, Kakeru knows it's risky. However, Operation Awaken Upa is a huge success. Upa's power increases beyond comprehension. While Kakeru's overwhelming technique and Upa's awakened power manage to overcome Jay, he manages to find an opening and flee. Jay sends the words "that was fun" to Kakeru's chat window, angering him. As if nothing happened, Upa returns to being a cute desktop accessory. Cyber Dragon saw it all. He looks at how they've grown pleased. Persevere, Kakeru. Although Jay regrettably escaped, Cyber Dragon felt that Kakeru and his friends had grown. What is Cyber Dragon's true identity? There are still many hackers aiming for the world of the internet. The Rhinet War has just begun. With renewed resolve in our hearts, we race to protect the order of the net. Toward the vast future. But wait, what's with this next title? An elementary school girl. Legendary elementary school girl hacker Will China goes to Japan. Until next time, dual access.
もしもし。
あ、オカリン、実はとんでもないミスに気づいたんだ。
ミス？
Is it about the phone wave, name subject to change? Is it related to the phenomenon I experienced earlier? I gulp. I know it's pathetic for a mad scientist to show anxiety, but I can't help it. I lick my dry lips and wait for Daru to speak.
実はさ、ラボに財布忘れてきたお。
に
おかげでメイクインに入れないよ。オカリン、悪いけど僕の財布届けてくんない？お礼にメイクインでドリンクおごるから。
貴様は神田川で水浴びでもしていろ。
I shout and hang up. Damn it, I got stressed for nothing. But right afterward, my phone rings again.
もしもし。財布は届けないからな。なんだ、マユリか。誰も一緒にいるのだろう。いいか、そのバカに金を貸す必要はないからな。
わかったでね、オカリンも元気になったかなって思って、ちゃんとウーパーをむぎゅーって
していない。そもそも俺はいつだろうと狂気と野心に満ち溢れたマッドサイエンティストである。
そっか。ね、何か悩みがあったらマユシーに相談するんだよ。マユシーはね、難しい話はよくわかんないけど、オカリンのことはよーくわかってるもん。
お前にこの俺がわかるというのか。
わかるよ。子供の頃から一緒だもん。
もう切るぞ。バイト頑張れよ。
ありがとう。じゃあね。
たく、バカめ。
岡部、顔がにやけてる。
何を言うか、このセレセブが。
セレセブ言うな。
I was going to tell Kurisu the truth, but now I've changed my mind. The mad scientist Ho-Oh and Kyoma would never grin at the words of a mere hostage like Mayuri.
過去改変には興味がないのか。あれほど実験に前向きだったではないか。
Okay, and this is one we have read, right? Number 2? Because this was yeah, that's where they get under arrest. And there was one behind it. Okay, number 3. Peepo, Peepo, the net police trap. Japan's net police do not think well of Kakeru, despite his commendable deeds. They threaten to prosecute Kakeru under the unauthorized access laws. They don't press charges this time, but they take credit for both Beesman's arrest and warn Kakeru to keep his nose out of police business. What can children do? Ridicules Red, a member of the net police. This angers Kakeru and the others. They know their hacking skills are a match for any adults. Just then, the police department's mascot character, Peepo-kun, appears on their screen saying, "I heard everything." Suddenly, Peepo-kun challenges him to a contest. Cybercrime is getting worse by the day. There's no denying the police need all the help they can get. But still, there's no way they can just let untrained kids disrupt an investigation. Therefore, Peepo-kun wants to test just how capable Kakeru and friends are. Kakeru and friends win if they can infiltrate the deepest part of the Metropolitan Police Department server where Peepo-kun lives. If Kakeru and friends win, they will be granted arrest privileges equal to the net police. Thinking himself unbeatable, Red agrees to the contest. Thus, the Metropolitan Police Department server becomes a stage for the hacking battle. However, the cowardly Red closes every port to the server. Ports are like doors that open to the outside. In other words, Kakeru and friends need to penetrate a building without entrances. Without a foundation, Kakeru and friends are at a loss. However, an idea comes to Kakeru. He skates into town with Kirari and Tamaru. With their help, Kakeru successfully infiltrates the police department building. Attaching his sub-notebook through their public phone with abundant knowledge and splendid technique, he steadily heads to the depths, successfully reaching the server. Peepo-kun declares Kakeru the victor. As promised, they will receive complete backing from the police. Kakeru and his friends are overjoyed. However, Red protests. What right does Peepo-kun have to do that? This isn't authorized. Just then, the image of Peepo-kun dissolves, revealing none other than the police commissioner himself. That was Peepo-kun's true identity all along. When he says, "Isn't youthful strength like theirs necessary to fight against cybercrime?" Red isn't able to object. And thus the police-sanctioned Violent Guardians are born. Kirari and Tamaru implore Kakeru to join the computer club, but the head of the computer club, Ichikawa Kazumi from Class 4, says unless I see Kakeru's true skill, I won't recognize his entry to the club. Afterwards, a personal challenge arrives from the computer of Shido Elementary. Shido is a rival school, competing in the typing tournament Typing Masters. There's no way they can turn down the challenge, and so the typing battle game between Kazuma and the Shido computer head, Ima Uta, began. At first, Kazuma dominates with a steady score. However, his opponent, taking advantage of the fact that he cannot be seen in an online battle, underhandedly sends a virus program to Kai-Gyo Elementary's PC, slowing down its processing speed. Before he knows it, Kazuma starts losing. Kakeru, having noticed their opponent is cheating with a dirty virus, asks to switch places. The honor of Kai-Gyo Elementary hangs on this fight. I'm not just going to switch places with you. But Kazumi is blinded by pride. The match is gradually turning against him. At this point, even Tamaru and Kirari start pressuring Kazuma to listen to Kakeru. The whole class holds their breath as the baton is passed to Kakeru under grave conditions. Kazuma has already given up. He bows his head and turns his back. But from behind him comes a sound of typing unlike any he's ever heard before. Kazuma looks back in shock after hearing a noise echoing like a jackhammer. It was Kakeru, crushing the cheater fair and square, typing at a ferocious pace. Followed by a splendid victory, Kazuma threw his arms around Kakeru in relief, exclaiming, "Please join our computer club." And then Nagaya-san calls. An unlike bank cracking incident has occurred. The enemy is the infamous bank robber Bishop. Tension once again runs through Kakuyo and friends. Have you written that report yet? For your information, I wasn't joking yesterday. If you blow this off, you have no right to call yourself a scientist. Maybe this is too much for a fresh man like you to understand. Providing papers is part of being a scientist. Let lesser men worry about such things. I have inventions to build and discoveries to make.
Huh?
だいたい痛い気で気弱そうな女の子をおもちゃにして調子に乗ってるなんて最低だわ。そう思わないの？
すごいような、すごくないような。
I stopped by the store to buy some crunchy-kun since you said you wanted to eat them, but you're not even here. That's mean. I put them in the fridge, so eat them soon, okay? Wait, when did I say I wanted to eat crunchy-kun? There's a lot I don't know about myself. Why does bears have cat ears when other people have people ears? Why can bears only speak in cat? Where is my home, the chinchilla star? I want to know the truth. That's why I have to go, to where all the answers can be found. Too bad. Your homeworld has already fallen to the great Ho-Oh Kyoma. Why am I sending a mail like this? It's to test her. If it was an inside crime, then Moeka is the prime suspect, considering her strange attachment to the IBM 5100. I wait a while, but no reply comes. Of course, even if Moeka was the culprit, she wouldn't just admit it.
落ち着け。順序立てなくていいから思いつくままに一つずつゆっくり話して。分類整理は後からでもできる。
I wipe my sweat with a handkerchief and slowly explain the purpose of the IBM 5100 and how I came to obtain one. While you're out, can you buy me a fork? Because I want my own fork. And get some cup noodles for dinner, too. I think there's a brand called Gen Chen Ramen. Get those. My assistant really loves her cup noodles. I'm going to start calling you Koiki-san. I forgot to mention it, but could you buy me some cup noodles for dinner? You know that brand, Hakodate #1. That. And that got us the achievement. Get asked to buy noodles twice in a row. Discontinuous qualia. See, like, who would know that that was an achievement, right? That's why I'm not ashamed to look at a guy, because there's no way I would know otherwise. There really just is not. Okay. Luca-chan said she'll forgive you, if you cosplay Kakaroo-kun from Rynet, or maybe Upa cosplay would be better. Just kidding, leave Luka-chan to Mayushi. I haven't seen Rynet, so I don't know what Kakaroo-kun cosplay looks like. Check the interwebs for more details. These days, online banking is widespread. Sometimes even billions of units of currency are transferred wirelessly. The current enemy, Bishop, is a tough opponent, cracking through a mobile connection while driving to Vasquez's location. But Kakaroo leads his opponent's moves one by one and gradually corners him. In order to close the distance, Kakaroo and friends don rollerblades, moving between hotspots and public phone lines in town. With Kakaroo's swift techniques and precise strikes along with Taparo's brute teamwork, they successfully corner Bishop. Out of options, their target uses his last resort, one of the 9 existing Phantom Monster programs, Terios. Its capacity for wanton destruction instantly turns the tables on Kakaroo. Bishop prepares to use Terios to deliver the finishing blow. The vile virus approaches, checkmate for Kakaroo. But then, as if to protect him, something flies out of Kakaroo's PC. It's the virtual pet Upa that Kakaroo cared for. Upa intercepts the hit meant for Kakaroo. Will Upa be okay? Upa has taken a direct attack from the monster-level Beerus, but he is unscathed, and of all the things, he devours the attack itself. Kakaroo has successfully countered Bishop with Upa's great effects. On top of that, he has obtained Bishop's monster program, Terios, but he doesn't understand. Why could Upa devour such a strong monster-level Beerus program? Not even Nagaya-san knows, but the mystery site master Cyber Dragon might. Cyber Dragon, who has information about every program in existence, is like a sage with knowledge of the entire net world. Kakaroo and friends begin searching for Cyber Dragon's site immediately. In order to obtain the URL for Cyber Dragon's site, it appears they'll need to clear the online game Cyber Dragon Trial. This is a typing battle with increasing viral attacks, wearing Kakaroo down, but he keeps going, cheered on by his friends. After a grueling struggle, Kakaroo successfully gets the URL for Cyber Dragon's site. They finally manage to meet Cyber Dragon. As his name suggests, he takes the form of an elder dragon. He inspects Upa's program. What he discovers is that Upa is also a monster program. Kirari worries Upa is dangerous. Cyber Dragon, however, explains that based on the user's will, a deadly weapon can also become a tool to protect. Unfortunately, that also means it will be necessary to awaken Upa's inner monster program. And if Kakaroo fails to fully master it, he may lose control of the awakened form. Without knowing how to awaken Upa, Kakaroo and friends leave Cyber Dragon's site. In order to overcome the vile programs, Kakaroo pledges to discover Upa's monster program boot process. Before long, rumors spread around the world of Kakaroo and friends, the amazing grade schoolers who possess a monster program. Japan prepares to send a team to the Typing Masters World Championship in LA. Among Japan's representatives is Kakaroo, who has become an instant celebrity for solving numerous cybercrimes. Tamaru accompanies as her second, and Kirari's wealth lets her pay her own way. While they're chatting on the plane, an emergency suddenly occurs. The cabin crew frantically approaches them. It appears that someone has hijacked the jumbo jet. Moreover, the culprit is not on board. Somehow he hijacked the computer systems from the ground. The crew cannot switch to manual control, letting the hacker decrease the plane's altitude along with its 276 passengers. Without needing a single explosive, the culprit instead was bringing the plane down by holding its engines electronically, the century's first ground hijack. The hacker wants the monster program Upa. Kakeru infiltrates the jet with his subnote and tries to trace the hacker, but can't. The only line that connects to the jet is the heavily protected control towers. Searching for the core of that line fails. There is no suspicious activity from the tower. Kakeru and friends grow impatient. Only special radio waves should have been able to reach the plane's height from that tower. However, considering other possibilities, Kakeru comes up with another idea via satellite. Bingo! Kakeru's right. The ground base is connected to the satellite through an external line. The culprit broke the satellite's firewall to connect to the plane's computer systems. Both a satellite and a plane were hijacked in this major incident. Kakeru figures this out and corners the culprit. The first forethought at the core of an orbiting satellite begins. A quick victory. The opponent is clever, but not enough to match Kakeru's methods. Kakeru and friends watch the first space battle unfold on screen. The jumbo jet is almost as beautiful as a shuttle floating in space. Stars are reflected in Kakeru's eyes. Next, the World Typing Masters Championship begins.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
Sorry I couldn't come today. Ferris was practicing for the Rynet Grand Championships. I want to crush my enemies just like in episode 8. Episode 8? What are you talking about? Rynet Kakeru, of course. Despite the incident, they safely land in Los Angeles. As they exit the crowded terminal, they notice an American youth helping an old lady with her suitcase. So Americans are kind people too. Considerate people live in every country. After a half-hour ride from the airport, they arrive at the LA Convention Center. An aura of feverish competition spreads through the typing master grounds. Most surprisingly, the list of participants includes even world-famous hackers and crackers. Since they leave no evidence, they evade wanted lists. And among them is the name of their fated opponent, Jay. They have not yet met in person. I bet he looks like a scoundrel. The battles are live-streamed worldwide on the internet, where they're as popular as the Olympics. The tournament starts the main race. An energetic DJ announces the top 8. Seventh called is Kakeru, and last is Jay's name. That last face is the face of the boy who helped the lady in the airport. The three are shocked. Who is he? By now, Kakeru is the last Japanese competitor remaining. Another one, Red Subordinate, lost in the first round. All they can do is root for Kakeru. Kakeru's first top 8 opponent is the rhythmic dancing typist Lost Shade, who proves no match for Kakeru's speed. Kakeru advances. His next opponent is Indra Panther, son of an Arabian oil baron. His limber yoga movements make him appear to be jointless. It's a hard match since his movement patterns leave no openings. But Kakeru uses a freezing Beerus attack, sealing his opponent's moves. Finally, one light touch shatters him like ice. Now it's the finals. As expected, the opponent is the mysterious Jay. How will this match turn out? Bushin no Jutsu would be an appropriate name for Jay's technique. His movements are so fast it's like there are 4 of him typing at the same time. His self-taught typing method is nicknamed Cross Ripper. Jay is fairly famous in America's underworld, and many imitate this style. It gets its name from his arms overlapping each other in the shape of a cross. Of course, Kakeru also has a unique skill nicknamed Thunder Gladiator. This friction between his fingers and keys caused by his typing speed, generates a small electric current like lightning from his fingertips that gradually builds up. They are evenly matched. The first set goes to Kakeru, and the second to Jay. The outcome hinges on the last round. Final match. Sparks fly in this grand head-to-head fight. The struggle is projected onto a large display panels. The audience holds their breath. However, the match is suddenly interrupted by a power outage. This isn't a normal problem. Typically, the UPS, uninterruptible power supply, would activate, and the machines would continue functioning. The battle between the two ends with a temporary truce. As the organizer becomes impatient, the audience begins to stir restlessly. Suddenly, a strange logo appears on every monitor, and words slowly materialize one letter at a time. I am a monster. You are a friend. Along with the ominous message, tiny electronic sounds can be heard. Kakeru. Move. Jay suddenly pushes Kakeru away and forcibly unplugs Kakeru's keyboard from the turning PC. As soon as he does, sparks fly from the USB port. His all-important player keyboard narrowly avoids shorting. It seems like Jay saved Kakeru. The thanks. Don't thank me. I just can't have a match without an opponent. With those words, Jay turns and leaves. Through the finals end with Jay and Kakeru tied for first place, Jay disappears without accepting the trophy. Naturally, Kakeru also declines it. The true winner will be decided at their rematch next year. Mystery Boy Jay, Kakeru, and friends are unaware that soon Jay will join them as a member of the Rhinet team. Kakeru and friends hunt down crackers again today. Tamaru meets Ayumi, the number one girl on the net. He can't help but notice the tragic aura that she gives off. Tamaru decides to track down Ayumi's site and is shocked. It's been ravaged by trolls. Even her password was cracked, preventing her from closing it down. After investigating, he finds it was a simple prank of an unspecified number of script kiddies, using a cracking tool available all over the net. Enraged, Tamaru challenges them to a match. He disregards Kakeru's warnings, recklessly plunging in head first. He puts himself in danger as a result, but endures, eventually beating the kiddies and restoring Ayumi's sight. Tamaru goes to tell her it's safe now. However, Ayumi has become too traumatized towards the net to restart her sight, and doesn't return his feelings. Tamaru finds himself at a loss for words. But people around the world who know what happened send encouraging messages to Ayumi. The internet is not only full of malice, there is unconditional kindness too. Ayumi decides to reopen her site, and they discover that she also attends Kaigyo. When the two of them meet, the one who appears in front of the nervously waiting Tamaru is a boy. Ayumi was a guy in real life, and thus Tamaru's first love goes down in flames. Wow. That honestly sounds like a pretty cool anime, though. Honestly, I would watch it. That does sound pretty cool. And that is all 13 of Rhinet episode summaries. Awesome. Okay, double checking over here. Yeah, we still don't have, but that should be. Okay. Yeah, it should be. Right. Okay. So now we need to load here. Habba dabba here. I am not a mere scientist. I am an insane, mad scientist. What do you mean, mad scientist? More like bad scientist, am I right? That's like a pun my grandpa would come up with. Like you could do better. Aren't Americans supposed to be funny? What have they been teaching you over there?
D メールの精度はまだ信頼できるレベルに。
When I arrive, I find Kurisu sitting on the bench in front of the Brawn Tube workshop, talking on her phone.
何よそれ。日本に呼びつけておいて今さらそんな。そう。結局会うつもりなんかなかったんでしょ。
The street is dark and her hair is covering her eyes, so I can't make out her expression. But from the sound of her voice, I can tell that she's crying.
一体何がしたかったのよ。それすら教えてくれな。
Kurisu lifts her head in surprise. She must have noticed me. She falls into an awkward silence, then turns and walks away. It looked like she was crying. I wonder if she got into a fight. Who could have made her cry like that? Whoever it is, we've got to whoop their ass, right? Her boyfriend. Even a friendless, experiment-loving girl like her can get a boyfriend. No, there's no way such an arrogant, abusive girl can have a boyfriend. But then who was it? A sibling? Or maybe her father who hasn't seen in 7 years? I'm afraid to ask. Kurisu's scary when she snaps. The memory of her baleful glare sends a shiver up my spine. I hurry to the 2nd floor. When I'm safe in the lab, I start browsing at channel. It doesn't look like Taitor has made an appearance today. The Taitor craze that has dominated the occult board for the past week is starting to die down. In the end, it looks like I'm the only one who took Taitor seriously. Just about everyone is skeptical of him now, especially the poster called Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha. Honestly, I can't tell Taitor's true intentions either. Suddenly, I hear the door swing open. Startled, I turn to face the sound. Kurisu is standing there glaring at me. Her eyes are red. So she was crying. Why did she come back?
私は
おうおう
別に泣いてなんかないからな。
いや、どう見ても泣いてただろう。
いい加減なこと言わないで。証拠はあるの？
目が赤い。
Her glare weakens for a second, but then returns at double the intensity.
でも泣いてないから。
論理性のかけらもないな、クリスティーナ。
In fact, she's not acting like herself at all. Did she come up here just to claim that she wasn't crying? She should have just gone back to her hotel and cried into a pillow instead of coming here to make excuses.
とにかく泣いてない。わかった？これ以上追求するなよ。
That sniffle tanked any credibility she might have had. Even now, instead of going back to her hotel, she flops onto the sofa and hugs my Yuri's Upa plushie to her chest like a little girl. For the next few minutes, she just sits there, pouting and staring at the wall. If the TV were on, then we could have a little BGM for some distraction. But unfortunately, painful silence prevails. The only sounds are the whirring of the desktop's hard drive and Kurisu's occasional sniffle. What an annoying assistant. How are we supposed to get any science done like this?
クリスティーナ。
うっさい。話しかけるな。
Your lips say don't, but your aura says please. Maybe she's begging for attention.
いいか、話さなくていいから黙って聞け。お前が困っているならば、俺は全力で解決に協力する。
Kurisu looks at me blankly.
俺だけじゃなく、マユリもダルもおそらくそう言うだろう。だから気軽に相談するといい。一人で強がって抱え込んでいるより、弱音を吐きたい時には吐いてしまえ。俺たちはそれを拒絶したりしない。ちゃんと聞いてやる。
なんで？
お前はすでに我がラボの大切な仲間だからだ。
For some reason, Kurisu blushes and hangs her head. She hugs Upa so hard, his face caves in.
悪かった。ちょっと気が立ってて。
別に今話さなくてもいい。話したくなったらいつでも言え。俺が聞いてやる。
She nods softly. Looks like my sincerity has reached her. Just as planned. Show a friendless, experiment-loving girl just a little kindness, and she'll easily grant you her favor. How do I know that? Because I, too, have few friends. Kurisu's help is critical to solving the mystery of the phone wave. Now that my plan has succeeded, her petty private matters shall no longer be an impediment to our science. Normally I, the great Ho-Oh and Kyoma, would not concern myself with the mental health of my minions. But if this is the price I must pay to bring my dream to fruition, so be it. With this, Kurisu's loyalty is assured. Soon the world will tremble before us.
怪しげな黒服連中に命じられるのは俺を組織の網の中へと呼び寄せ一網打尽にするつもりだな。
Is it okay to leave me alone? I'm an outsider, remember? I could steal all of your precious future gadgets. You're not an outsider. You are a lab nim.
So その点については全面的に同意するぜオカリン。ニャンニャン語を話し猫耳をつけている時点でそこにいるのはフェイリスタンだ。
It's a disgrace to be thought of as your partner. People will start doubting my character. Anyway, finish your errands and get back here. Then why do you keep coming to the lab? In truth, you're so happy to be a lab nim that you can't help it. Isn't that right? Seriously though, why am I still here? I was supposed to have gone back to America by now. It's the choice of Steins Gate. L. Psi Congru. I don't know about the Steins Gate thing, but maybe Chaos Theory can explain how you derailed my life. At any rate, take responsibility for getting me involved.
No.
Kurisu scratches her cheek in what could be taken for a bashful gesture.
あまねさんのお父さん見つかるといいわね。
ああ、
なんかそういうの羨ましいなって思う。
Come to think of it, she has father issues too, doesn't she? Maybe she sympathizes with Suzuha.
ねえ、岡部。
Suddenly, Kurisu starts fidgeting for some reason.
この前のこと謝る。
この前？
あんたが漆原さんへの変態セクハラ行為をしたと勘違いして病所でぶったたいたことよ。後で考えてみたんだけど、あの時のあんたって冗談言ってるようには見えなかった。それなのにあんたの言葉をろくに検証もせずに手を出しちゃって。
案ずるな。結果的にルカ子を泣かせたのは事実だ。
確認するけど、あんたは変態セクハラ野郎じゃないのよね。
どういう確認だそれは。お前は本気で謝るつもりがあるのか？
実験を変態行為の口実にされたら嫌だから、私も一応関わってるわけだし。
バカにするな。俺にとって仲間は財産だ。俺は IQ170 の頭脳を持つ 狂気のマッドサイエンティストだが、一人でできることに限界があることは自覚している。電話レンジカッコ仮にしても、ダルやお前の協力なくしてはここまでの成果を得られなかったよ。
岡部、
俺はラボメンナンバー001、ラボの設立者の立場である。仲間に危機があれば助けに駆けつけることはあっても、仲間を傷つけようなどとはこれっぽっちも思っていない。何がおかしい？
中二病全開だな。聞いてて痛々しい。でもそういうの悪くないと思う。私がいるアメリカの研究所って世界中から優秀な人たちが集まってて、最先端の研究をやってるんだけど、結構殺伐としてるのよね。みんなプライドが高くて自分が一番だと思ってるから、足の引っ張り合いとか面と向かって理不尽な暴言吐かれたりとか日常茶飯事なの。私が研究員代表としてサイエンスに論文載った時も、私よりずっと年上のおっさんたちからぐちぐちと文句言われたもんよ。こっちに戻ってきて逆留学した高校でも、クラスメートはみんな私にビビって話しかけても来なかったし。だからそれと比べたらあんたのラボは幼稚だけど、とても居心地がいい。
Seems like everyone has their own problems.
今回の天音さんのことも岡部は本気で心配してるのよね。それについてはあんたのこと認めてる。でも褒めてるわけじゃないからな。
She suddenly blushes for some reason.
ただなんとなくそう思っただけというか。
結局俺は友達が欲しいだけなのかもな。
岡部、
何しろ俺は友達と呼べる人間が少ないから。
After all, I am an insane mad scientist, wanted the world over. My enemies are everywhere waiting to strike. Curse this incredible genius brain of mine.
私はあんたのこと大切な仲間だと思ってる。
何？
前にあんた言ってくれたでしょ、私のこと大切な仲間だって。あれ結構嬉しかったっていうか。
熱でもあるの？
ねえよ。何よ、せっかくあんたのこと見直してやってるのに。もういいわよ、バカ。本当バカ。
Kurisu squares her shoulders and quickly walks ahead. I give chase. What just happened? Is this girl planning something? Maybe she really is plotting to take over the lab. No, wait, maybe she's trying to sabotage the party because she doesn't like Suzuha. No, mere assistant is going to pull one over on the great Owen, Kyoma. Anyway, time to get my head in the game. We must prepare for the Last Supper, Operation Eldrimmer.
おーい、今日もだ。
注入される電子がどこから来ているのか、それがわからないの。
Mayuri and Daru go home, leaving me with Kurisu. She's sitting in the development room chair, endlessly twirling her pen in her fingers.
一体何をやっているんだ？
考えてるのよ。タイムリープマシンのこと。作れそうなことは分かったけど、もし実際に使ったら何が起こるのか。
そうか。
She hasn't even started working on the machine, and she's already worried about what comes afterwards. That takes confidence, all right. Are all geniuses like this? What will happen when we use it? I doubt we can find an answer to that question, not without testing it live. Kurisu knows that. What she's really wondering is whether it's worth the risk. That's why I avoid arguing with her.
あまり悩むなよ。今は完成させることを優先するんだ。
偉そうに。
Kurisu groans and flops down on the desk. It's strange to see her like this. She's usually so cool and collected. But maybe that's an act, and this is who she really is.
ねえ、岡部。全く関係ない相談していい？
関係ない相談ではなく関係ある相談をしてくれ。
この前言ってくれたでしょ？いつでも相談しろって。
I did? I don't remember that.
私って父親に嫌われてるのよね。
She sighs sadly. So that's what she wants to talk about. A conundrum. This isn't like before, when she was merely an advisor. The Time Leap project depends on Kurisu to succeed. It is clear, however, that she will be unable to focus as long as these petty concerns distract her. In that case, it falls to me, the great Ho-Owen Kyoma, to solve her problem once and for all. Only then can she devote herself fully to the future of the lab.
いいだろう。話せ。
ほんと偉そう。
この前の電話、相手は父親か？
I am speaking, of course, of when I found Kurisu outside the lab, crying into her phone. The mood was delicate.
まあね。いつからかな。父親に嫌われるようになったのって。私が渡米する前からあからさまに避けられるようになった。家族なのにね。
お前自身の父親への態度はどうだったんだ？
昔はお父さん子だった。結構けなげだったのよ。
She smiles, but in her smile I see a hint of self-mockery.
父親は物理学者なんだけど、私は小難しい話を聞かされるのが大好きな子供だった。内容は全く理解できなかったけど、いつも父親に話をせがんでた。なんとか理解したくて、小さい頃から物理学の本も読みまくって。
Damn, I guess that's what makes her a genius. Or perhaps the yearning for her father's love was what gave birth to her genius.
おかげで学校の成績は算数だけずば抜けてよかった。他の教科は見向きもしなかった。父親の書いた論文だって読んだのよ。小学生じゃ到底理解できそうもなかったけど、自分で一生懸命調べて必死で解読してね。 その論文について父親と議論できるレベルにまでなったのが小学生の高学年になってからかな。父親と物理学の話をきちんとできるのが嬉しくて楽しくて、そしていつも私が論破して終わってた。
それは嫌われる。間違いなく嫌われる。
A tragedy fitting for a girl genius. What kind of scientist loses to a grade school girl anyway? Seriously.
やっぱりそう思う。
やっぱりどころの話ではない。確実にそれが原因だ。
確かにあの人ってプライド高かった。とにかくある時期を境にいきなり全然口を聞いてもらえなくなって、ついにはママとも険悪になって家に帰ってこなくなったの。父親が大好きだった私はそうなったのが自分のせいかもって責任を感じてかなりショックだった。一時期は登校拒否にまでなりかけて、それでママが海外留学を勧めてくれたってわけ。
So that's why she went to America.
お前は優秀すぎたというわけだ。それで今は父親のことをどう思っている？
わからない。
Kurisu looks down.
父親は日本にいるのだろう？一度でも会ったのか？
ううん、結局会えてない。この前の電話はその件、会いに行っていいか聞いたら来るなって怒鳴られた。
Her father has quite the inferiority complex. No wonder she was crying. Even for someone as strong-willed as Kurisu, it must hurt to hear that from her father.
それに会っても何を話せばいいのか。嫌われてからも私の方から一生懸命話しかけたんだけど、いつも無視されて、それがすごく辛かった。その記憶があるからまた無視されるんじゃないかと思って何も言えなくなる。
泣いているのか？
ちょっとじわっときただけよ。
お前は今でも父親と和解したいと思っている。そうだな。
そうなのかな。
そう思っていないなら父親のことを俺に相談したりはしないし、会いたくないと言われて泣いたりもしないだろう。
確かに。
素直な気持ちを言えばいい。お父さんが大好きですとな。
私の性格的に無理だと思うわけだが。
父親相手に何を可愛こぶっているのか。
Kurisu jerks upright, her face bright red.
ぶってないわよ。
いいや、ぶっている。そんなことでは和解などできんぞ。ありのままをストレートにぶつけるしか解決策はない。相手に伝わらなければ意味がないのだ。無駄な装飾は無意味だ。もしそれでも分かってもらえないなら、それは和解の目がないということになる。その時は時間に解決してもらうしかないな。
時間ってどれくらい？
そんなものは俺に分かるわけがない。お前と一つしか年は変わらないのだから。お前がアメリカに行ったのは何年前のことだ
？7年前。
7年経っても変わらなかったのなら、その倍以上の時間が必要かもしれんな。
そうよね。
Kurisu sighs heavily and rests her chin in her hand. Did my advice backfire? It looks like she's even more depressed now. I fold my arms and rack my brain for a solution. I don't want to see Kurisu like this. It's pathetic.
それでいつ会いに行くんだ？
Kurisu opens her eyes wide in confusion. I take out my phone and bring up the calendar.
夏休み中なのは確定として、行くときはあらかじめ早めに声をかけてくれ。
何言ってんの？
俺にも予定がある。急に言われたら合わせられないかもしれないからな。
いや、もしかして一緒に来るつもりか？
いかにも。お前は俺の助手だ。助手の悩みは俺の悩みに等しい。お前が最高の精神状態で働いてくれるために、俺はいかなる努力もするつもりだ。
Kurisu looks dumbfounded. What? Did I say something wrong?
なんだそれ。冗談もほどほどに。
俺はどこまでも本気だ。日本国内ならばどこへでもついて行ってやる。国外だとパスポートを持っていないし、金もないから難しいかな。
岡部、
父親と二人きりだと何を話していいかわからないのだろう。だから俺も一緒にいてやれば問題ない。この法王院京馬が空気を読んだ見事な話題を提供してやる。なぜ笑う？
だってあんたが空気を読めた試しないじゃない。
あ。
By Jove, she's right. A mad scientist does not care about things like tact and decorum. He dominates the room with his sheer presence. Perhaps a softer touch is called for here.
でもありがとう。そこまで言ってくれるなんて思ってもなかった。嬉しいとかそういうんじゃないけど、ほんとあんたってたまにいいやつになるから困るよね。
Confusing how? Why is she yelling at me anyway? Shouldn't she be thanking me instead?
ねえ岡部、今言ってくれたこと本気にしていいんだよね。
当たり前だ。
じゃあ電話レンジの改良が終わったら一緒についてきて。
任せるがいい。で、父親は今どこに？
青森。
青森？
父親は今そこに住んでる。
That's way up at the north end of the island, like 700 kilometers or something. I wasn't expecting to have to go that far.
何よ、やっぱりやめたとか言うなよ。もう決定だからな。無理やりでも連れて行くからな。
望むところだ。
If promising to go to Aomori will let Kurisu concentrate on the time leap machine, it's a small price to pay. A small price indeed.
わかった。気をつけるね。
Going from Tokyo to Aomori by bullet train is over 15,000 yen per person, but the overnight bus is only 5,000 yen. Which do you prefer? I want to cover the traveling expenses, but I don't have that much on hand. I'm staying at a hotel, but I'm not a celeb. Mama's pretty strict on money. Not to mention she would kill me if she knew I was going to see my father. So maybe we should go by overnight bus to fit our budget. What is this nonsense? Don't forget your duty as a lab nim. What do you mean nonsense? Die. What the hell, Okabe? Sorry for getting mad, but Okabe, did you have to say it like that?
成功したのか。
マユリ、今どこに？
ただいま電話に出ることができません。ピーってなったら伝言をどうぞ。